start in North America right now, which also means it's Toronto time, which also means I should change top. Also, I need a drink. Also, it's probably time to run an ad. As a such, let me stream recording. Let me just make sure I got the VOD up from that previous one. Let me get into my other YouTube. The stream should be able to handle it. VOD's channel. Come on. Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, wrong one. Let's see. What day is it today? The 10th? 10/10 EMEA CoStream. Alright. That's uploading. Ad time, and then I'll be back, and then we can lock in. We can do we'll do North America bracket predictions as well, so get your brackets in mind, guys. I'm back. Hold on, I need to change the button. Whoa. Chilly. I'm back. Oh. Where can we watch? Yeah, oh yeah, chat, I've got you. Yeah, Nightmare TSM on Hunter's stream. Should we do a bracket prediction then? Am I still sick? I'm a lot better than I was 7M. A lot better than I was. You've migrated here. What's your poor brother? It's alright. Maybe he's got it. They've been in Toronto before. Word on the street is Toronto actually pretty good in this meta, though. They play like the Genji version. So a little bit tricky. But I also hear Tree isn't too bad for Genji himself. So we might just get a straight up Genji, Cass, Orisa, Brig, Juno mirror for the most part. Which would be kind of fun. This would be North America's. This is North America's Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. Bull Skunk's channel, I think, Swarm. American Tornado versus Odyssey. Yeah. Oh. That's what I was going to do. Oh, thank you, AFK noob. It's bracket time. Not today, 7M. We're saving it. We're saving it. Remember, we gotta do an all-night stream. Oh, he doesn't have VODs up? Fuck. Then I've actually got no solution for you, unfortunately. Alright. So here's what I'm thinking. Wait, let me copy a quick zoom. This is going to upset anyone who happens to be related to Rack. But I'm going maybe 3-1. Maybe 3-1 I can cop. I think Citrus... I think this is a dogfight. Maybe I'm on some form of performance-enhancing drug. But I think this is a dogfight, but Citrus Nation win it out. I'm like... I'm really convinced by Bun. Fluffy Aimers versus Shikigami. I think they got it. I think they got it. Guys, you can't time out Toronto. They literally work here. Nightmare TSM. Nightmare TSM, this has huge Stockholm implications. TSM built their roster very specifically to give themselves a shot at Stockholm. But for that to become true, what they need to do is they need to beat Nightmare. Ideally, today. Ideally, right now. So, can they do it? No, probably not. What's interesting about the TSM series as well is they're actually going to be running a bunch of Zen from what I hear. Squid is going to be on the Zen, so this provides Nightmare with a bit of a weird problem. Presumably going to have to see Zero pull out for Genji, but obviously that is a hero in his back pocket, so maybe not too much. But a slightly different problem for Nightmare to solve. So I think this one can actually be a dogfight, maybe even 3-2. Which, let me do that. So this will become NRG. This will become Avidity. This will become Shikigami. And this will become TSM. And then this will be Toronto Defiant. This will be Citrus Nation. That one, I think, easy for Toronto. No problem. And this one will be then Fluffy Aimers versus Nightmare. I don't know. I think Fluffy Aimers making this a fight, but I don't know if I see them taking more than one map, maybe. You think it'll be more one-sided? Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling like the Zen is a weird... The thing is, what I think will happen in the Nightmare TSM series is either the Zen will cause some massive problems and Nightmare will win a dogfight, or Squid will just be dead on cooldown and they'll get blown out of the water, they'll be forced to mirror, and then it's not... TSM aren't very scary at all. Game starts 15 minutes, hopefully. If not a little bit quicker. I don't know if we got a countdown on screen. Oh, it says 10 minutes still. So we got time to do this bracket prediction. So then NRG versus Avidity. Maybe Avidity take a map, but I think this could quite easily be 3-0 as well. Then Shikigami TSM. What's quite interesting about this is if I think of it from like a compositional point of view, and we've got TSM leaning into the Zen stuff and Shikigami playing. Shikigami obviously have Taejong. His best hero is Tracer. So maybe it actually works up. Shikigami might actually be quite nicely placed to play against the Zen there. So, honestly, maybe I'm going to predict another dogfight. I think TSM win, but I'm in dogfight territory. Start making this Nightmare. Nightmare and NRG look so close, and we just haven't seen them play against each other. Could easily see either of them. Yeah, I think that's like 100% the top three. 100% the top three. It's this meta I think favors Nightmare, honestly. Maybe Tree is a bit of a difference maker here on the Genji. Do you know if anyone's streaming at Avidity Citrus? I can find out. Hold on. Let's see. Tiny Shiny is doing Fluffy Dreamland Shikigami. Bullskunk is doing Fluffy Dreamland Shikigami. Does everyone hate? Oh wait, no. Tiny Shiny swaps. Tiny Shiny is doing Citrus versus Avidity. Tiny Shiny is on the case. Yeah, if you want Nightmare, go to Hunter. If you want Citrus v Avidity, go to Tiny Shiny. If you want Toronto, stay exactly where you are. If you want Fluffy Amos Shikigami, go to Bullskunk. Should we make that a command? Maybe that'd be helpful for the good people. Yeah, that's the guy, Teddy. You know him. If you don't want Toronto, but you want CommanderX, this is also the place to be. We made Toronto a mod because if we time them out, they can't do their job. Let them just get on with their job, you know? Working here Thursday night. Alright, where was I in my bracket? Toronto versus Nightmare. This is a dogfight. It's a dogfight, but I think, I just have to, Toronto do just win, right? Like, obviously Toronto have maybe made a bit of a habit of, like, losing the upper bracket final and coming back and stomping the grand final. But, you know, this time maybe they'll have it. Word on the street is they're pretty strong on this meta. So, so even though I think this meta is, like, the one where Nightmare should be closest to Toronto, I think it's so hard to bet against Toronto. Not just because I'm sponsored, but just when I live in a world of facts and reason, it's really hard to bet against Toronto as well. Attack goes Hanzo mode. Yeah, word on the street is, Tree was telling me attack is just like insane at Orisa. If you saw my interview with him, he was like, he was very much on the attack train. So where am I going with this? So NRG, and this will be Fluffy Amers. Oh, so we'll get the rematch. That's meant to be an A, not an M. So if the bracket goes how I think it will, we'll get the rematch. I think NRG win the rematch though. And then this will be TSM versus Citrus Nation. Oh, and this is an absolute... This is... Oh my god, if a bracket goes like this lower bracket is insane.
Fluffy what?
Lalandi? Fluffy Amers. Fluffy Amers. Why, what did you think I said? Yeah, NRG felt a little bit behind of a meta last time. I still think Fluffy Amers, very good team in this meta. Shyman Ryan, real X Factors. It wasn't Amers? I feel like it was Amers. But in this lower bracket, oh, fuck. This lower bracket will be fucking insane. Citrus Nation versus TSM again. If you saw the Citrus Nation interview I did with Cuffer, Cuffer said they're so keen to gatekeep TSM from LAN. So keen to gatekeep them. So this is an absolute one. Ooh. Someone told you Ryan was next up on Tracer? Ryan is next. Tracer, Genji, Ryan's insane. Might even see Ryan playing a bit of Cass if we see Fluffy Amers at some point today. Why the hate on TSM vote? I actually have no idea. So I do my interviews, right? And I asked the representative from each team who they think the strongest team, and I asked them, like, is there a particular team you would like to beat? And Citrus Nation were like, yeah, we want to gatekeep TSM. Want to gatekeep them so hard. And then when I speak to Fluffy Aimers, they're like, yeah, we want to fuck up TSM. We want to ruin Capitology's day. So keen to beat Capitology. Capitology, the head coach of TSM. So feels like everyone's just gunning for TSM. Don't super know why, but why not? I can get on board. They just hate him. Just hate him. Hate him, want him to fail, want to fight. Can I see Citrus Nation getting to fulfill the gatekeeping? Maybe, actually. Because, remember, Citrus Nation, Zeb on Orisa in an Orisa meta? Fuck. Maybe they do it. Maybe they do it. So that would make this Citrus Nation NRG. NRG, I think, have this. Which would be, this would be, and then this is where we should finally get NRG Nightmare. Right, finally we get this one. And in this meta, I'm Nightmare pilled. We get a rematch here. And Toronto just make it 4 out of 4. Alright, that's the bracket. Alright, so if you don't want to see any spoilers, don't watch any of the last 10 minutes if you don't want to see any spoilers. If you're happy to see spoilers, here's what's gonna happen. So these are the results for the weekend. And we'll kick it off soon. Toronto hitting a golden road, 4 for 4. Cian don't win TSM without lethal. Yeah, they don't have lethal, that's true. That's true. Fake spoilers is the truth. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You think Shikigami's gonna cook? You want CN to beat TSM because it will be funny? CN already beat TSM in the stage. Yeah, but TSM, they had like Vision playing Tracer the entire time, so I wouldn't put in that group stage game where TSM lost to Citrus Nation, I wouldn't put any weight in that at all. Shikigami ain't the same without Big Dog Ryan. Yeah, but did you see? Shikigami have 2 Korean imports and they're coached by Fleta. Surely that's got to send Shikigami in some kind of upward trend. Are any of them named Ryan Lawless? No, that's true. That's really true. Sunjin and Taejong. Taejong was going off right in groups, like on Tracer. Going really hard. Flet's going to sub himself in and show us what... Do you think Fleta subs himself in on Genji? Fuck. Could you imagine? All the matches are delayed. Have we got a time extend? We're still on the countdown for now. Subs in for tank. Oh no, don't let him sub in for tank. Can he actually do that? No, that would be an illegal maneuver, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately.
Nice dead idea for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over. That is how you make a statement. What? What did I just see? Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
Yeah, what if Fleta comes in for King's Row and it's 3rd point and he's on Widow? Fuck.
Oh, absolute feeling. They didn't see that one.
Get these preds? You don't want the spoilers? Ugh.
That is clean from Merit.
Would it be illegal if he's on the roster? Yeah, because Danny's registered as a player. Fleta's not registered as a player. Because Fleta is Korean, and you're only allowed 2 imports, so they use their 2 import spots on Taejong and Sunjin, which are probably way more reasonable choices than old man Fleta. So yeah, Fleta doesn't actually have the option to come in. Is Albert Yeager going to stop the illegal maneuver? Well, he'll try. He'll try. What if you marry Fleta? This just sounds like an excuse to try and marry Fleta. Oh yeah, true. Alright, those were the results if anyone wanted them. They're gone forever now. Guys, stop trying to marry people. None of you Yeah, I feel like everyone's just speaking what's on their mind. No one's actually trying to solve the situation. People are just saying things they want to do and asking if it will help the situation. That's like, would it help? Would it help if I ate a cheesecake, you know? But the problem is some kind of like 10-car pileup. You're turning up being like, would it, if I finish it off this cheesecake, would that help? It wouldn't help. It would. Is Lee J gone single? Unsure. Good question, though. How about if Fletcher won the contest? We're not running that contest. We're not running that contest. Yes, Dylan. All the matches are happening at the same time. You don't want to know, GB. It's just a classic bad suggestion from chat, you know? Just another bad suggestion. Is not going to be Nightmare and TSM in the final when NRG not making it to LAN? That's going to be the hottest of hot takes coming in. Obviously, if you're right, then fair play. But right now, absolutely scorching hot. Why are they using this mask picture of you? I think it's the only picture they fucking have. I feel like there's more pictures. There's more pictures of me available. Maybe more recent ones. Maybe one of the ones of me in Overwatch League on London, or you know, one of the other ones. Is Avast even streaming? He didn't stream groups. I don't know if he's streaming. I presume he is streaming this weekend. Probably at least Sunday. We like the scuff, the profile picture I have on Twitter. I mean, it is top quality. I think, like, I can show it to you guys, like... Right. Pretend you don't know already, but if you didn't know this was CGI, would you be able to tell this was, like, photoshopped? I don't think so. Yes? You're lying, Arthur. What do you mean? Not at all? Finally. Neck looks awful. The neck isn't photoshopped. The neck, that's my real neck. Arms a bit too big. My arms used to look like that once upon a time, Chris. In the London gym years. When Poco would force me to go to the gym. I need a gym buddy, you know. Why is my arm like that? The arms aren't photoshopped. Those are my real arms. That's my real arms. TSM are playing Squid Zen? I thought so. Problem to solve then. Problem to solve for Nightmare. But I don't know, is Zera playing Genji as well? Did they roll out Zera Genji? Nope, that's just a real picture, Doctor. Just a real picture. Fabrizio level editing. Can tell it's AI because I don't have legs. Ooh, the Mets suck an expert. Why was the chin like that again? The chin wasn't photoshopped, guys. That's just my chin. Every time. Every time. They're gonna start this series? Come on. Why did they photoshop? Again, the hairline was actually my real hairline. Unfortunately, not photoshopped. You're becoming more and more of a squid head every day. Yeah, Unter was saying the other day that he thinks squid, at least the second best flex support in North America right now, potentially the best. Which is obviously like a big claim, but Squid was going off on Zen when we saw him. So I don't know. We'll get plenty of chance to see, won't we? We'll get plenty of chance to see Squid, I think, playing this weekend. Rupal right there. I mean, Unter has a Squid bias, right? But I think I think Squid is in excellent form. Better than RuPaul, not right now, but I mean it depends a little bit what they're playing, right? Because it's going to be a very different type of meta for supports right now. If everyone's playing Brig and stuff, you know. I guess obviously, which way round is it? Because it's for NRG, it's Rack, Brig, and UV Juno, right? And I think Toronto do it RuPaul, Brig, Vega, Juno. Is that way round? I think, yeah. Yeah, that's what Cass was saying, wasn't it? So this type of meta is a little bit like, how do we compare them? Yeah, well, RuPaul played Brig back in, do you remember Season 5, Stage 3, when it was Junker Queen, Brig, Lucio, Genji, Ashe, or eventually Genji, Sojin meta? All the flex supports had to play it. That's the same reason Landon plays Brig, because Landon was so good in that meta. If you go back and watch any of those games where Landon is playing Brig for us in that Junker Queen meta, Landon carries us unbelievably through every series. RuPaul had to do the same in that meta. So I think RuPaul and Landon, both very competent Brigs, and that's why they're leaning into it here. Because in this style of Brig, like, even though Vega has played Brig in the past, Vega has played Brig very much primarily as in like an Anna Brig style backline. So it's a very, very different. Yeah, should we get one up in the background? You're probably right, Chime, because I thought they were going to start this quicker, but I guess fucking not. Which one do you want to look in on while we wait? Nightmare? Well, they're currently tied 1-1, so let's watch a little bit of this in the background. We'll get onto peeking over top. But yeah, the Brig that Vega has played mostly has been in like an Anna Brig backline, which is a very different type of backline, or very different type of playstyle of Brig compared to how you would play it in this like Brawly mirror. So we're actually going to start Genji Bastion. All right, they get all the early space as a result here. Yeah, I don't think he'll be playing Bastion all the time, but I think in this first fight, he just wants it. Hold a little bit of space. Interesting that we see no Zen in this situation. Oh, Spear is good from Infected. Later spin, later cooldowns for Infected in general right now, and big problem for Riker on this one. We'll get speared in, but King finds the kill. All right. Forced back to the choke. Liar coming out swinging. Nearly has this rally ready to go. Admiral's not even close as he died so early. Point still up. Form timing for Seeker. Pushes him all the way back. Riker is solo. Liar with the bash. They use the Ray over the top. They get the kills. CJ's going to regret investing that Ray. And a strong start for TSM here. Ooh. Any update? No. Looking at tweets. We got more time. Wait, Chime, is your... I forgot, I should have asked you at the time, Chime. But is your game not started as well? Alright, Blade available for Zera. Blade available for King. A battle of the blades, but it's a Terror Surge from Riker to kick it off. Blade in combination with that, and that is brutal. Zera's going to drop this Blade in response, and all of a sudden, TSM. Good start. Still looking at... Okay, we'll just keep watching this for a while. Why not? Free content, huh? All right, coming back. Admiral, slow cooking this. He's actually nearly getting lapped here in rallies, Admiral. Potential big problem. Squid has the orbital ray a little bit quicker. Javelin good. Forces out this deflect from King. Now the dash comes in. Pressure onto the Genji. Force him back at the choke. Rays have been traded right now. Admiral with a slightly quicker rally, but this Heinen from Seeker's just forcing everyone to DP. And actually, Zero able to find a kill off the back of that now. Walking back in. Squid trying to pocket them through. Torpedoes will come out. They have the rally, but Nightmare good for the flip. Heinen in combination with that Ray gives them the advantage. Lets them walk forward with it here. Squid will get one trade, but not all that much. Let's go TSM. Backbone's a believer. Everyone hates TSM except Backbone. What's with the TSM hate? Everyone just hates TSM. All right, coming back now. TSM, they've got the combo, right? Combo very soon. They've got Rally, they've got Blade, they've got Terra Surge. Big old combo to throw in. Nightmare when they got the same, but earlier Terra Surge from Riker, Rally in from Liar. Both teams have used it, but Seeker will die in the midst of all of it. Now, Blade coming through from King over top, and they just have that ult slightly quicker. Zero didn't have the Blade ready in that one. So they're just going to get overwhelmed by the ultimates. TSM back in control. Now they have Heinen and Orbital Ray. But Nightmare's combo, if they hit this combo. Wait, Chime, hasn't your game started? Or are you just not in first map? I guess that's probably more likely. But just Joseph, I mean, did you see the interview I did with Cap? Did you see the drip Cap had? The fucking TSM jacket? Kinda nice, no? This fight's crucial though. And TSM, TSM are taking map 1. Oh, TSM are taking map 1. TSM on top. Hard to argue with, right? $26K, put in clear. Fuck. Liar out here swinging. Liar out here swinging. Attempting mental damage here too.
How did you guys sort of prepare for your match against Rampage, like knowing that they were going to sort of utilize like?
Wait, what's happening?
That Ryan comp?
Well, we were just gonna play Ressa everywhere and Bastion, and then Bon was just gonna swap between like whatever felt good for her, and that was basically the game plan. Play our turns with Bastion and then yeah, kill them.
Oh, is that why people were saying Bell? It was in the way of chat. Can I find? Let me see if I put it. Because I don't want to block the kill feed either. So I can't rewind because it's Twitch. Oh. Yeah. Hopefully this is like kill feed safe. Enters immediately into slop. Let's find one of the other games. Oh wait, are we actually starting? No. Huh.
Hey, this looks to be pretty nasty.
Oh wait, no, he's just watching this one as well. Fluffy Dreamland take map 1 over Shikigami. And then, who am I missing? Who's doing the other one? Tiny Shiny.
That last point, I feel like Zeb did a ton more than Tools.
Alright, just one round in. Avidity up, though. I told you that was going to be a dogfight. I told you. And as you can see, they've won a single round, so that proves me right 100%. 100%. All 3 streams are using your scoreboard. In the money. You think it's Chris Theory? I think it's Avidity Theory right now. Trying to run the Bastion. Losing. I feel like the Bastion is just like a first fight thing on this map. Because it just allows you to take all the space. Then once you have control of the choke, you just have control of the choke. Dutch on Dutch action? True. Tools against tap. Piece of cake should drop Naga for Wub. Avala, is that you? I wasn't locked in for this fight. Bun going big. Oh, wait. Do I hear stuff? Do I hear things? Oh, for fuck. I thought I heard something useful. PG is in? Yeah, so the expectation is Tree is going to be the Genji, and PG will be on Cass. So we're going to run Genji Cass, I think, for the most part here. Can I cast my hallucinations? Attack or Kellen? It'll be attacking. Attack on Orisa. Attack's got a nasty Orisa. Better than Kellen's for sure. Tree's Genji, really good. Obviously, PG is hitscan Cass. Makes a lot of sense. And then it'll be Rack on Brig and UV on Juno, I presume. Wait, did you hear that one? Surely you guys heard that, right? Stop gaslighting me. Guys, please. Ilios map 1. Ooh, alright, maybe a bit of an awkward... So, one of the more awkward Brig Juno maps. Oh, wait, now it sounds like... Are we starting for real, for real? For real, for real? Oh, my God. The prediction had actually closed. We've been waiting for so long. So, what was the final odds? 92% Toronto? Shit. Shit. Can I get some game sound, please? These are all muted. What do you mean? Alright, have I got the game sound? I think I'm in. Alright. Winston in. Yeah, I'm in Ilios, right? So teams are just going to play dive. Sort of a similar thing in Korea as well, right? So PG on Tracer. That bit is the hot take bit, right? Presumably this is the only map they go into play Tracer, and that's why they've not opted for Scissors. So PG on Tracer versus Sugar Free sounds like a mismatch to me. Sounds like a mismatch to me. Nate's going to catch RuPaul there coming back from UV. Just trying to clear out someone for now. They do force this bubble out, and he will get forced to jump back here in a second. There we go. Bit of space now for NRG on their retake. They've got Kellen taking the top left position. PG will run into Sugar Free, down to half HP as he gains a pack. Kellen's had his bubble force, a bubble advantage now for someone. Chance to go very defensive bubble. And actually, Kellen's just died to the back of that nade. Someone forced to play his own life as he's booped towards the well. Sugar Free and someone have stabilized behind. Back onto the high ground for someone. Just skirting around. The backline of Toronto have held strong during all of this too. And they will regroup here, Toronto. They managed to keep everyone else alive and can go for a pretty quick retake. Nano nearly up for RuPaul. That damage onto someone will ensure he gets it. Chance to go around the corner now. Someone nearly has for Primal too. Nano actually onto the tree on the Echo first, though. Looking for it straight onto Merit. And this is why you don't often see hit scans. They do defensively Nano, though, so Merit will live. Now the copy Anna comes through, but Sugar Free good for the pulse bomb. Someone now has the Primal going over the top, and there's no pocket available for Rack, so the backline of NRG will fall. Sugar Free and someone get their job done. Defensive Nano keeps Merit alive, and Toronto come out on top. Did have to use the Nano defensively there, so it means they've invested quite a lot in general here, Toronto. And now actually PG's going to have his recall. Oh, PG's in big trouble. Does get back out to spawn with his team. NRG are now coming back. Slight ult advantage here. Oh, but Tree gets caught early. They're holding close. Pulse bomb. Oh my god, Vega, no! Oh my god, PG has killed the backline. And a third, the nade is massive from UV. And PGE with 3. Oh my god. The pulse bomb doesn't hit, but Vega obliges, steps on that one. He will get traded out, but all these trades mean NRG, they now have space. They now have space to walk back in to take this fight. And it's not over yet at all. Still in control of point though, Toronto. They have Rally and they have Bob. Kellen has the Primal. Now they're coming in. Rally will be used defensively from Rack. They will try and clear out someone. He doesn't have Primal just yet. Vega with a much later Rally now as that Bob bought him some time. Kellen's just going to live with this Primal. Looking for their next opportunity. Looks for the boot back in. Separation onto the backline there. But PG's died in the meantime. Kellen down to half HP right now. And the pulse bomb good onto him. That'll finish that one off. And Sugar Free finds the crucial openings when his team need it. Should be able to trade out Tree here as well. Free for Sugar Free. And Toronto, they'll clean it up. They'll win well. So, in theory, if this was the map where they felt they had to Tracer Echo, and therefore PG would have to fill it in on Tracer, presumably now NRG are going to be moving on to different heroes for PG this map. We're going to see maybe him on the Cass or the Ash or the Widow potentially here as well. Kellen, surely, are they going to go Zembrig? Surely not. Feels like it'd be a hot take. Toronto, on the other hand, though, looks like they're going to be playing what I think a lot of teams would call pretty close to the meta comp here. Obviously, the Orisa Juno Brig is very hard meta, but I expect it will be Genji. Maybe Merit still goes Widow, to be honest, because it's Ruins. Yeah, he's actually going to take the Widow Mirror. So, one of Korea's finest versus America's finest. PGE, early angle, looking for it. It's going to be Zenbrig, so NRG really running it back with this type of comp here. The Orisa's just walking into him. Zen is very strong right now, and someone's actually taking a load of damage right now. If they can keep UV up and keep that Discord on top of someone, they can make his life very hard, and Merit's actually gone Sombra with this. But UV, the Zen, it's so strong. The slam comes through, they finish off RuPaul, and maybe Zen Brig is the answer. PG on the high ground here, eyes on Merit though. They do lose UV in the end. Vega has just committed for that kill, does get the trade. This will be a little bit annoying for NRG to deal with as they have to wait for their Zen. PG now with a grapple shot. Looking, but finding nothing. Sugar Free back to spawn onto Tracer. Tracer Sombra now. So they really want to take this Widow out of the game. They really want to take this Zen out of the game here. But you can see Cannon setting up aggressively on the high ground, as is Tree. They want to make this rotation as tricky as possible. But honestly, not too much drama at all for Toronto. They're now going to be rotating in. And actually, PG's going to go above him here. So even though he's pretty close to where they're going to come out, it's very hard for him to actually get on top of him here. Merit's going to be pinging him, but I don't know if anyone can follow here. Just exploiting the high ground. Merit has to commit his Translocator to go up there on him. So instead, they're just going to try and force point here, Toronto, but Discord onto Sugar Free will slow him down. Pulse Bomb onto the front line. It hits. Oh, it's a stick on someone, but it kills RuPaul. Merit does get the trade onto PG as this happens, but they're rallying forward here. Rack and UV, they're pushing forward. They're taking over. Dinks in front from UV, and he can keep walking forward. Full pocket, orb onto Tree, and he's taking care of him. The comp is giving Toronto big problems right now. They're coming up to their wave of ultimates. Pardon me. Coming up to their wave of ultimates. Slam doesn't really catch anything there. Kellen will be forced back. Kellen does have mines if he wants to drop it here, but Toronto, 5 ultimates in the bank. Transcendence Force early as well from UV. Now the orbital ray over the top. They can fight in it with the Transcendence though, I guess. And RuPaul will die in all of that. No chance to use that rally, but UV, he's awfully committed. Terror Surge in as well. So much damage from that Discord. Merit, he has the EMP. They avoid the Pulse Bomb though. He's going to swing out. UV's connecting onto everything now. He's taking over. And NRG, 90% and going. They need swaps now, Toronto. They need fast heroes. They've got the EMP. They've got the rally. They've got the ults to win. But PG, he nearly has walls up, and Tree has a Pulse Bomb. So Merit, they're going to know where Merit is in a second. PGE get the walls. There's the walls. They know where Merit is. He has to translocate back. He's going to hack onto the ball. Can chain this with EMP if he wants. No, they're just going to rally in first. Kellen trying to live. Tree still has his Pulse Bomb. RuPaul getting himself onto point. Someone pocketing him through all of that. Merit has his EMP in his back pocket still. All eyes on this EMP. UV is right there. He drops it onto the high ground. Someone will follow up. Takes down that kill. Merit and Sugar Free there. The Pulse Bomb is there to trade from Tree. But Toronto, they get the job done. They get the retake. Now, no ult, so late kill onto PG as well. Interested, I imagine PG might even swap at this point. Sugar Free, more late kills is going to creep some of that time back from Toronto. Kellen's going to go Ramatra. Okay, so they just want to go a more brawly comp now. Ramatra, Cass. They nearly have a rally up. Toronto essentially now diving with a suboptimal dive composition into what NRG are running. So they do not really have any ults yet either. So Toronto, their best chance is to hit him on this rotation. The hacked Mega will make it hard for them to walk out in this choke here. They need Kellen to try and take some space. They might even just wait for Rak to rally. They're going to rotate back to main here, NRG. Try and swing out the other side instead. They spot Merit out on the high ground. Now they're going to go the inside route to point. Clever rotation here to try and pull Toronto out of position. Now they're on point. Rak has rally too, but someone Sugar Free. They have the bombs. Pulse bomb from Sugar Free is wide. And RuPaul dies to this as well. Now they're starting to get picked apart. NRG in control of point as this rally comes out. And Kellen's just killed Merit. Is that just it? Toronto down to 3 players. Someone has the bomb, but it's self-destruct. It needs to do so much for him to have a chance. He's not even going to get back into mech here. And NRG, Zen Brig. It was the answer. The comp swap after Toronto swapped to the counters. And NRG sending it to map. Well, round number 3.
Score 1-1.
And this is heating up a little bit, right? Heating up a little bit. So we saw Zen Brig Ball come out on Ruins with the Widow. A very unique comp for a very specific type of point. Now, we're going to go over to Lighthouse. Is PG going to go Tracer again? Did they really put... Have they really put PG in just because they want to Widow on Ruins? I mean, obviously it worked for Ruins. They won that map very convincingly. Does he go Ash? And he's going Tracer again. Okay. All right, tall ask here. Toronto going to be not opting into the Echo. So NRG are playing what most people, I think, would agree is the strongest comp on this map. But they're playing it with heroes that maybe don't suit the players that are in. Toronto, meanwhile, are playing characters that are way better for the players they have, but potentially Ash quite a difficult one in this map. We're also going to see the Korean Winston showdown. Kellen v someone. On opposite positions, there's the nade attempt in. Kellen will follow it, but they don't find any kills. Counter jump now from someone, just trying to clear out Kellen. But Kellen, playing his life, has line of sight to his backline here, wants to clear out someone, will just jump defensively now, and Merit's found a pick onto PGE, which means they can start forcing point if they want here. Rak's already dropped, and Kellen's going to try and jump onto Merit there, but doesn't get a big connect, really. Meanwhile, someone has taken down Rak in the back, and he is all over UV. Defensive nade comes out, but someone won't leave. Gets out on 60 HP. That's how you know he's Korean. Always manages to find a way out on Winston. And now Toronto in full control. Late kill onto PGE as well. And this wasn't a great look for NRG in the previous map. Equal on nanos and relatively equal on primal too. But difficult on these retakes. A lot of nice set nades as well. Trying to walk through. Tree just getting peppered right now by RuPaul. Trying to walk up here, and oh, Kellen gets caught out. Someone just with a punish up there. Now someone wants to go aggressive. Whip shot slows him down. Tree can't get pocketed in time. Sleep's going to be a miss as well. Sugar Free over the back line. Merit just in this super high ground position, dominating. And Toronto, cruise control. Didn't even have to use any ultimates for that. And NRG, things need to start going their way. We see Sugar Free already hiding with a pulse. They're coming low ground instead through cage this time, NRG. This is going to give Sugar Free free access to the flank of a pulse bomb. It's good. UV taken down. The nade is going to hit as well. They're going to copy. It's a desperation one from Tree. This is not going to go anywhere, I don't think. Tree, don't think he can even get the primal, maybe. Just try and get it. 90%. Just doesn't get the primal in time. Gets focused down. Wasted ultimate from Tree. NRG, they have had no gusto. No gusto here on this dive mirror. 4 ultimates in Toronto's hand. Kellen going to come through, has the primal. Whip shot's going to slow him down. Now someone looking to get on the backline here, has the primal ready to go. Trying to avoid that sleep. UV will be sent off the map, avoids the sleep now, turns his attention to Rak. Rak doesn't have it yet. He's trying to dodge to get that rally up. He can't, though. A masterclass from someone. Backline has been eliminated. Kellen is alive, but he's got no hope. He's going to play his KD, and it's all he can do. Oh. Wow. Well, Honestly, just bad comp decisions from NRG, right? Opting into that mirror with PG in the lineup seems really hot. Seems really hot, I think. Hey, Oren, how are the games? Yeah, just started NA. To be fair, it looked pretty one-sided when it wasn't a dive mirror. Unfortunately, so far, 2 out of 3 rounds have been a dive mirror. Games earlier in the day, NRG versus TM was actually pretty good. TM quite competitive. SR Peak Check versus Aoma. Great series, that one. Definitely the best one we saw all day. And then, yeah, TM versus Vendetta wasn't really that exciting. TM pretty dominant. Yeah, I mean, normally what you do in a, like the classic thing to do on KOF, if you have, you know, let's say you have 3 DPS, right? And you have like first stage, second stage, third stage, and 2 of the stages, you want like double flex DPS or something, you know what I mean? Like Tracer Echo. But then the third stage, aka Ruins, you want like Tracer Hit Scan. You either just find a different solution for Ruins, or you put like you put one of your flex DPS players on hit scan. So I'm really surprised by the choices here from NRG. Hold on, I'm actually choking to death though. Hold on. Yeah, Tree on Widow would have just been decent. I think that was really fine. I don't feel like I have a clear memory of Tree playing Widow, but the kid can literally do everything. There are 4 streams going on, Oren. 4 streams. Yeah, 4 games right now, Oren. 4 games. Yeah, I don't think it's a scissors availability thing. I think it's just, it was like a choice. I think it was a bad choice, but I think it was a choice. All right, map pick now for NRG. Yeah, also a valid point, Turtle Hacks. Like, why not? Especially against Toronto, just mirror the Ash. Probably really not too bad. Yeah. I mean, because ultimately, the decision that Toronto made to just force Ash, even though it's not optimal because it's better for merit, is the same decision NRG needed to make. And the thing about it being not optimal is it doesn't matter if the other team's also doing it. Like, it balances out, you know? Oh my god. I thought I was better from being sick, but I don't know if this has been like, all the talking has been the nail in the coffin for my throat. We'll hang in there, though. Who do I back in Ash v Ash? Merit. Merit, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure Attack is going to be playing. You guys, I sense panic in the chat, you know? There's panic in the chat now. Attack will be playing, and I expect we'll see Tree Genji, PG Cass, or PG Ash, something like that. And I think my expectation here is we just watch, like, Orisa versus Orisa, Genji, Cass, Mirror, Juno, Brig. Is there a hit scan you would take PG over Merit? No. I mean, Merit's world class. Stop drinking cold liquids. The water's not cold. The Pepsi is. I'll give you that. But I also just thought I would be. To be fair, it's now when I'm solo casting, I think is the bit. Bro drinks warm water? Yeah. Have you heard my voice, Corny? Have you heard how much I'm coughing? I've been sick for like a week now. But warm water is an essential part of it. Max is casting Nightmare versus TSM right now as we go into an immediate pause Stop smoking? Have stopped smoking. Unfortunately, I coughed less when I was smoking. Maybe I should start again. Where do we find Rad versus Avidity? Oh, which way round was it? Does someone have a command? Nice, thank you, Juby. The 2 matches at once are shite. Yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a lot of good games. Danny is late. They need Danny for this to ruin us happy. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they do say about, like, when you quit smoking, you're more likely to develop a cough because there's a period of time where your lungs are, like, cleaning it. But honestly, I was also just sick last weekend, which is the real reason for this cough. I was just making a joke before. Yeah, the cough from last week hasn't completely cleared. And unfortunately, because we start on Thursday, slightly less recovery time. How long? Oh, not that long at all, Arthur. I'll probably start again in a couple of weeks, so don't celebrate too soon. How many videos did you upload that one day? I can't remember exactly when I uploaded Watch. I uploaded 3 today, and then was it like 10 yesterday, maybe? I think this time technically we're on like 3 weeks. 3 weeks, maybe a month. Yeah, I mean, I stopped vaping like... I've not vaped in like 6 months, but I've been on and off smoking for a lot. But 3 weeks now. But again, guys, honestly, it's 100% the fact that I was sick. Did you not? Was anyone here last weekend? Did you not hear me and Anta both coughing up our fucking lungs? Think about how good one more. I mean, I'll probably end up smoking at Stockholm, right? Because everyone will be smoking. To be fair, when I'm sick, I actually have no desire at all. Because, like, when you're stuffed up and the throat is tight, it's like, it's really difficult. Both of you were dying on that last game? Yeah, I mean, we were sick as fuck, I think. Mine definitely got... I think Monday was the worst, which is why I didn't do any interviews on Monday. Monday was the worst for sure. I mean, it felt like I've been getting better, but then the interviews weren't so bad because it's like 10 minutes of talking and it's a conversation. But this is way more talking in a way longer period of time. Stop giving so many blowjobs. Good tip, Bob. Hadn't considered that. Get Juby to cast for me. I just get Juby to run the stream. Should we check in on the other games while we wait? Citrus Nation 1-1 with Avidity right now. TSM Nightmare. You feel your first time vaping in 4 months? Hard to quit these things. Because what happens is you quit for a while. And then it's so easy to get drawn back in. What's the Shikigami score? Not sure right now. Watch TSM versus Shikigami. That's not a game. You just made up a game chime. Do you mean you guys versus them? You forget the name of your own team? This guy can't remember the name of his own team. The game's not on right now.
Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
Balls going slacking. Fuck. Are you guys 2-0 up though? DSM struggling on this attack now, it seems. 2-6 though. Alright, just like I've actually just taken it. Thank you, Zimzif. Thank you very much. Can we watch stage 4 playoffs from Overwatch League Season 1? Okay, yeah. Can we watch London versus Spitfire versus Boston Uprising? No. No. No.
But it looks like I am not the only one starting from 0.
How come you and Unser aren't friends anymore? We've got, we're contractually obligated. So we've got to fill those. We're obligated, we're obliged to fill those obligations.
As the Terrans say, it is party time. My adventure has just begun. Wait,
Start watching Shikigami Fluffy in 1 minute. I'm surely gonna watch the end of this. Am I on crack? What's this audio? Yeah, you are. I mean, yes, Alpha, but it's actually the audio from the other game so we can hear when it starts. Oh. Does that sound like fighting? Where's my cursor? Okay. Whoa, are we straight into it? Straight into it? All right. Closing the Preds. We're straight into it. All right. All right. I missed most of that first fight, but it is the Genji cast mirror we expected. And this is the matchup I think both teams have been preferring from what I hear on the streets. Obviously, in theory, should be very good for Toronto. Get to play Merit Cast, get to play Sugar Free on Genji. Seems reasonable. NRG, though, heroes line up quite nicely for them as well. So, probably a dogfight is the expectation here. This will be crucial in determining, I think, how well teams do, because this is very much the meta right now. Will be a fight onto this corner. UV, slightly quicker orbital ray, but only a small advantage. Don't think they'll be able to push off it. For now, though, NRG looking for pressure through this right-hand side channel. Someone will come and match it. PG's taken so much damage, but orbital ray invested for UV, and someone, he wasn't ready for that. He just gets blitzed down, and PGE walks forward, cancel onto the high noon. What was Merit thinking? Stares down now, Orisa, but the javelin will take him, and NRG in control of the robot. Oh. Why did it say NRG has seed 1 for their group? Great shout. Great shout, Chime. They're literally trying to just beat up on the little guy. So, earlier Ray for UV is converted into a fight win, so now they're approaching the next corner, but of course Toronto now have support ult advantage as a result of that, but lots of combos coming in play. We saw in Korea how important nailing these combos were, the difference maker. For now though, a disengage onto the Ray is the course of it, but they are getting chased, Blade over the top. Sugar Free doesn't find anything, gets bashed. Great turn from Rack Attack, now attack with the Terror Surge turn. Merit is so low, someone's going to try and turn it back. Doesn't find anything though, and the denial is good. Tree comes in over top with the Blade, and NRG, they win the massive ult trade. They'll be able to deal with this Orisa, and now they can go and push for checkpoint. Good rally, good bash, shuts down Sugar Free. And NRG, they're nearly at another Ray. Now, they did take that fight quite early, Toronto, so the cart push has still got a way to go before that checkpoint, which will mean Toronto will get one more fight before the checkpoint, but they have to do it with no ultimates, and UV's going to have this race, so the only choice for Toronto, it has to be a disengage. Pressure onto him out of a choke here, looking for an opportunity. They're actually going to speedring and orbital ray. Toronto so quick off the mark, though. They managed to get everyone out, but oh no, Vega's gone the wrong way. He's trapped in there, but PG gets traded 4v4 as NRG want to regroup back on the payload here. And of course, Vega dying means Yuvi's got a chance to catch up on that. And oh, Tree, he spots an opportunity. He goes so deep. Can't quite catch the Caspo, but Pocket is good. Now Sugarfree's turn to turn and look for the punish. Deflect comes out. Flashbang is avoided. Tree will run. Attack is spinning everyone out of there. They're trying to get back around this corner, but the chase is on. Merit is still looking. Tree goes one way. Attack goes the other. Attack is still low. Tree can't quite get out. Merit finds the final blow. Now pushing back in his attack. Rack nearly has Rally, but it looks like it's just going to be a die on point angle here from NRG. Though except the damage is done, they can't win that fight after the trade. And okay, NRG, they have the lead, but they're now on the back foot. Toronto coming up to 4 of those ultimates. NRG nearly out of 5 stack though, to be honest, so it's going to be another big ult fight. In the previous big ult fight, we saw a later Blade come through up trumps for Tree. We'll see how they choose to start in this one here. Still a little bit of building to go for everyone. For now, Toronto holding forward, trying to put a lot of pressure onto attack. Make this walk up as difficult as possible. They've just got the checkpoint now, Toronto. So if they can win this next fight, a great chance to take lead. But now a Terror Surge from someone just win this hit. Blade in the back and oh, connects onto Merit. Tree gets 2, Sugarfree gets 1. Tree's Blade is slightly bigger right now. Third one onto Vega to finish it as well. And now Toronto in big trouble. They won't be able to take the lead here. The Blade, the combo, it works. And UV, he didn't even use Ray in that. He didn't use Ray. So not only have they won the big ult fight, NRG have won the big ult fight using less ultimates. Now Toronto in a very difficult situation. They're walking up against a High Noon and a Ray. They've barely got a High Noon of their own. That's all they have. They have to play a disengaged fight here, Toronto, which means they might have to concede more of a lead. There is for High Noon, looking for an opportunity. Oh, deflect. PGE nearly kills himself with that one. Will get pocketed up now, though. Still have that orbital ray advantage here. Merit has the High Noon. You can see Merit maybe wanted to play a little bit further back. They're going to try and swing with High Noon. And actually, NRG, they're going to ray over the top. Tree's coming for him here. Deflected out. They can't find it. Cancel is missed. Oh, NRG, they try and push it. It doesn't work out initially, but they keep going with the ray and they found kills. Dink on top. Someone just about spins the rest of his team out. But Toronto, they need to stabilize. They need to hold on. But NRG, they don't want to give him time. Found the hammer into it. But someone, he's holding strong at the door. He is the gatekeeper. He is the bouncer. He won't let anyone through. Someone has protected his team. And now RuPaul, he needs more help. They lose RuPaul on the way out. Someone will be able to clean up though. And they do stabilize. But 117 meters they conceded. Toronto on the back foot here. And now we're going to go over to NRG's side of the map again. I'm probably fine middle here actually. Around the opening point. And now big ult fight again. Toronto with slightly more. Both teams have 4, but Toronto have slightly bigger ones. The High Noon, a difficult one to get as consistent value out of. But look, they're going aggressive again. NRG going to match him in here. Orbital Ray comes out. UV doesn't have it, so Rack's going to rally and disengage. Just try and keep his team alive. Now, in the corner is attack. He nearly has the Terror Surge coming out. Blade will be coming through. Tree up into the air. Defensive Terror Surge comes out. Someone shuts that one down. For Rally, Terror Surge holds him at bay. Tree can't find the value there, and instead it will be someone and Sugarfree pushing forward. A trade onto the brig here from attack. This will slow Toronto down. They have to go pick up RuPaul before they can take this fight. Toronto did also use all of the ultimates there, remember. So they will be able to get a few more meters on the board, but NRG coming back with High Noon, coming back with Orbital Ray. 3 minutes left. Still time for both teams here. High Noon from the high ground from PGE. Good cancel immediately. Sugarfree is in there, but his body block's in. Sugarfree needs help. They can't get Lenny out of their attack with the body block. He gets suckered in. Now Merit, he swung with the High Noon, but NRG, they're tucked away. They're safe. It at least waits out for Ray, but a player down. They have to run, but Tree doesn't want to let anyone escape. He is hot on their heels. Attack will be javelin back, and Toronto, they managed to keep the rest of their players alive. They need time for Sugarfree to respawn. Ray advantage now for Vega coming back as well. Trading High Noon for Ray, like we just saw from Toronto, massive economic win in reality. So now they have that Ray advantage to push with Vega. They just have to be careful of this Terror Surge from attack as they walk forward, but should be convertible. You can see him walking up right now. Vega gonna drop it round the corner. Here comes the damage. Here come the torpedoes. Massive damage. The combo is nailed. As Hunter would say, the order of operations are correct from Vega. They convert their Ray advantage and a chance to put more meters on the board. But this is the big one for Toronto now. No trades on that occasion. So if they can win this next fight, this is their chance to potentially take lead. And they have the Terror Surge. They nearly have the Blade. They need a little bit more to build these ultimates, but NRG hot on their heels. And of course, the key difference here for NRG is that Ray advantage. Toronto have been behind the entire map, but as we enter the final minute and a half, Toronto with a chance to take the lead. But they need to nail this combo. Pushing in. Someone's looking for it. Money moves onto the backline. Bash away from Rack. Trying to live with the rally. Terror Surge now out from attack. Doesn't find anything. Gets the cancel. Merit is 1 HP. They're trying to move backwards as this Ray comes through. Sugar Free with the Blade. Wants to find a way to clutch. Deflect onto the torpedoes. He forces them back. High Noon is out. Tries to cut through it. But PG with the shutdown. But they're not done yet. Someone walks in. Javelin through Tree's heart. And maybe a javelin through NRG's chances in this map. Toronto's comeback. They've taken the lead with 50 seconds to spare. It felt like so much has gone right for NRG in this map, but Toronto, they keep in there, they keep fighting, and now Toronto, they've got Ray advantage, they're pushing back in, they need to be careful of Tree's Blade, but Toronto, they're now threatening a full cap, 30 seconds left on the clock. Toronto, they just won't stop. Another spear onto PG as he swaps onto Widow. Tree has the Blade, but Vega, he has the Ray. Here comes the Ray. NRG, they don't have an answer. Rack will die, attack will die, and Toronto, can you believe it? They're going to full push Runasapi. Tree launches the Blade, cancelled out, it's over! Full push with 15 seconds to spare! Toronto on top! Not just a comeback, they full pushed it! They full pushed it! God damn. God damn. Woo. What a start for NRG as well. It felt like everything was going their way, right? Suddenly in these combos, Tree getting more blade value for the most part. Looks really good. Economic trades going in favor. UV getting more rays out and they're finding success with those rays. But Toronto, they keep themselves in it. And then it's all about streaks of fights in push. If you can string fights together, you suddenly win. You'll get a couple of opportunities within a map to string fights together. If you nail those ones, you can always win. And NRG, they just won. What, like maybe 4 or 5 fights of Verona Toronto to win that one? Great, really. Great finish. Because, yeah, this is the early map, right? As we watch the highlights out, this is the early map. It's just Tree cutting through people. This Terror Surge rally, I think this was like one of the sort of turning points. This was the start of a comeback, I think. This Ray conversion was really good. NRG, they've been pretty good on disengages so far in the map, but that one there, they catch everyone. Really, it was a fight. The fight before this one, it's a shame they didn't show the fight before this one, because the fight before this one, that was the actual... That was the fight for Toronto to take the lead. That was the one they actually won. So, like, that one sealed the map win. Whew. Because it felt like Attack did so much, right? Someone finds nothing with his Terror Surge, and then Attack gets his Terror Surge out, doesn't find anything, but just cancel the High Noon. And it feels like it's there, but someone... So it felt like someone Sugar Free, they make the big play at the end of that. I'm going to go grab some more water, because it feels like we're... I mean, it's 2-0, but it's been there's been some fun. That was a fun Runasapi. Crazy comeback, so let me be right back. Kings Row already? Kings Row already. Oh. All right, ready? In time, right? Back in time. And it looks like no surprises here. Same lineups for both teams. Very much expect we're going to be getting a lot more Orisa. Yeah, go for it, Boofing Blunts. Oh no, I've approved it, don't worry. Let's get these Preds closed. Kings Row is starting. It's going to be Pharaoh Widow this time. Now, we've seen this before from a lot of other teams. Genji Ashe on the defending side from Toronto. Looking for the grapple. Well, not the grapple, sorry, the shot, but Sugar Free will get out of there. And someone just trying to hold in this top area. You see attacks and eat the spear. Tries to find and bully his way in. We'll be getting that Farah damage now to help him out. Sugar Free holding the opposite side here with RuPaul. Just trying to hold for space right now, Toronto. Not do anything crazy. But they've got PG space, and this is now a problem for Toronto. They have to be wary. RuPaul's going to peek out there. But can't find anything. Look how much quicker Vega's Ray is right now. A chance for him to commit that one if they see the opportunity. Someone just holding this top left high ground. They're actually going to trade 1-for-1. Vega dies to that. Someone will trade it out, though. RuPaul has pushed in onto the Widow. Has scared away PGE for now and will bash back to safety. So they have control here, Toronto. They lose Vega, but doesn't invest for Ray. And now PGE, is he swapping onto Ashe? Swapping onto Cass here. So you can see Merit still holding onto the high ground top right. Someone's going to be holding top left. They can keep their control of point. Sugar Free getting that double pocket on point and attack. It's just going to be a brawl on point. They're trying to come through house right now, but Sugar Free and RuPaul there to match. Orbital Ray push through Hotel. Now and Rack, he's going to get crushed in Hotel. But Tree, two-man barrage of a trade. Freeman is a 2v2 right now. Someone walking into spawn, but he takes down PGE. Oh, and UV, he's going to burn to death from Merit's Dynamite. But no trades from Tree. That's what it's really all about. There's going to be so much space now for NRG as they respawn. Spawns favor the attackers on this point. That means they get back quicker. That means NRG, they can take it. And also, they've now got Orbital Ray. But look at someone, he's hiding with it. Rack, gonna run into that Orisa, but someone looking for it, but he realizes all of NRG are there. He's gonna slow it down. They were trying to find a bit of value off this Bob, but Merit's Bob doesn't get any kills, doesn't net them a player advantage, but does net them time to get back to their normal hold position here. Now it's going to be an aggressive push through Hotel. They're trying to get PG in. PG's going hard. They're going to Orbital Ray. Oh, so much trouble for RuPaul. He's getting hunted down, but he's got out here. Someone's going to trade UV. They've gone so deep, NRG, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Now the Terror Surge rally comes through. They do find the kills. Merit's still on high ground, but nothing Merit can do about this. Won't even be able to get out. And they do finish off that very aggressive push, and they should be able to get a late kill onto Sugar Free here as well, maybe? Oh, no, Toronto are back. No chance for a recontest, though, and it means they will be holding the choke. Rally coming up, and Blade available for Sugar Free here. A chance to drop that combo, but for now, NRG just happy to take a lot of space, and Toronto conceding it for now, but because of those ultimates, Toronto will be ready to turn the corner once they have their cooldowns. NRG need to make sure their spacing is correct, make sure they are safe. And Toronto will use the ring. Take the choke again. It's going to be a high noon swing coming out here. Toronto, they need to help someone out of this. We'll just take it. Oh, Rally, not quite in front in time, but he will be okay. They trade PG. Now the blade comes through. Rack is 1 HP in the back. Will get booped, but someone, he keeps coming. Looking for the Farah. Can't quite find it. Rocket's being sent in his way. Sugar Free will keep deflecting. Tree should be out here. The flying heroes from NRG, they live, but attack. He can't fly. He's merely a horse. He's stuck on point. He'll get cleaned up. And Toronto, they secure the hold on the choke. Cost them 2 ultimates, though, so NRG have a pretty healthy bank coming back. But Toronto, Terror Surge, Orbital Ray, a great combo to use. Very powerful. NRG, they also have this barrage to throw in. But for now, Tree, not very sneaky, just at the choke, playing with his team. Oh, he deflected rocket. Sugar Free back at him. Takes him down. NRG, they commit anyway. They've used the orbital ray. Someone and Vega, they're going to respond in kind. And Sugar Free unchecked, unmarked in the back. And he's going to wreak havoc here in NRG. They might regret investing all these ults in a fight they started down. They do give a trade onto RuPaul. Don't reload now. They do give a trade onto RuPaul, so they have to wait for RuPaul to come back to the choke here. That means Toronto might have to concede a little bit of space. They only have the high noon up for now as well. So NRG, they do have this ult advantage. They do have that barrage. They nearly have a Terror Surge with it too. Tree needs to be careful. Sugar Free happy to fight Tree. Keep him on the back foot. Toronto gonna push forward with this high noon attack. Has the spin though, but they're gonna keep coming. Merit with speed boost. It goes all the way in, but that sets up a barrage for Tree. They give a barrage out. NRG there. Probably most importantly, they lose Tree, but they don't invest for Rally. They don't invest for Terror Surge. Those are the big ults that NRG want to keep for this next fight, and they keep hold of them. So now, if I'm Toronto Defiant, and I guess I am Toronto Defiant, I have Rally, I have Blade coming back, but this is a tricky combo to get off versus a Rally Terror Surge. Lots of good tools to shut down this Blade. The task is big for Sugar Free, but if they can get to this Ray, it might push them over the top. They have to stall this fight out for a bit to get to nose, and oh, it's going to be so hard to stall that fight out without a hit scan. Do they pull the trigger? Sugar Free kind of has to go. Terror Surge already used. Sugar Free's half HP will get topped up now. Here comes the Blade Ray. Sugar Free's looking for it. He needs kills. He needs value, but he's just boot back. High noon in the back. Sugar Free, he can't go for any more. The support ults, they've been contained. Rack, he's held strong. UV with the later Ray coming back forward now. But Sugar Free, he finds the kill anyway. There's still a chance for Toronto despite this. Much later ultimas. They lose Merit in the back, but someone, he's anchored point. He nearly has the Terror Surge. Tree, he's trying to burn him down, but the Orisa so hard to remove, but no, he finds the way through, and Toronto, they're on the ropes now, trying to push back out. Sugar Free is still there, trying to trade kills, but can't find any finishing blows. NRG in overtime. They cap second. It looked like Toronto had done enough, but the Blade Ray combo doesn't find the value it needs. And that buys time for Tree to get another pick. Burn down that Orisa. And it's not over yet. On to third point, just over a minute left for NRG. Toronto going to make the Zen swap now. Zen very good into the Orisa. But Zen very good into the Orisa. And plenty of space for RuPaul here to stay alive. Zen normally a little bit squishy, but a little bit easier versus the Pharah and the Widow compared to a Genji. For now, attack's just moving this payload, actually. Someone's holding his angle. RuPaul trying to find the angle, but it's actually Merit. First pick onto PG. And now the Discord onto the Orisa is just going to force attack all the way back. Oh, pardon me. Terror Surge comes through from attack. Takes down 2. And NRG, they might have an opening. Yeah, Ray was invested on this to RuPaul. Or by Vega as well. Now Merit, any pick is massive for him. RuPaul's going to kill Tree. If Merit can find any more, it's going to be big. They're going into overtime now. They need to keep their heads, both metaphorically and literally here, NRG, because Merit is still taking shots. Someone will come out now. Transcendence and Terror Surge available. Not a lot of ultimates for NRG to respond with. They need a little bit of a miracle. Terror Surge to focus down Rack before Rally. Toronto find their way out, and nobody's touching. Oh, nobody's touching.
Score 0-2. Switching sides.
Woo. Rack nearly had Rally. Yeah, really disappointing finish. I mean, to be fair, NRG had a pretty rough time on the attack overall, so it's not the worst time considering how that attack felt in terms of successful fights, failed fights. I still think it feels like NRG are playing pretty well, but disappointing way to end because they, even though they were coming out and taking that Terror Surge, they did have a barrage. Rack nearly had for Rally. It was maybe turnable. Yeah, we can, Max. So you guys done? Yeah, let me hop in. I'm on the Discord, as we call it. Just realized that Rack and Rack Attack are on the same team. Did you mean Attack and Rack Attack? Probably. This guy's for Thinker? Fuck. Whoa. Hello. Are you on?
We are so back.
56, 55, 54, 53, 52. These are seconds.
Bang on.
51.
Bang on. You can. It's actually the situation where if you flicker pause for like half a second, we'll get even more in sync. Perhaps levels of in sync that I've never seen before since Justin Timberlake left the group. But that's overall not too bad. Not too bad.
Genji here on the attack from Toronto. Catches a javelin though, so Sugar Free takes a little bit of a back step. Now Toronto trying to work their way in, but of course they really need to try and clear some of this high ground, because if it's just a spam fight, the Ashe and the Pharaoh win over time. But attack, literally attacking the space here, not giving them an inch of room, and will force someone all the way back here. Very aggressive here out of energy on the defense, and then maybe it's actually going to cost Rack his life here. Oh, they saw the opportunity too much.
Rack.
No.
Jeez, that's rough. Yeah, he overextended just that little bit, and somebody finds the opening, takes him out. Toronto Defiant, it only takes one fight for them to cap the first point. They're making it look easy, and not nice whatsoever.
No, not nice at all there. Gets caught, and Toronto, nice, easy one to start with here. They're even looking for a few late stagger kills here. Sugar Free in a little bit of bother, and the respawns do come in. This will force Toronto back, but 5 minutes, 20 seconds, have to be happy with that. Oh, Merit's going to get caught, actually. So this is going to... Oh, everyone's going to get caught, maybe. This is going to not really stop the cap or anything, but obviously it forces Toronto to retake in this difficult choke. And this is where NRG got stuck for a long time on their attack.
It's a very rough point to push. Oh, I'm actually being told by my chat that nice guys get first picked and nice guys die first. My understanding was that nice guys finish last, but I suppose all of these things could mean the same thing. Could be, two sides of the same coin. Anyhow, NRG Shock, they have the Pharaoh choke where, Tree can potentially get a good angle for the barrage, has to keep holding up. Going to be awkward for Merit to swing and really get an angle to poke out Tree. So NRG Shock, they also have so many ultimates in the back pocket that it's just going to be really difficult for Toronto to break this hold. Orbital Ray comes out, and Toronto, they actually get the full wide swing out of it. Ultraviolet a little bit late on the return. Barrage from Tree into that Terror Surge nets nothing. Tree actually going down. I suppose Merit, he was looking up to the skies, and NRG Shock, they're on the back foot now. The hard backstep isn't enough, and that's going to be Toronto taking yet another fight.
Really well played by Toronto. It looked like initially, because they used the Ray first, NRG were going to be able to come back with the later Ray, a lot of good opportunity. But as soon as they tried to respond with that Ray, you saw someone very aggressive with a Terror Surge, pulls them away from getting value out of their own Ray, NRG, puts them on the back foot, and allows Toronto to keep this forward progress going. Now they've got a Bob and a Blade to try and finish the job.
Bob and Blade, reasonable combo. When there's so much point pressure up, the Bob can get it done. Toronto really have a chance to snowball this completely out of control. We're asking a lot of the team's resident nice guy. Can Rack find value with that rally? Mirrored Bobs, PGE throws one out as well. Toronto, though, they are just taking down PGE's Bob in record time. No kill on Merit's Bob right now. So NRG Shock, they're feeling a lot of pressure to touch the cart. Rack Attack actually has to use that rally, and that is not what they needed, because now zero value on the rally. Once again, not nice. And Toronto, they're pushing out with a huge bank of ultimates. The Surge Blade combo is just around the corner, Xavier.
UV has a Ray to match, but it's really not enough. They need a little bit of magic here from someone, NRG, because this ult combo is going to be brutal from Toronto. There's for Ray around the corner. There is for Blade straight onto Tree. Looking for it, but Sugar Free a little bit short, but right there for UV. Ends up getting 2 for 1 in the end. Looked like he might run into a spot of bother, but now we'll just hunt down PGE. All the kills go in Sugar Free's way. Attack gets 1 trade, but it's simply not enough. The damage is done. The combo is landed, and Toronto capture second.
Oh, good grief. I mean, no amount of niceness is going to save NRG Shock from the defeat screen that is just around the corner. Toronto Defiant, it feels like they have Shock's number. PGE making the swap over to Widow now, and while this is good when your back is to the wall, he's going to need to do so much for so long. It would be wonderful if he could hold for 4 minutes, because then I could make a YouTube POV review of what he's doing and get a bunch of clicks using his face. But will that happen? Not too sure about that one. PGE, so much resting on his shoulders right now. And already Sugar Free is on his case, up on the high ground, zoning him back to spawn.
Deflected Venom Mine and all, and PG on the back foot. It's Tree who goes low first, though, and they're trying to find a bit of space. Rupert will catch a Javelin here, so NRG holding their own for now, but it's really the ult combos they have to worry about. Terror Surge is traded, Rally thrown in as well, but the Barrage gets it done again. Tree finds a bit of value, but 1 for 1. Not the greatest trade so far, but NRG, they're getting very close to their own support ults here. This could be the stabilization they need. Sugar Free's trying to make his way into the back on top of PGE. The rest of Toronto, though, they're going to respond with Ray, and UV does not have this Ray yet. They're going to push attack. Attack is separated from the rest of his team. On the back foot here, will get focused down, and now wide open to push for final point here, Toronto. Bob and Blade coming right round the corner.
Come on, PG, clutch up, pay my bills. At least he doesn't die. At least there's another chance for him to get it done. But with the Bob on the cart now and Energy Shock in absolute shambles, Attack is coming back on Zarya, for fuck's sake. PG is good for 1. Can we get 4 more? It's looking like the answer might be no. I don't think I can make a YouTube video out of how PGE's single headshot won them this series, because NRG Shock are facing a defeat screen. It wasn't easy. I saw some of those maps, but at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a close 3-0, Xavier. Toronto Defiant take it in confident fashion.
Clinical from Toronto in the end, and wow, yeah, lots of good things from NRG. I think as much as this is a 3-0 here, I think their chances of obviously going to Stockholm and still doing well in this tournament still up there. Toronto maybe still in this meta. Lots of people theorize it might be a weak meta for them, might be more catchable than normal, but it's the goddamn Toronto Defiant, Max, and it seems like they might still be on top.
Yeah, they're pretty consistently good for that one. Seems my stream has decided to hit a little bit of a buffer to, you know, hamper our efforts at ever being in sync. And are there any other matches that we have to wait for? Have you got any inside line on the results?
No. Chat will know. Any smart people in chat? I've got the streams open. Let's have a peep.
Any knowers?
Bullskunk is offline, which implies they're gone.
Dude, the main broadcast has 40,000 viewers. The host recipients this fucking week are eating good. They're eating so good.
That's going to be a lot of marbles, both metaphorically and literally.
That's going to be so many marbles, dude. I wish it were me, dude. I wish it were me. But, you know, you can't win them all.
Honestly, Max, normally, from what I understand, they seem to be prioritizing people who are, you know, a bit more invested in the competitive scene, you know? Not people who just play Ragnar Slop all week. Yeah, Overwatch streamer.
I already gave the quick once over on, you know, a vast stream VOD history. You know, 15 reps of Pikmin 4, 17 reps of Crash Bandicoot, and 1 Overwatch stream.
Everyone knows Pikmin is much more Overwatch adjacent compared to Ragnarok. Come on.
Well,
let's be fair here. Let's be fair.
Any Pikmin heads in the chat? Skysty to make $10 trillion. At least Skysty's streaming Overwatch, you know? Like, at least Skysty's streaming Overwatch right now. She might not be watching, she's probably not watching the games, if I would have hazarded a guess, but at least she's playing Overwatch.
You know what the money play is what you do is you get the host and then you do the flats maneuver where you just launch Resident Evil after 5 minutes.
That's actually such good tech from Flash. The way that he gets his Overwatch viewership in, and then he just pivots. He just hard pivots over to playing Resident Evil when people come to his stream to AFK for the drops, and then once they go AFK, he just fucking runs the Resident Evil. Such good tech. Such good tech. All right.
So Citrus Nation are playing still. They're playing Avidity. Oh. We're on Clash, and it looks like Avidity. I don't.
What's the stream link here?
It's Tiny Shiny. It's Tiny Shiny 19. Yeah, Tiny Shiny 19.
Okay.
I was doing my bracket prediction, and I predicted a 3-2 Citrus Nation. I told people it'd be a dogfight, and it's looking dogfighty right now because Avidity have just won map number 4.
Jeez, so we're going to 5 with Citrus? I thought Citrus is supposed to be like goated on the low.
What I think has maybe happened is there's been like Zeb blindness, I think. That's what current doctors are calling it, where it's an Orisa meta and they have Zeb. So you just sort of assume, they're going to be smashing people. They're going to be taking names and doing the normal Citrus Nation gatekeeping all the teams type shit. But actually, I don't know if the meta suits the rest of the lineup at all, really. I mean, obviously, Chronic's fine, like clicking on stuff, but tap on Genji. Kind of yeah, like, and I feel like, as we kind of saw it in Korea, right? Like, proper being able to gap Heatang in multiple maps, huge problem in this mirror if one Genji's outvaluing the other quite a lot because it all comes down to these combos. And we even saw it,
Yeah.
like, I don't know if you saw, did you see the Runa Sappy against NRG Toronto?
Bits of it. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes of it.
Like, well, the bit you missed then was for like 6 minutes where NRG were dominating, and actually it was Tree. Tree was just getting more value than Sugar Free every single time. So it just meant all of a sudden these big ult fights, everyone came out and all of them went NRG's way, you know?
Yeah. All right. I think this feels like ad break time. Just between you and me, this feels like ad break time. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stuff, so I'm gonna run an ad in this interim. All right. Can I leave you on deafened? Can I leave you on deafened? Yeah, cool.
I'm gonna get your account suspended so quickly.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna enjoy the ads, motherfuckers. Actually, no. I'll just put some slop on for them. What am I doing? Who am I? Like, I'm not.
Keep them topped up. Keep them topped up.
Keep them topped with slop. All right, folks. Focus up.
I see a long message, Alpha, but it's too long to read now, so I'll do it afterwards. They don't have lethal to carry now? I guess not. No way! Ah, dickheads. So you see this message where they're telling Tiny Shiny to look at the chat? Because this game is still going on, they're kicking Tiny Shiny out and they're putting their own observers in. Tiny Shiny's been big dogs and fucking cock blocked out of map 5. Come on. Let her finish. Fuck. Stolen. Who was here yesterday? We were talking about stolen valor. Stolen valor from the OWCS broadcast. Unbelievable. SMH my head indeed. Outrageous. Yes, 7M. I'm going to upload them. Yeah. It's actually uploading now, so it might even be done tonight, honestly. Depending on how it goes. Let me have a goose. Yeah, it might even be ready, actually. Yeah, we'll be ready tonight, even, maybe. Yeah, so Citrus is going to be on the mainstream. So I guess me and Hunter better dust off the old microphones. Well, because the main game has finished, Sexy Vanilla Fresh, yeah, they're going to move it onto the mainstream now. So map 5 is going to be on the mainstream. Which is why they're kicking out poor Tiny Shiny. Actually, I feel bad for her. These bastards.
Wait, has the map started?
No, you know what they're doing? So this goes to map 5, right? Tiny Shiny been kicked out. They've kicked her out.
What?
Because they're going to do it instead for main broadcast. So they kicked her out.
What fucking assholes, right? No?
I know, right?
It's like they could fucking let her get some viewers on her stream, and instead they need to get
right. Yeah,
it's like the main broadcast hasn't even been fucking watching. Like what? Fuck the establishment.
I know, and you know what makes this doubly bad as well? Do you know why Tiny Shiny is cast in this game? Because she changed her game to make sure all the games got coverage. So she sacrificed the game she was originally doing to do this, so there was like cast and coverage for all the games, and now gets fucking cut out.
So now fucking map 5 is delayed because we get to watch Johnny fucking jerking off about analysis on the desk, and we have to wait for that too.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it was all Jake's decision. It's always Jake's fault, guys. If there's one thing you need to remember, everything is Jake's fault. Everything bad in the Overwatch scene ties back to Jake.
Oh, do you want a throwback as well? I kind of missed it while it was happening. Do you know who appeared in my chat? You'll never guess.
I'm not going to guess. You're just going to tell me.
Halo of Thoughts.
No way.
Literally.
No fucking way. That is a true blast from the past.
I think I missed him now because it was while like the game was still going on, but like yeah, Halo of Thoughts turned up for a little cameo, tuned in just in time to see a C9. What a throwback!
So now we can't. I don't even get to watch the map 5. We're still like on delay for it. That's gross.
While we got I guess because we've got some fucking time. How was your game? Was 3-1 in the end? Any good?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Nightmare, like, they played some weird shit. Like, they rolled out on a fucking... yeah, you tell them, homosexual. You fucking tell them. Yeah, you tell them, homosexual. Sorry. Nightmare, they... See, I'm just still on the Tiny Shiny stream, and my regular viewer, homosexual, has dropped into Tiny Shiny's chat to stand in solidarity with her. So, respect to that. But yeah, anyway, Nightmare, they rolled out on some weird shit on Lijiang, like they played a Bastion on Control Center and fucking griefed around. So I think they lost Lijiang, but then they won the next 3 maps. And it's like, it wasn't really a stomp, but they were better. The one thing that they looked really bad at is like, I don't think I saw a single Surge Blade kill for the whole fucking game, you know? Like, Seeker was high diffing vision. Like on Midtown,
really?
Seeker was like fucking dominating on Widowmaker. Like really high diffing vision. But other than that, like...
Did they do much of the Zen TSM?
They tried a bit of everything. Like, they played some Zen, but they played Zen on Suravasa and just got rolled. Like, Infected just fucking whomped him. They played Ilari on Garden, and that looked better, but they flopped again. Like, Squid was doing heaps, but they flopped elsewhere. So, I don't know, like... It was a pretty good game.
Okay, yeah.
Hell of viewers for it. There's so many people watching. I don't know why. Maybe
but the stakes were high.
By the yeah, I suppose so. But I just thought that like the cabal of PGE files would have taken over, and like there would have been more people watching the
there was a bit.
NRG game.
There was a bit. So all right. So talk me through this. So Ilios's map 1 picked by Toronto seems reasonable, right? A Toronto classic. So
yeah,
PGE and Tria in for NRG. So first map we're on Well, Tree Echo, PG Tracer. To be fair to PG, he actually gets a free K. He actually has his moment, you know. It was pretty much the only 3 kills they got. And then we go to Ruins, and it's PG Widow Tree Tracer. Starts to feel like, oh, this is why PG's in, right? We go to Ilios Lighthouse, fucking PG Tracer again, and they just get kind of bummed on dive. So I don't get it for NRG.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
I can give you that. Yeah, really don't get it. I mean, it's always hard to beat Toronto, especially on that comp. But who's streaming map 5? The main broadcaster doing it, Danny. They robbed poor Tiny Shiny. They beat her up in the alleyway, pushed her over, and stole her game. Just watched Speed Check wing. It was a good one against Ioma. Good series that earlier. Yeah, GZ Danny. Strong win for Toronto.
Yeah, sorry. With what you were saying, I feel like PGE, like I saw PGE Tracer coming out, and it's like this is not a winning formula. Yeah, they got 100-0'd, right? Like,
I mean, they maybe won like 1 fight, but yeah, essentially, right? Like barely, like one scrappy fight or something. But they won the Ruins. Like that version of a comp worked, but I was like, the standard rule of thumb on KOF, right, is if you need to play a certain pair of DPS like Tracer Echo for 2 of the rounds, well then put your double flex DPS lineup in, you know. And then just have Tree Widow, right? If you're like that convinced you have to Widow on that map. And surely like Tree can do it all, right? He could cop a Widow for a single one.
Good for like 1 fight, but I don't know. Like they're believers in PG. I think Scissors wound up being full benched somewhat recently, and they just wind up committing to that, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense for them out.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense in the rest of it, right? Like in terms of like when they're running this Genji cast stuff. Like as much as they lost it, they still looked good for most part, you know. But you all got stuff done.
Yeah.
But looks like we're going in for this map 5.
Poor Tiny Shiny has been kicked out of the fucking spectate slot. Incredibly cruel from them. But here we are. Is this more of the same?
Yeah.
This is a sim.
Ooh. Wait, they keeping the sim? No, go in Tracer and with the Kiriko as well. 47 seconds, 46 seconds, 45, 44, 43. Beautiful. So, yeah, a bit of a weird one here. Running the Kiri and running the Tracers. So, I guess there's options here for the Kiri and Tracer to play a little bit wider in some of these situations if they want. But we'll have to wait and see how it translates into reality. Feels like the Tracer should be worse in these sort of head-to-head battles compared to the Genji. For now, though, just a slow pokey fight after over payload, an Esperanza classic.
Very typical Esperanza. Not entirely sure what will break it open first. Perhaps a little wide swing from neutral, getting an angle, getting some headshots in. Aggression coming out from Zeb, though, goes super deep. Luke Minnow forced completely out of the fight, stuck in the mini room now. And on the other side, Chronic on the Cassidy. I don't know if he's going to get all the help that he needs with Luke Minnow so isolated. It is actually just going to be Luke Minnow going down. So I'm not sure if I've gotten lost in the source or what. Was Luke Minnow on the other side of the map to his team?
Yeah, it feels like that was, because the rest of his team is now coming up the other side, so Luke Mino on the flank doesn't pay off for him, gets shut down, and as a result, Avidity taking control. And Citrus Nation, this tournament started with maybe an outside shot of qualifying for Stockholm if a lot of things go right, chance to maybe at least ruin TSM's day, and now they're on the bad start, map number 5. This is an elimination game. Oh wait, no, I'm lying. This is upper bracket. I'm lying completely. Yeah. Ignore me.
Me when I lie. Me when I lie. Okay. We're in a Kappa elimination game. We are on map 5, but this will only be knocking someone into the lower bracket, so nothing to lose hair over. I actually lose my hair naturally, unrelated to stress. High Noon comes out from Chronic, and Tool's unable to juke that one, getting caught out by the High Noon. Really high value from Chronic there. Nice little headshot onto Wob as well. So things are not really going Avidity's way right now. Zeb heads rejoice as Citrus find their footing in this fight, push back.
Support ults coming up now as well. Late kill onto Nenwai too, so they can get a bit more cart push for free. They're trying to stagger out a bit more as well. Bunt is getting full pocket out though, so she will be okay, and Avidity will have a chance to stabilize. But Citrus Nation now on the front foot. They've got the Terror Surge, they've got support ults, but if Avidity can get to this blade, and that combo's much more nice than anything a Tracer can do, and Tools is just going to walk around a corner and kill Tap. All too easy. Now the orbital rays will be mirrored right now, but player advantage as Tools will flood forward, trying to find the opportunity, but Luke Mino gets too close, and that pick will just work out in their favor afterwards there, and they're going to stagger out Zeb as long as they can too.
Oh, poor Zeb getting caught off the cart. This is disastrous for the side of Citrus. This is going to mean that they have to wait for Zeb before they can go for any sort of recontest, and with the position of the cart, it might just cost them the checkpoint. Really, really rough. Poor little Luke Minnow. Theory will only take you so far, young man. And Luke Minnow Theory is failing Citrus right now. Avidity hooning towards a checkpoint. Zeb running back in main, but he's not there yet. Tap has the impossible task of stalling it out on cart. Suzu committed by neutral on the cart just to progress that stall a little bit more, but the checkpoint, it is conceded. Citrus, they can't get that touch. Bob comes in from Wob, and that's all she wrote. Checkpoint capped by Avidity.
On the front foot, and they have the Terror Surge Blade combo to come afterwards. Kitsune rush in response, and Bun actually gets one shot off the back of that. So Avidity would be wise not to invest any more right now, and they will just die on payload, save that combo for next time. Good pick. Aggressive Kitsune rush from neutral, catches them immediately, and we do see in general the Kitsune rush in this type of comp very powerful even compared to the rally here, so they find value out of that one, but they'll have to fight for payload here, and Avidity are coming back with that combo still.
Good grief. It's just so rough for the side of Citrus. They're down so heavily. I think that, expecting them to push through this Surge Blade combo, it's unrealistic. Surge Blade comes out, actually finds no value. Chronic fighting for his life in the back, but Bun, she takes him down. Avidity, they've got the first pick. Chronic wasn't able to find an angle for that High Noon, a little bit too close, caught up in the Terror Surge. So much damage coming out from Bun. Seems like she's marking both sides all the time. And Zeb, now he's on the run, in a little bit of danger. Luke Minnow, he's not done yet. He throws out the Orbital Ray, but it's not enough. And Avidity, they clean house.
Works out so nicely then. Luke Mino tries to clutch, tries to save Zeb, can't save Zeb. So now not only are they on the back foot once again here, Citrus Nation, they also lose one of their most powerful ults. And now Avidity, rally coming up already, a chance to put some serious meters on the board.
all meters past the checkpoint on Esperanza are huge. And with Wob getting a pre-fight pick onto neutral, it's just things going from bad to worse for the side of Citrus. Really, really rough stuff for them. Because here, this is not Runasapi. This isn't just a map where you get a free checkpoint in a minute and a half and everyone pushes 100 meters plus. You see someone pushing to 100 meters on Esperanza, it's incredibly rare to see a comeback. The chokes on this map are much less forgiving. This high ground choke, so difficult to break as a retaking team. Luke Minnow somehow sneaking around the back with Tap, getting that kill on Bun. That's what they needed to try and get their footing. But again, Avidity, they have this high ground control. What is that pulse from Tap? Going for a pulse on a full health Orisa? Somebody get the crack pipe out of this guy's hands.
He knows how Fortify works, right? Oh, maybe he does now at least. Anyway, it means they're going to get out on this high ground, hold for choke, and now actually Citrus Nation, they're just stuck on the low ground here. You can see Avidity, they're moving their DPS into these positions above, and these are going to be hard to deal with. Chronic's going to make a bit more space from this high noon. Scary swing, but going all the way, still has spin here. Now the Terror Surge pulls him in. Suzu saves him, and they do burn through tools, and they will win this fight off the back of that Kitsune rush there. But cost him a couple of ults to get through the choke here, Citrus Nation, and now we're coming up to a Ray fight.
Ray fights really deadly. They haven't shown a lot of promise for the side of Citrus thus far, though. Both Ray fights, Luke Minnow is invested either down in the fight or died inside his own Ray. So let's see if he can get some value this time around. Zeb has the Terror Surge to combo. That could be the difference maker. But Bun, Wob, they both got their ultimates as well. So it's not like Avidity are in a difficult position. They have so many ults that they can toss in. Tap, duking it out, fighting Scuffed on the flank, looking for that Pulse Bomb angle, sticks the fortified Orisa, gets the damage boost from the Orbital Ray though, and that might be enough. He gets snipped up by Tools' spin actually, but it's looking like Citrus, they may still be able to clutch this one out. It's a game of inches. Chronic is in so much trouble, but he manages to kite out the back, and it looks like Citrus have successfully kited this. They have flipped the map. The rally from Nenwai, that's actually going to put heaps of pressure on Zeb. No more ultimates online for Citrus, and Bun, she goes for the blade in the back line. It looks like Citrus aren't going to get this checkpoint after all.
Decision to clutch there. Cost him a rally, cost him a blade, and will cost him a late kill onto Bun as well, as Luke Minow's actually going to go the long way around, does escape that one. But they don't get the checkpoint crucially, so even though they have to spend a lot in their Avidity, ultimately has to feel like it's worthwhile, because Citrus Nation, they don't have any ults. Avidity, they still have this Bob. They nearly have a Terror Surge, and it looks now like Avidity, they're just going to regroup, take another fight from the high ground position here.
High ground is so difficult to displace this Ashe from, and Wob, I mean, hate to be singing his praises, but I like the pick. Pre-fight pick onto Tap, that makes things so tough for Citrus. How are you going to win a fight on this high ground without a Tracer to pinch? You're all just stuck underneath, and then Wob, 2-tap on Luke Minnow, Dynamite onto Chronic. Wob is taking over now, and Avidity, the cart is just free pushing into enemy territory. What is the chance for Citrus Nation? How do they get back into this?
They need a clutch. They need these ults to start working. They've invested in the Kiri Tracer, which means they're investing very heavily in this flank group. But we've seen Tap get picked first time and time again, which just leaves Neutral all alone on the flank, not able to have the impact he should have. And this, on the back of losing a lot of these combo ult fights, is causing him all sorts of problems. And this is why the Genji's so powerful, because of these big combos. Citrus Nation on the back foot. They need value out of this next wave of support ults, or they are in big trouble.
Oh, goodness. High Noon coming out from Chronic. That's going to get all of Avidity running away. But running away is not enough. Wob goes for the re-engage with the Bob. Strange angle for it, but the Bob is getting the work done. Bun catches Luke, and Wob catches the rest of Citrus Nation. Only Tap left standing, and I'm doubting there's going to be a trade. If anything, Tap might triple blink out and stick his Pulse Bomb to a full health, full cooldown Orisa. But that's about all I'm expecting from the man at this point, because he has set the bar very low.
Oh! There we go, one clip. The bar was low, but now it's just been raised sky high as he nails Scuffed with that one, and crucially takes the Orbital Ray out of his next ult trade here. So Citrus Nation, they can walk forward, the rally comes out, but the Ray will be responded with by Luke Minnow here. But they're sort of moving away from payload to try and stay in the Ray here, and Tools is going to force one trade at the price of a Terror Surge. They're still losing meters at this point here, Citrus Nation. Go get the cart, for the love of God. They can win this fight. Torpedoes will be deflected. They've actually lost both two players here, and oh my God, Citrus Nation, they're making a meal of it. They're not even a meal, they're losing it, Max.
It's packed up. Luke Minnow, he's going back home in a body bag. Full pushed on map 5. Cuffer. He's lost his...
Esperanza.
Cuffer won his map, allegedly.
Shame about the other ones.
Surely there were some punters that lost money on this rat avidity game. Surely. I feel like this is one that everyone... Yeah, if there were gamblers in the audience, they would have all been gambling.
Told you it was going to be a dogfight. Told you it was going to be a dogfight. I actually still had Citrus Nation winning it, though, but... What? I'm just not a believer in this Kiri Tracer, you know? Maybe especially not on Esperanza, but maybe just in general as well.
What? Hang on.
Hanging on. We were both wrong then. It seems that way. It wasn't one-sided. Wasn't a Citrus Nation win. And yeah, crazy one there.
Avidity heads on top. All right. Time to go.
Yeah, I guess we're now just back into lower bracket, right? So we're just.
Is it just 2 lower games today?
Yeah, let me have a look. So it'll be. Yeah, 2 lower games now.
NRG?
So it'll be NRG Citrus Nation, which is a hell of an opening lower bracket game. And then Shikigami TSM, which maybe isn't that straightforward either.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, NRG, surely they're not so shit that they lose to Citrus, right? Like, I mean, back Citrus on...
After just watching this map 5, maybe my Citrus stocks are down, you know? Down quite a lot after that map 5.
Yeah, Citrus could be in the floor. Citrus could be in the floor after that one. Let's be real. Oh, goodness. Let me check out the J3 stream, dude.
What game was he watching?
Not sure. He's on the clean feed, I think, or watching the main broadcast. He's chilling. He's just fully chilling, you know? He's a man that's about to receive a 40,000 viewer host, so he's just happy to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I quite like J3, to be fair.
I think J3 is exceptionally deserving of that host. That guy actually organized community tournaments for OWCS, dude. That guy's goated. Of all
no one else. I guess like Toronto did, right? But maybe no one else.
Yeah, I mean, like as an individual, he actually did something. You know, he put together a tournament, put up some money for it, made a cool tournament. It was fun to play in too. Thank you, Juby.
Good on you, Jay.
Gotta keep an eye out. Gotta keep an eye out for that winter arc.
I was learning about Winter Arc. I was asking chat were explaining it to me.
Did you get a cohesive explanation?
Yeah, is it just like going on some kind of like, I guess, like health and fitness arc as it gets darker and colder?
Yeah, something like that.
Are you going on your Winter Arc then? Isn't that the?
No, I'm a fat, lazy, repulsive chungus.
I thought you were going to get in shape for LAN.
I'm getting in less and less shape, actually.
Oh,
I think I've lost so much weight, actually. Like I've just stopped eating. Ignore me eating a box of meat, but it's like I've been on that like 1 to 1.5 meals per day grind for a bit. It's not very healthy. Yeah, not great.
Well, that's like the bad way of losing it as well, where it will just be.
Yeah, well, you lose all your muscle.
Yeah, like is it? That'll be like just the starvation muscle weight loss technique. Oh, good night, Sunku.
All right, I'll take a little break. Get ready for the next one, I suppose. We'll probably have a healthy amount of time before the next one starts.
Yeah. All right, I will see you when I see you. Hold on, sorry, I'm reading. Let me see. Sorry, I'm listening to you as well, chat, but I'm also reading this. I can do both things, don't you worry. Alright, sorry, I was reading it. Juby's dumb. Wrong Preds. Fuck, Juby. God damn it. What do I pay you for? Which game? Are we doing the NRG game next? Is that right? Do you get paid again? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still owe you from last time because the payment hasn't come through because it was technically September's. So you'll be getting... When I get paid this month, you'll get paid. And then same again next month. Fuck. You're living good.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems...
Sorry, I'm reading something. It's just, you guys just make noises, right, while you read? It's pretty normal, I think, so I wouldn't judge me very harshly at all. In my humble opinion. You want me to crank down the Juno? Nope, never. Fuck. Do not employ these lazy bastards. Good shout, Atlas. Paying mods? He's saying I shouldn't pay the mods. Should we do a quick poll? All right, 1 in chat if I should pay the mods. 2 in chat if I shouldn't pay the mods.
Follow protocols and you'll be fine. But you have to hurry.
so much respect for fourth leg Nick. First time chatter, don't pay the mods. So far, don't know how long fourth leg Nick has been watching, but the thing that finally made Nick willing to speak out was to make sure the mods didn't get paid. It feels like the mods are really now exploiting their position here to time out all the people who voted against them. No, I haven't, sir. No, I haven't. Willing to speak out for a good cause? Well, as a man of the people, it feels like I guess I should stop paying the mods. You think the mods should pay me? Well, you can't argue with democracy. This is... They're getting enforced silence right now. Enforced silence. Fuck. An oppressive society we got here? I know. Oh. It's literally 1984. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You need a shoeless Juno skin?
Always remember.
Good message.
I love you too, Mom.
Nobody try me when I came straight here from a 10-hour shift at work. Nobody talk to Jubyhawk until she gets her fat shatter.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to hold.
Work is for losers. You literally have a job, Alpho. This guy's just trying to fit in. You want a universal basic income, Alpho? Is that your play?
For my records,
Do you think if you guys received universal basic income, you would do anything? What would you be? If you had universal basic income and it was like enough money that you could live, but a super basic life. It'd be a super basic life, you know, so you wouldn't be able to maybe afford to go on holiday or maybe eat very extravagantly or go out all the time, but you could live okay and you wouldn't have to do anything. Would you do that, or would you still work on top? Would you still do full-time job on top and just try and make bank? Or would you maybe, like, there's probably a middle of a bit, what a line here one, right? Where you could just do like a part-time job or something.
Their work was unprecedented and dangerous.
You'd still work full-time?
But also important and
You'd want to go places?
I have the latest ionization device, full of possibilities.
Spend it all on gacha games?
Possibilities like me.
What are you saying, Flack?
Well, the only
You'd work, you'd travel more? You'd be a professional Twitch chatter? Nice. Well, it looks like you're well on your way there. You've just started your career in this chat. You donate all my money to you? Thank you, Atlas. You'd probably do like 24 hours a week. I feel like that would be my play, like a part-time job or something, you know? Or maybe a side hustle. Like streaming, like streaming! Try to explore work you'd actually enjoy more. Well, that's the idea with universal. That's like the hope with universal basic income, right? Oh, will you shut up, Juno? No one cares about your space bullshit. That's the idea with, that's the hope with universal basic income, right? That it would allow people to do all the work that they would actually enjoy more like creative work or stuff like that. Your fiance is that universal basic income for me, and I'm streaming as the side hustle. I know it's 50 because some months I make more, some months I do not make more. UBI has, from what you've seen so far, made money for the government. Part-time on the side would be nice to help you get out and have human contact rather than staying inside by yourself all the time. Plus, you'd get the extra cash. Yeah, and that would be my thinking. Plus, to be fair, like, I don't disenjoy doing work, you know? I feel like it's one of those things that if you actually just had nothing to do for ages, it would be very, it'd be, like, very negative for your mental health, right? If you did nothing productive. You're gonna start streaming and eat cheesecakes on stream? Yeah, I think I could work. I know some people have had success with that. Your 4 months of unemployment did great things for your mental health? What's my average work week? Do I give myself days off? I'm really bad at it. I think one thing that was, even though I worked a lot on London, like we would do 6-day weeks and all of this, and I'd quite often work on my off day, because the days were more structured and there were more natural peaks and troughs in terms of like the week would peak at the match and then there'd be a sort of trough afterwards. It felt like I had a better balance of work life when I worked on London. Now when I do the content creator, it feels like I need to do more of my own regulation to really in terms of how much I work, you know. So it feels like I'm getting there now, but it's taken a lot of a year to feel like I'm in like a reasonable place in terms of work-life balance. Like when I first started, I just worked all the fucking time, and it probably wasn't very good for my mental health, and I think I felt worse because of it. So I feel like I felt a bit more of a balance now, but that's only quite recently, considering I've been doing it for so long. But typically, I don't really structure it like that. Like, normally Monday I take as a bit of a chill day. But I probably normally just do, like, a little bit of catching up and stuff. That's kind of a problem, right? Is because I'm self-employed, I get to, like, make up my own schedule. But also, a lot of the time when you make up your own schedule, like, my inclination is probably just always to work. And I probably end up, like, doing more than I should. You're about to have a lot of free time with this being the end of OWCS for the year. True, Juby. Coming up to 9 months, yeah. For those who have been subbed the entire time as well, 9 months, when you get to the 9-month sub, that's the level 5 endorsement one. That's the level 5 endorsement one. Have I got next uncoachable? No, we haven't yet. We've not booked it. We've talked about it. We were considering doing it this week, but then I was sick, Unto was sick. I was still like, on Monday and Tuesday, I was really sick still. And I wanted to do the interviews and stuff as well. So I did that instead. So we didn't try and book one this week. But we'll do one afterwards, because I feel like we got so much to catch up on. Did you see a vid winning today? I didn't see them winning today, but I thought they would do well. I think a lot of people had Citrus, like, smashing them. The prediction I gave at the start of the stream when we did the bracket was 3-2, but to Citrus Nation. So I was at least in the ballpark, and that would be a dogfight. I think this comp is really good. Really good for Avidity. I think it's really good hero for tools. I think it's really good for Bun especially. So I think it's a really nice meta for him right now. And Citrus Nation, not so much for tap. Odds on 365 for Avidity to win were 21-1. Fuck. Predicting the Avidity win and the fluffy upset. You've loved all the recent interviews on your YouTube. Did you go direct to the players or through the team structure? I just messaged the players. For like some people, I obviously just know them, right? Like Astro, Kasaurus, Kellex are just people I know. Like Quartz and stuff. Name drop. What did I do that? What's wrong with me? But for everyone else, I just messaged. I guess I've sort of got. I think I've got like probably a bit of an advantage of the fact that I'm like a known figure. Yeah, I think in reality, most players are actually kind of quite keen. Like you get a few people who are like don't want to do the interviews and such, you know. Like I've had a few people say no, and I've just had to pick another player. Some people say no because they don't like interviews or don't want to do it. Other people say no just because they're like too busy or too much else going on, you know. Some obviously, yeah, especially in like EMEA and stuff. Wait, did Annie ignore you, Jin? Fuck, egoed. Annie was really keen for it as well. That probably only makes it worse for you. Sorry. I feel like I've just rubbed it in reality. Sorry, Jin. I didn't mean to. Yeah, Kevsa has no interest in doing the interview.
Match has not started. I'm a half win. Hello.
Hey.
I thought I saw gameplay on the clean feed. Thought I'd missed the boat.
Shit the bed, and we were like halfway. We were like right at the end of the third round.
I mean, I was just getting like so into my fucking breakfast that is coming at dinner time. It could have been a time dilation situation, but they're still doing fucking desk predictions. Jake is mewing again.
Where can I find my bracket prediction? It's only in the VOD somewhere. I just drew it on stream and then deleted it forever. So it's now a vague enough memory for everyone that I can just claim I was right about everything. Have I ever been bald with no beard? No, actually. I remember I've actually had a beard basically all of my adult life, because without the beard, maybe not more, but like last time I shaved, it was for a charity event for TF2 to help raise money to get a TF2 team to LAN with maybe Silentus, you might know if you're a TF2 head. MG Mikey A, you might know. So I shaved then. I still had long hair, but I was like proper baby face. So I like shaved as like a... It was me and Bren were doing a cast to like help raise money. And then fucking... You guys, if you know Bren, you know what he's like. So all of a sudden, obviously out of nowhere, it turns into, CX will shave his beard off if we get to this donation goal. And then I'm like, I was like, sure, thinking we wouldn't get to the donation goal because it was like £1,000 fucking pounds. I was like, no way we raise £1,000 in a fucking night. But of course, everyone pays. I shaved my beard, and what a baby face I had. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can find the picture now, but it was fucking, I looked so fucking young, honestly. How long have I been bowled? Probably maybe since like 2019. How many times have I been in a hot tub with Bren? I don't know if I've been in a hot tub with Bren, have I? Maybe not. Maybe I should do that and tell people I'm 21. I'd need to scroll so far back in my Twitter, like it's like not even worth it. Okay, media. My problem is I've tweeted so much recently, like, or since I started doing my content. It's gonna be really hard to find. Let me try. I'll try for you. We're waiting for the game anyway, right? How often do I shave my head? Like weekly. Since I've started shaving my head, because when I had hair, I'd have quite long hair, so I'd go like loads of time, like without having a haircut, and I'd wear my hair my hair was always quite long and messy, which was obviously quite low effort maintenance. You know, getting a haircut every like fucking 4 or 6 months or something, or just before like a key event or like a big TF2 event or something. Oh wait, have I nearly found it? Hold on. Wait, here it is. Wait, hold on. I found it just in time. Hold on. Are you ready? I don't think you're going to believe it's me, but it is literally me. What do we think?
2019, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Yeah, we're 14. On point. We're on point.
Sweet.
All right. Ready? To play for their lives here. Are you getting game audio or not? Or have I lost my hearing?
I'm getting audio. It's a hearing loss thing.
Wait, I had the volume turned down. This one has been solved.
That's
another mystery put to bed.
Audio. Yeah, no, glad we put that one to bed early, you know. That one was calling out for sleepy time. Ultraviolet, PreGame to start things off with the ball, and that's just going to be Citrus Nation absolutely destroying NRG Shock. Everyone just taken out very early on, really high tempo dive. The Lucio, Kiriko, Tracer, Genji making light work of this PreGame composition. If the PreGame ball can cut the rotation of the Lucio, Kiriko comp, it can be really, really powerful. But if they can close the gap that quickly, it's going to be so hard for them to get anything done.
This retake especially is going to be very difficult. You see Citrus Nation perched on the high ground, ready to engage. If that Zembrig take even the tiniest step forward, they're in really big danger. They're going to try and clear Kuffer first. Slam onto Kuffer, forces him back. Kellen going to go one more time, pressure onto the Genji now. A defensive bubble actually forced out of Kuffer, so maybe a bit of room for the Zembrig to move. Now Kellen will start forcing point. They've actually picked Luke Mino of all things out of this. So now NRG, they can walk forward.
Being able to walk forward super valuable because NRG Shock, once they start putting bodies on the point, they will flip that cap. Citrus, they're kind of staggering in, trying to go for one final trade kill. They do land one on PGE eventually, but not before Doomed. I mean, it's just... I don't think it's going to be enough. I think by the time PG is back, Citrus is still going to be in this ping-pong phase towards the spawn. They're just going to be coming back and forth. Luke Minnow is already dancing with Death, trying to fight Kellen a little bit. But Kellen, he's got such high uptime, sneaking these megas. Deep dive comes in right now. Kitsune rush to follow up, keep it going. And Nice Guys once again finishing last. It's looking like that trade on PG may be a little bit more valuable than I initially expected. NRG Shock not able to poke the rotation enough. And Citrus, they just close that gap. Kellen, he still wants to try and win this one. Throws down the mines, but I think that's just going to needlessly feed support ultimate over to Citrus.
One more slam. Kellen will keep this one stalled out for now. He's down to 100 HP. One more shields. Can get another mega. They still haven't conceded the flip here. And now Rack's actually back with Rally. Kellen was right. They can keep fighting. Rack will just about survive. Oh, he's 1 HP. Pulse Bomb is wide. UV nearly has Transcendence, 98%. They still haven't conceded the flip. Kuffer can't land the Primal. And Citrus Nation, they get the flip now. But it cost them so much more than they wanted to. Now just Blade for Citrus Nation for this next fight. But UV, he has the perfect answer.
Crank for the blade straight away. The counter high noon and PGE. He's taking scalps. Down goes Luke. Down goes Cuffer. And it's looking like NRG Shock. Hang about. Doomed with one. But one is not enough to clean up Shock. So rough for Citrus. The fact that they can't clean up when bloody Helen is stalling on the point, and instead they have to fight into that rally. Cuffer being painfully white and fucking up his primal, not killing Rack Attack. Not a good start. Cuffer's actually swapped over to the Queen now, wants to force the objective a little harder, puts his knife in Kellen. That could slow him down, but he's still picked up this mega health pack. There's 5 people chasing Kellen right now, but no kill in the feed.
Helen about to have mines as well, so more problems for Citrus Nation as they start to move towards point. They nearly have that Kiri ult, but Kellen has these mines, but they're making aggressive moves. But Tree and Kellen, they find the value on the way in. They cut the tail, they kill the backline, and they do finally connect onto PG, but they've taken so much damage. Pulse Bomb good from Tree, but it's only a 2-for-2 trade. Doomed is going to keep going. Tap is good for the Pulse Bomb. UV will fall. Doomed is 1 HP here, but Tree can't find the final blow. Kellen looking for it as well now. Now Tree comes back in. Surely Tree! Doomed, he's got away. He's regrouped with his supports, but Luke won't get away. And now NRG, they're in pole position, but ult's coming back for Citrus.
Citrus, they have a chance. They can stagger back into this one. They've got the Kitsune Rush to start. If someone else can build up an ultimate, close things out, there is a chance. Finally, the Mega Health Pack has been stolen from Kellen. He can't pick that one up next to the point. PGE so low. Rack Attack pops the rally, but it's too late to save PG. And Rack Attack, he's in danger now, getting double angled. He has to back all the way out. Cuffer is 97% to that Rampage. So close. Down goes Doomed in neutral, though. It's going to need to be a massive clutch from Cuffer. He hits both supports. He has the shout. He does not catch Rack Attack. His knife, it's not enough to close it out. No kills from that Rampage, and Luke going down 99% on the beat drop. That's going to be the end of it for Citrus Nation. It was so close.
Good fight back in the end. Maybe as well if Luke doesn't get caught by those mines. We have that beat slightly earlier, then we can finish this. Felt like Kuffer, he got the Rampage he needed to potentially turn that fight, but then they couldn't convert the kills. And Citrus Nation clearly doing their homework, saw NRG roll out on that comp in their previous victory against Toronto, rolled out on a pretty effective counter. Here it was just more of a Winston and a Brig dive mirror here, and I think this is something Citrus Nation have gained in the transfer window, where they've gained Kuffer. Now all of a sudden, they are not forced to play Orisa-type heroes everywhere. They can play dive. Doesn't work out in the first round, but will be much more adept here on Lighthouse.
It's a really good comp for the Lighthouse. I think that the fact that they had so much success on Ruins is a really good omen for them. But NRG Shock, they're certainly not chumps in this matchup here. I think that the hit scan is a little bit weaker than the Tracer Echo, and Tap has looked spectacular on the Tracer, a lot better than I was expecting. Doomed, I'm not sure how his Echo is. His Genji is exceptional, but I'm not too sure about the Echo. I trust with Cuffer in the Winston mirror versus Kellen, though. I really think that there's a chance here for Citrus.
For now, just duking out space. Kuffer trying to find his way onto the backline. Doom doesn't quite connect. Sticky's throw onto Rack, going to cause major problems, but the defensive nade is good from UV. Gets Rack and able to survive all of that. Defensive jump now, and they do stabilize. Doom will be chased away. Again, Sticky's all connecting for Doom so far. Point still not flipped either way, as Kellen's going to start trying to force it here.
Lots coming out onto PGE. Nice counter nade from Ultraviolet. That's going to anti-Cuffer. Really difficult to keep him alive from this point onwards. And it's actually PGE taking out Doom. PGE taking out both Doomed and Cuffer. Really high value from PGE here in the neutral, keeping his team alive through it all. Have to give credit to the supports as well. Rack and Ultraviolet both playing their lives. Ultraviolet with some really clutch purples to cut out Cuffer's impact. So overall, Citrus on the back foot now. They have a nano turn, but NRG Shock, they have a nano to match.
Gonna be a difference of nanos right now. We'll see. Obviously, Citrus can throw it onto the Echo as well. Maybe even just try and burn through that Winston. For now, though, a rotation through Cage. Neutral. Nade just onto it. And it's a much bigger nade from UV as this nano comes in. Huge problems with the backline. The sleep, not quite enough. And Kellen will clean the backline. Will not pop the primal. Chooses to die instead. Believes he's got enough value. And I think he's very much right.
Goodness, that sleep going wide from neutral, you can't afford to have those. Nobody countering out that Nano Winston turn and losing the fight so cheap. Energy Shock, they invest one ultimate, they clean house, and Citrus, now they're again just fighting from the back foot. Coach Gun from PG up on the high ground, forces Cuffer to the ground. Doomed is diving deep, he wants this kill, copies the Ash, is starting to pummel pressure into the back line of Energy Shock, but it's looking like he's going to lose his copy. PGE shoots him out of that. Now Citrus going so deep. Cuffer is primaling Rack Attack in the Mega Room. Not sure that he's going to secure a kill from here. Forces a recall, but recall is not enough. Cuffer manages to actually take out Tree in the end. Not directly, but he helped tap get that. Then both supports for Energy Shock, they've been caught by a purple in the back end of this fight. Citrus Nation not only doing that, but flipping the point at the same time. So really couldn't have gone any better for them.
Works out very nicely, get themselves in control. Even a bit of a stagger here onto Kellen to buy a few more percent out of this. They'll take him down now, and if they want, it's time to rotate themselves back to the high ground. Looks like Neutral will be going. Looks like Luke will join him as well. And now a chance to set up their good hold. We see Tap lurking in with his pulse bomb, but will run into the Tracer. No Mega there, trying to hold on to his recall, but Tree doesn't want to let him, but Tap manages to duke it out, I think, and will be okay. Coming back now, PG has this Bob, likely going to send that one straight to point.
Bob onto the point is a really difficult thing for Citrus to deal with. Oh, wait, the Bob is not on the point. The Bob is off the map. Swing and a miss for PGE. But somehow, even without the Bob on the point, Energy Shock, they've killed Cuffer. They've flipped the cap. Citrus need to wipe fast, or they're not even going to get a proper recontest out of this one.
Yeah, Bob not on the point, but flip it anyway. And NRG looking for late kills. Late kills here could be brutal. Luke is in so much trouble. They can't save Luke. Now, they have to start making moves with a touch here, Tap. But you can see, look at them. They're trying to make it so difficult. On the back foot now, Citrus. They're low on time, but they do have ultimates coming back. And the touch snare coming through from Tap. But too soon, I think. He has to get another one, and he's got no recall.
Tap wasting his recall early on, just opening Tree up to chasing him down. Luke Minnow dead in the spawn to a nano on Kellen, and no follow-up touch from Citrus. You know, there were signs of life here and there, but it's looking rather easy for the side of Energy Shock at the end of the day. Looks like they have Citrus's number even here on the Winston comp.
It is one you'd expect with the signings of Kellen and Tree. It really upgraded NRG's potential to be good in these dive mirrors. And while it was no match for Toronto, certainly more than enough to deal with Citrus Nation. And now I very much expect Citrus Nation to maybe just take us back to maybe more of an Orisa mirror type setup here.
Orisa mirror, you know, that's pretty standard for Citrus. They're going to throw Zeb into the lineup, play a little bit of that, but you know, whether or not that actually is enough for them to get over the line is another question entirely, because they looked so dicey versus Avidity in this Orisa matchup. I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, I'm worried. If I'm a Citrus Nation head, I'm probably pretty worried right now.
Yeah, it's a rough day to be a Citrus head. I'll keep it $1.
Thanks for keeping it $1 with me.
You know how it is. All right, swap.
All right, I'm gonna grab a drink as well, so I will be right back in, let's say, 2 minutes. I might grab a wagon wheel as well.
Nice. A wagon wheel.
Yeah, you know wagon wheels. Be right back. What we saying, people? Citrus going out. Sad while TSM make a deep run. I mean, TSM still got a lot of work too, right? We're going to see them in the next one. You don't like wagon wheels? Not even the ones with jam in the middle? The ones with the jam in the middle? Very optimal. No way. No way. Well, chocolate digesters are good. You're crazy, Maximus. This is some outrageous hot takes coming out of you. Absolutely despicable. Why have we gone to Gibraltar? Grow up, Citrus Nation. They're going to rematch on the dive mirror? What I like about wagon wheels as a snack is actually, because they're individually packaged, it's a bit easier for me to be conservative. Because with a pack of biscuits, it's so easy. Like, how many, you know, you open a pack of chocolate digestives. What's the correct amount to eat? 5, 10, all of them? Wagon wheel, I open one, I eat one, end. 24? No, I mean, half? Yeah, but no way you can stop at exactly half, you know? Hard. No, exactly, joke. What can you do? I mean, 5 is a reasonable answer, San. Unfortunately, in my entire existence as a human on planet Earth, never stopped at 5. Never stopped at 5. So, you know how it be. Sounds like a you problem? Oh yeah, 100%. But you know, some things, it's been more important to work around, you know? I forget what the concept's called, but the idea is that, like, you have a certain amount of willpower for each day. So what you should do... Oh, thank you, Husky. I'll answer your question in a second. But what you should do, because you have a certain amount of willpower each day...
just got here me on Tracer.
Because you have a certain amount of willpower, what you should do is you should try and set your life up to not mean... Don't put yourself in a situation where you have to avoid and use a lot of willpower to avoid situations. Just set yourself up for success, you know? Don't keep loads of snacks in the house, says a man with a cheesecake and a box of wagon wheels downstairs. But, you know, put yourself in good positions. However, games, pretty decent games. We saw one very close series between SR Peakcheck and Aoma. We missed a bit of a dogfight between Citrus and, obviously, Avidity. But there's been some pretty good games. I've enjoyed it so far, even if some of the games have been a bit more one-sided. There's been a lot of competitive maps in there. What about Cheesecake? An entire Cheesecake. Yeah, the names are... Oh, they were on the wrong side. They're fixed now. So yeah, thank you, Husky. But yeah, if you want to go back and watch the series, Aoma SR Peakcheck is for 1. Toronto's game against NRG, the Runa Sappy was actually mega. Go watch that Runa Sappy, but some of the other ones, like the dive one, a little bit more one-sided. So, on to Gibraltar here, and Citrus Nation get outclassed on the dive mirror on Ilios, and then they go right back for more.
I suppose they just don't back themselves in that Orisa mirror. They thought that it was close enough, so let's get Chronic on the Widow, see if he can take out PGE. And here we are now with PGE back in spawn. But the car continues to roll for Energy Shock. This is the free push zone after all. Now Cuffer down on the cart, trying to get a little bit of a contest going. We need a bit of contest here. We need to buy some time. And this is where you can at least get a soft hold going. So I like this from Cuffer.
Buying a lot of time. They're trying to rotate up here, but taking a lot of liberties, and Yuvi's going to catch a nade as a result. Does manage to back up here. Pocket is good onto Rack, and Yuvi and Rack, they have been solid so far. Keep themselves in position here, and Kufa just not letting this payload move.
Kuffer, he's holding it down. Ananti splashes on Kellen and Rack Attack both, but no kill conversion. Now Kuffer slept off the map. Oh, you poor summer child. He actually jumps back up. He doesn't make the jump up. He will be going off the map after all. Finally, a nice play from Rack Attack.
UV and Rack really looked very good in their dive mirror so far against Citrus Nation. Thought there was an opportunity to catch them with a rotation there, but NRG, the backline has been solid, and now they get a lot of free space. Still need to watch out for Chronic as they move the cart forward, because Kuffer will be back, and he will have Primal in this next fight, and this is where we're going to get a big ult trade. Lots of pressure on both backlines in this one. Oh! Chronic doesn't get out of that one, though.
Yeah, no, it's a rough start for Chronic. Really not what he needed. Rally rolling from Rack Attack. Rally from Luke as well to match Kuffer. His primal is well and truly over. Nanoboost comes out onto Kuffer though, so he's not done yet. He's still rather low though, so he needs to watch himself. Be careful that he doesn't go down in the mix. Tree takes down the support of Energy Shock with the help of Kellen, and that is going to be the first point conceded.
Wow, very aggressive decision there for NRG. They keep Citrus on the back foot, committing to that. Fine for value. Pulse Bomb really puts him over the edge. And now, did burn all the ults for that, but Citrus Nation, they pretty much matched him blow for blow. So NRG a chance to set up onto the high ground now, and they can get their background into a pretty good position here. Really nice chance for NRG to avoid getting stuck in a difficult retake.
PGE has the walls rolling right now, but Kuffer is still on his case. PGE getting spammed with packs, but Kuffer, he's gotten a little bit too close to the sun here. Rack Attack bashes off the top of the ship, takes him down inside. Kuffer took too much risk, didn't get healing from the Citrus Nation supports at all from the looks of it, and he's just going to go down. Looks like Kellen matching the energy. PGE takes down Tap up on the roof, but Tap lands the pulse on Ultraviolet, and the respawns, these are favorable for Citrus Nation.
Now, trying to keep this backline pinned in there is PGE, but they can't really make get any progress with this, so they're just going to back out, reset one more time. Still no ults really on the side of NRG, and not all that much on the side of Citrus, so NRG can take it slow, just try and get the payload moving, try and set up for their next dive here, because this is the most difficult part of Gibraltar, really. So difficult to get your backline into a meaningful position if you're the NRG Shock.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and I think they know their way around this one. Kellen soft dive up onto the high ground, forcing a little bit of movement back. Kuffer answers back with his own jump up, blocking the backline of NRG Shock from walking. Now Kuffer has that all-important primal, so he's going to be able to go a little bit deeper. If Rack finds himself walking any further out, he is definitely going to try... Oh, no. It looks like Luke is actually just going to take down Kellen again. Kellen went down 98% on that primal rage. Would be really good if Kuffer could not use his primal here. If he could just take this slow and not have his ult forced. But instead, he is going to go deep 5v3 like a fucking moron. Riley, use your goddamn brain and waste his primal. Absolute fucking muppet, Kuffer. The fight was won. The Widow was dealt with. Just take the win and relax instead of fucking jumping into the backline 1v3.
They done the hard part. They killed the Winston. Once that Winston is dead, they can't move. And now all of a sudden, uncontested for a second, PG finds the blow. He will trade, but that's a net positive for NRG. They can keep this one walking forward. Backline in position. Nano coming up too. Kuffer is using that bubble. After this bubble, they can move a little bit further forward. Pocket onto Kellen. Does have a primal if he gets in trouble. There's that primal commit now. Nade from downtown. Does find neutral actually. But Kellen, he's on the Widow. Will kill the Widow, but will get woken up actually. So straight back on. Nano comes back in. They're trying to walk in to find trades, but the damage has been done, and there we go. No opportunity for the same aggression from Citrus Nation, and NRG a clean take on this second point in the end.
Would have really been nice to have a primal rage there for the defense. I can't lie to you. When your Ana gets first pick with nano boost and you need someone to hold it down, cracking open another can, by God, Universe Theory is going to take you, mate. You don't stand a goddamn chance. With the amount of those artificial sweeteners you're sipping on, you are dead at 45.
Gonna live forever.
No fucking doubt. You are not going to live forever, my boy. You are not going to live forever.
I might be the first person to live forever.
Yeah, that's going to be that Brian guy, the ethical health hacking guy. Anyhow, Neutral still has this nano boost. He's been nursing it for a long time. Could throw it out on Kuffer, and Kuffer could go deep onto the backline. But Ultraviolet, he's got this very forward angle, looking for an aggro nade angle. He goes for it, but he doesn't land the nade. So close to taking out Luke Minnow, but Lukey manages to live in the end. Pulse Bomb goes wide for Tap. Rack Attack popped the rally in the mix. Kuffer's now jumping deep onto PG. Doesn't actually need to use the primal. And if he just jumped over... Oh, no, Luke's going to go down, so there's no time to jump over to the Mega. He's going to use the Primal there, try and take Ultraviolet off the map, but it's going to be a tough ask when Ultraviolet lands that sleep, and Tap goes down as well. Tree just sticking it into the side of poor little Tap's head. Chronic, back on the Widow, gets the pick on Ultraviolet though, so still good looks for Citrus Nation. That respawn advantage is significant for them.
Trades will always favour defenders at this part of a map because they get back so much quicker. And now the bubble trade on. Luke with this swap onto Zen as well just gives them a lot of firepower with how much space and distance there is between the backline and where the fight takes place here for the defenders. An ability to run Zen and Ana, normally very greedy, but possible in this part of a map. And it gives them so much extra pressure onto Kellen every time he tries to make a move forward.
Kellen's Anti doesn't yet have that Primal Rage, so could be a chance to apply a little bit more pressure. Hook shot from PGE is massive, though. Takes out Luke Minnow, who was 85% on the Trank, and this is really time for Energy Shock to step on the gas. Kellen, 96% on that Primal Rage, but he has to back jump. No Nano, no Primal, so nothing to keep him going, and Luke is about to be back in the fight. Pulse Bomb lands onto Chronic, though, and the supports from Citrus, they're stuck in spawn. Luke, he needs to charge up this Trank, but with Tree camping him in the spawn, I don't even know if he's going to manage it. He gets it off. Cuffer not receiving that tranquility healing though. It's on Luke oh god, Cuffer eats the nade as well. So rough for the side of Citrus. Anytime it looks like they might have an in, straight away somebody from Energy Shock is coming in with the clutch. Gotta say, PGE, that hook shot at the end, real game winner. 85% on that Trank, and he hits the all-important hook shot.
Actually have a captured second in the end as well, right? PGE finds that opening pick, gets traded, but as soon as they have that opening pick, suddenly space for their team to play, and once the rest of the NRG team get into that position that PGE opens up for them, they convert with their ultimates now. Big success. I think as well, I got lowered in quality, so I think I'm a half second behind you now. If I could give you numbers in the form of seconds. Yeah, so I'm on 13, 12, 11, 10, 9... 8, 7. There we go. Beautiful.
David, just because they've been gifted an Orisa meta and they have Zeb doesn't mean that the Orisa comps are their best comps. It may be the best comps for Zeb, but Citrus Nation, maybe they don't have the best Genji. Maybe Tap isn't the strongest Genji in the universe. Maybe they're a little bit more confident with Tap on the Tracer. Luke Minnow and Neutral perhaps also not perfect for the Juno Brig. I think this matchup is better for them.
Yeah, it feels like, especially from, we only saw the map 5 of their game against Avidity, but really, it actually wasn't a good look at all. Avidity looked very dominant in that, and obviously it was map 5, so there's a bit of back and forth there, right? But if Kufa won his map, it means they won a dive map and lost probably 3 Orisa maps here. So I think their confidence as well, probably very much shaken in that type of matchup, and instead going to try and take it here. And it's actually going to be Zen Brig Ball on the defense here from NRG.
Oh no, more of the Zen Ball shenanigans. Not too happy to see this. This was something that looked difficult. Well, it was feast or famine for the side of Energy Shock. And PGE, here's the famine, as he dies in a matter of microseconds to Cuffer. Bursts out the spawn and down goes PGE. Really aggressive from Kellum right now. I suspect it's going to be quite difficult to catch him. But look at all the cart push that is being conceded. Energy Shock really just need to back it right up. Tap doing his job, pushing the cart. Cuffer, little soft dive up on the high ground. Probably no pincer on that one, but Ultraviolet and Rack Attack, they can double pocket one another for the time being and just keep each other going. PG is back in the fight now. He's back on the low ground. So Citrus, it's time for them to get their backline high ground positioning and set up for a real dive.
You see Cuffer eyeing it up right now. Will land here onto the Zen. Lots of damage, but is there any follow-up? No. More pressure. He's going to peek into it. Wants to seal the Mega, but actually, no. Luke Mino's going to take that one from him, but he is okay. The follow-up is good from Citrus Nation. They kill the enemy backline, and now they have control of server themselves. They can stabilize and just keep this cart moving forward. Really difficult for Kellen to do anything, but apparently not difficult for PGE to do something.
Early pick onto Luke Minnow is really what they needed. Citrus had taken it away. That dive into the server was so good. But Tap, he bests Tree. A one clip on Tree with the simple movement around that corner. And now again, Citrus Nation, they have a chance. Somehow Tap hasn't pushed the cart up the slope yet. Really good pick from him. PG has the walls. Chronic not even close. So Citrus, they're going to be stuck inside for quite some time now. With the walls up, Kellen is going to be able to go and hunt Chronic in the spawn. So much pressure on the Widowmaker playing into a Wrecking Ball. And again, Tappy's trying to push the cart. Neutral swings wide for the Nano Boost. Cover doesn't get the kill. Pops the Primal now trying to kill Rack Attack. But again, no value with the Primal. Now he's on PG. He might be able to get something this time around. PG so low. Oh, Kuffer, come on, man. One more.
There we go.
Yeah, he's got it. Kuffer secures the kill. Even fight now. Kellen took out Chronic, but a Pulse Bomb managed to land on Rack Attack, and he did not pop the rally. Nobody there to block the card except for Kellen, and with Ultraviolet going down, no supports left alive for Energy Shock. We've seen some crazy stalls with the Minefield before, but I think Kuffer should be good to clear the card here and close this one out.
Rally coming back from Rack. They don't want to give it up yet. They're forcing their way back onto point, but it's too little too late. They C9'd. So the rally is going to be wasted here. Rack might even die late. Desperately trying to play for his life now, but the hunt is on. Nade doesn't catch anything. Kuffer will keep walking forward. But NRG, they are not set up at all here. Real danger they get staggered out.
Really now, we need to see a little bit more from Energy Shock. This Ball Zen comp, it has potential, but they are not living up to it. Their backline is going down to rogue picks. Kuffer's getting value. Oh, nice little hookshot 1-2 there. Chronic gets the headshot on PGE mid-air. And then Kuffer gets the finisher with the jump pack damage. Very nice start for the side of Citrus Nation. And with Energy Shock's backline stuck inside like this, Kuffer, Tap, they should be able to clean house and maybe snowball this all the way through to the third point, Xavier.
Just need to avoid a trade here from Tree if they can, Citrus Nation, and they can do exactly that. Now they have control of the choke. They can force PGE out. They have control of everything. They're about to have their ultimates. No great ults coming back from NRG. And this is a great opportunity here, Citrus Nation. They can't afford to drop the ball here.
Really now, Kuffer so low, wasting his bubble early on, but Chronic, he wants that win. He takes down PG early on in the piece. Luke Minnow has the rally if things get particularly dicey. Ultraviolet being primaled in the corner. No, it's actually Rack being primaled. Not sure where Ultraviolet was in the mix, but he's not going to get anything done either. So suddenly Citrus Nation, after being full cap, they've really answered back in kind. This ball gambit not paying off whatsoever. So sorry about the ads, folks. That is unfortunate timing.
It's really just a problem where the Zen Brig, even though they're quite strong when the Zen has space, when you get into those situations where the Primal connects, while the Ana and the Brig have loads of counterplay, there's chances to sleep, there's chances to nade to survive in these dives, the Zen Brig don't have that, and NRG, both their supports caught just short of their ultimates, they can't survive, and now a pretty healthy time bank on third here for Citrus Nation. They've got the Nano, they've got the Rally, chance to go with, but UV and PGE ready for that grapple from Chronic, so Citrus going to be slowed down here.
Citrus, I mean, they had more of a snowball chance, but Energy Shock, they do have a couple of ultimates online. Rack Attack pops the rally. Luke Minnow peeks his head out of the bubble and gets it ripped off by PGE. No ultimates invested from Citrus, though. So Energy Shock, that was a, relatively pricey one. They've thrown in the mines, they've thrown in the rally towards the end there, and Citrus now, they get to push back in. Pretty healthy bank for themselves. Nano Boost will come out onto Kuffer, and by the time that Nano is over, it could very well be time for him to follow up with a Primal. Chronic has the Widow Walls, which means Energy Shock are already going to need to play rather safe. PG is probably going to need a rather passive angle. Kuffer's actually jumped really deep onto PG, and PG again being caught out early on. Luke Minnow's in a little bit of trouble. Might have to pop that rally just to play his life. It's looking like the pulse goes wide. Trent comes out for Ultraviolet. Kellen actually does take down Chronic in the mix, but are they going to be able to close this one out? With the rally taking down UV in this brawl, there's no supports left for Energy Shock. Tree goes down to Luke Minnow as well. The King of Theory getting it done. And Kellen, he might have to swing back around. He's actually swung on top of the enemy team's backline. Citrus, do they know where Kellen is? He could land on the backline. Oh, Kuffer spotted it.
Trying to get rid of him now, but he is going to land on that backline. Kuffer has the Primal, but Pulse Bomb from Tap is good. Rack will die. Coming out now is UV, trying to find his way, but they're having so much trouble because Kuffer and Tap, they're just camping this spawn, and Luke, he's pushing Bakar in. Tap's going to come back now. Kellen, he can't even get to point in time, and it's a faster time bank.
Oh, very nice pulse bomb there from Tap at the end onto the nicest man in the lobby. And honestly, I think Energy Shock just need to get the fuck off Ball Zen. I feel like they were winning in that Winston on a Brig mirror. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's no way that they don't know how to defend on Winston on a Brig after attacking on it for the whole round. Just play what you want. Who needs to change it up?
Really greedy in the end, it just feels like. And there's a reason Ana Brig has played so much in these situations, just because there's so much counterplay, ability to punish for Winston, put him in a tricky situation. And obviously on that one, you saw Kuffer suddenly getting way more value. On the defense, it felt like we saw wasted primals, getting slept, getting naded, getting punished. Way more problems for Kuffer, but here into the Zen Brig, suddenly everything was connecting. Him and Tap were getting work done on almost every dive, and now We can see that swap up and a brig for the attack here coming out from NRG. And I really must expect they will just play this now for the rest of Gibraltar. And it will be Widow's apiece again. It certainly feels like PG's had the better of it. He's not really taken over or hit a billion shots, but PG's found a lot more crucial picks at crucial times, where it feels like Chronic been a lot quieter for the most part so far.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
I'll keep hanging on as the gates will open. PG looking for any early aggression there, just taking safe angles now while they push the payload round this corner. No early aggressive moves. It will just be a bit of jockeying for cart here. Widows with a couple of opportunities each.
PG, let's see if he can find an opening. He's had a few good points, but he also, you know, flies a little too close to the sun at times, gets himself taken out by Cuffer. Cuffer gets antied, but he will back jump, and that's going to put neutral a little bit ahead on Nanocharge, I want to say. Nade splashes, doesn't land on anyone from neutral, so now, oh, Kellen slept up. I wonder if the Widow can get a headshot on this one. I wonder if they can close that out. Looks like neutral's actually the only one that's been anti-healed, so a good start for NRG Shock, getting a reasonable amount of cart push. Chronic should keep trying to push cart here, but it's Cuffer to go down first. Don't know how this has happened. Citrus, they were in such safe positions. Kellen is now all over Chronic's case, and Chronic is just standing still, looking for that final trade. The recontest is going to be dicey.
Going to be really hard here. Did avoid overtime spawns, so they will be coming back, but... or maybe not, actually. It's really rough. They don't really have any ults to do it either. Kellen's going to be holding the choke. First touch comes through. Cuffer's gone now, but they're just not... they're not in... Blackline's not in position, so they just don't have any support when they take these positions, and now we're heading into overtime. And this is where it can really get out of hand, Max. This can snowball so badly for the defenders.
Really not what we need to see as Citrus heads. PGE in pole position, gets the hook shot onto Chronic. I've seen this before. I've seen things slip through Cuffer's fingers, and it feels like I'm seeing it yet again. That first point defense was dicey, and now NRG Shock, they have all the positioning. They have the ults to just keep it going. Cuffer, he's jumping up onto PGE again. He spotted Ultraviolet, trying to pressure him out instead. Good call in that regard, but there are no kills coming through. Nade lands on Cuffer, and that's going to force his Primal out. Now he's slept up. PGE is going to land a hit on shot on him, throw out the Widow walls as well, give his team the gift of vision. Neutral takes down Kellen before Kellen can pop the Primal. Don't want to say that word that starts with an F and ends with a Rord, but I mean, come on now, Kellen. And that's going to be surely Citrus Nation cleaning this one up. C9 from NRG Shock at the end. Nice.
Yeah, can't get the touch in the end either, and Citrus Nation really bailed out of that one. Didn't see exactly what went wrong for Kellen, but not getting the Primal there, huge problem for him. But all things all, first point capped, a little bit on second as well. Still a very defendable situation here for NRG.
It is defensible, but I'm hoping that, you know, as the Citrus head, NRG make the decision to just stay ball. To just play some more ball for no reason and give Citrus a real fighting chance. Let's see what Kellen and Ultraviolet opt to play here. Because if we see some Winston on a break from NRG Shock...
no, surely they wouldn't have the audacity.
Damn it! Damn it!
Foiled again.
Jeez. Citrus heads at ease.
And I can say now, without lying, this is a lower bracket game, so this is elimination. This is elimination now.
This is a real game.
This is a real elimination game, not like the cap elimination game we had previously. This one is a real don't drop the ball if you're NRG. So, well, ironically, to not drop the ball, they have dropped the ball from the lineup and are now just going to play Winston and a Brig. But been dominant on it so far here, but Gibraltar's, it's always tricky. None of these points are free on Gibraltar, so there's still plenty of things Citrus Nation can do to get themselves out of this one. Widows to start again. Early bubble from Kellen to get a little bit of extra spam, but just going to be a nice slow start once again.
Oh, can you do a little more? Sorry.
Yeah, you're nearly there. Chronic taking the wide angle to begin with. Bubble on choke, but PGE finds the shot first on the back foot. Luke will die as a result, and very much a false start coming out from the side of Citrus Nation here. Neutral will get the sleep, but really only extended his own death here. Trying to find the trade onto Kellen if they can, but can get pocketed through all of that. So good first fight for NRG. They remain in control and slightly ahead on all the ult charge as a result of that. So looking pretty good for them. We'll have to try and start again here, Citrus Nation. Chronic taking the slow peek coming through. No deep angles just yet. Kellen will be naded and cleared out of this one. So now Citrus Nation, they can finally get it round the corner. But a lot to do still. I didn't hear what you said, but you're muted if you're meant to be muted. Either way, Kufa's going to get naded on the way out here, and we'll get traded 2-for-2 trades, but this is all right for the attackers. It means they can take a little bit of space, but that late kill onto the Tracer, that's going to minimize their cart push. Chronic looking for all the shots here, trying to duck and juke out, but hits the shot on the way down, but UV, he still kills Luke Mino in all of this. And now, it's just a scrappy fight. Citrus Nation, they have got the payload moving during all of this, but Kellen is still alive behind. He's going to try and flee now, has the primal, but will have to try and back out survive it. Keeps holding his primal for the next one. Ult's a little bit slower on the side of Citrus Nation, but they are now moving that payload. But NRG, they're back on this high ground. Kufa going to try and find a bit in that space. Chronic, though, in trouble. Needs a bit of pocket, needs a bit of packs. Will get both from his team. And now they drop to the low ground, still moving it forward. Kufa's coming through bottom left right now, trying to find his way through. Walls will be dropped by PG, but he's forced all the way back. Meanwhile, though, Nano comes out defensively onto Luke Mino, but Kellen, they've just killed him. The nade was good, but Kufa's traded 2-for-2. They're not out of it yet. Kellen has dropped for primal, but Kufa, he still has his primal. They just left poor old Luke in a corner with Kellen, and it's not worked out. They can still get the touch here. Kufa will get it, has primal to extend this for a while, but big trouble here as Kufa pops for primal. Desperation time.
God, I was really surprised to see that Luke Mino didn't pop that rally, but it may actually pay off because Kufa's bought a lot of time. Slept up in the spawn, He is going to go down. Tap gets the pulse bomb. Nice pulse bomb, though. Nice pulse bomb. And now Luke, he's back with the rally. Kellen is stunned up, but Tree still manages to find that kill on Chronic. And it looks like, you know, no matter how many times a nice guy goes down to a pulse bomb, Citrus Nation, they're not quite able to clutch this one out. NRG shocked. They solidify their hold. And that's the map.
2-0 to NRG, and they are in control. And now the real question is just, of course, does Citrus Nation have the audacity to run it back for the third time on the dive mirror?
I would respect it. You know, don't even give Zeb a chance. just fucking
just dust himself off like this time I've got him for sure. This time I'm feeling it, boss. Put me back in the ring.
Run it back, boys. Run it back. Maybe they play Briggs in again and we can fucking win it that way. You know, like, there's a chance. Anyway,
slop it up. Ooh. Common Haddy W yet again. The theory speaks true. Nice guy did not finish last. Get some highlights from that, and certainly feels like we're in pretty much cruise control here for NRG right now, at least in the dive mirror. Not been tested on the Orisa mirror. I think it, for the most part, is the main meta. But it feels like NRG are ready to answer all questions here. And Citrus Nation, remember, this is, of course, an elimination game. They are 2 maps down, which, if you do the math, means they are 1 map away from being eliminated from the final stage of the year in OWCS. So Citrus Nation quite literally playing for their lives and to stay in this tournament for a little bit longer. Very much backed against the wall right now. If I had to talk about where I think this is really going wrong for them in this dive mirror, it feels like UV and Rack, give or take these pulse bombs that Tap keeps finding, are finding significantly more value. They're finding more value offensively in terms of the nades UV is hitting. They're also finding way more chances to survive these dives. I feel like Rack and UV, again, give or take some pulse bombs, have been rock solid. Meanwhile, Tree and Kellen, consistent, right, doing their job. But I think really it's a backline gap we're looking at right now. I think NRG's backline looked very good. And it's quite interesting to see the differing power levels through North America. Because we watched this very same NRG backline play a dive mirror up against Toronto. And Toronto were the ones gapping them. It seems really hard for NRG to deal with that. Meanwhile, we take this to a Citrus Nation situation who have had dive unlocked for probably the first time in this year. But not a match for NRG. And this is... I guess this is a cool time for Citrus Nation. Do they, well, not even double down, triple down on the dive mirror? Or do they go the way of putting Zeb in, put him on his best hero, see if he can carry him through? They obviously weren't confident in that mirror against Avidity. And this is a tricky choice. There's no good options essentially for Citrus Nation. They need a series of miracles. Maybe what they need is NRG to keep going Bull Zen. If they keep going Bull Zen, maybe that can bail them out of this situation. But without that, probably not. We need to make a list of theories. We've got the commands, right? We got Chris theory, you got Hattie theory. What's Kuma theory? How does Tree look? Is he living up to the hype? Yep, his Genji looked good, even though they lost against Toronto earlier. I thought his Genji actually looked really good. His Pharah looked really good. On Cass and Ashe, he looks really good. I mean, Tree really is like, as much as he has been hyped up as the next up, the young superstar, he really is, I think, like, prodigy is probably the right word here in terms of, like, North American DPS. I think he's, in terms of the variety of the heroes he can play, the level he can play all of those heroes, I think really unmatched by probably anyone out of North America. Tree or Sugar Free? I mean, I think there's a real argument Sugar Free is better on his heroes in terms of like the Tracer. Maybe for Genji as well, I'm not sure. But in terms of variety, no one's close to Tree. Or like range, no one's close to Tree. So I think if I was to sign a player, I'd probably lean towards Tree, honestly. You think he will replace Merit next year? I mean, I guess if you're like, if you want to run the hypothetical of who do Toronto sign next year, they could always put Tree on Merit's position and then just sign like, I mean, probably wouldn't be Heesang, but you know what I mean? Just like a flex DPS, Korean flex DPS like that, you know? But I don't know, would you really turn down Sugar Free? I don't know. I mean, lots of good options if you're Toronto and you have the money and the resources, so. But Tree would be like an obvious signing. You can always sign a Korean support, right? I guess, true. Yeah. Could get Checkmate back. Yeah, reunite him with the core. Yeah, but if you had Tree, Sugar Free could just play Tracer and Tree could play Echo, you know? That would probably be the way around to do it. Then it doesn't really, you don't really run into that problem. What's happening to Toronto next year? No idea. I imagine it's also not really decided at this point, you know? The way these things normally go between seasons is what Blizzard will do, or what maybe Blizzard Overwatch Esports will do, is they will put together essentially like a pitch for what 2025 will look like, and they'll demonstrate and present this pitch to a lot of the key orgs involved, and then that will help the key orgs make an informed decision about what they want to do in terms of investment next year. But that's all the sort of thing that will very much happen behind closed doors, and we won't really see the result of it until much later down the line. So we'll just have to wait and see, keep our fingers crossed, and hope for the best. Alright, but King's Row, it's attack versus Zeb. They brought him out. The dive mirror done. They doubled down, but they won't triple down. It's time for the Orisa mirror.
Sad. Really? They should have died, you know, on that hill. They should have given him one more map. Cuffer, he can turn it around on the Winston. He just needs enough time to grow into it.
I'm so close. I'm one more map away from reverse sweeping the shock.
Jeez, saying, come on, I'm so close. You sound like my fucking chat asking me to count, dude. Unreal. Citrus on the double spam comp. This really suits them. Neutral on the Zen as well. Neutral famously a Zen one trick for years on ladder, so you know he's comfortable on this hero. NRG Shock, their comp, gonna struggle a little bit to deal with this. Tracer not gonna do anything to deal with the spam, and King's Row first point, traditionally not a very strong point for the Tracer. Tree might be able to chop up neutral though. It's actually gonna be Chronic that he takes. Citrus Nation, they get a tick on the point, but is that worth getting wiped?
Not really, I don't think. No, you're going to be forced all the way back. Does mean if they keep doing this, they will win. But look at the ult charge they've conceded as well. UV going to be almost double Luke Mino's ult charge. So now, when they come in for this next fight, a great chance for NRG to actually be very aggressive on the defense here.
Oh, goodness. I think this Orbital Ray is just going to wipe... Oh, no. PGE. Classic pre-fight PGE. You know, Feast or Famine. He's a very high death player. He gets lots of picks. He also does that quite a lot. Just dies to absolutely nothing at the beginning of the piece. Ultraviolet, though, he has a chance to turn this with the Orbital Ray. He's throwing it out towards attack. Will that Ray climb back up onto the high ground, though? I think not. It lands underneath, and that is the Ray gone for good. So Citrus Nation now... Oh, no.
They've got players behind, yeah. They're just going to die late here, like Zeb and everyone. Oh, wait, unless PG can get one more death in. He can get one more death in. Here we go. Well played.
There's a video in that, isn't it? How PG got 27 deaths on King's Row and won.
And actually, as a result, they are pulled out of position chasing that one, and the Orbital Ray comes in for Luke, and they take this one. And now, all of a sudden, that pick has really snowballed out of control a little bit for NRG and Citrus Nation. They have all the space. Tree is going to dive in to get the touch, but gets shut down. And Doomed barrage over the top. Now get the first point, and gift wrapped by PG in that one.
Come on, give us another one. The more you die, the closer we get to a video concept, PG. Turn it up. Crank it up. I want to see something. Ray goes through walls analysis. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Is that Arabic in the chat? Thank you very much for that too. That helps. That helps keep on track. Neutralize the Trank. That is going to help counter out attacks Terror Surge just one little bit. PG's Bob, I mean, he'll probably find a way to slonk it off the map, even though they're fighting on second point where there's no edges to go off. So really good looks for the side of Citrus Nation. Luke Minnow, is that his first Orbital Raid that he's 70% on? That's a slow burn.
No, he drops it to capture first. They're actually in pace with each other here, so it's okay. That Bob is a disaster. It gets some control of the choke, so maybe you can make an argument it's worth it, but felt very early, very easy for Citrus Nation to disengage in that one. And now we're getting up to the big fight. Double support ult coming up for both. Tree has snaked his way into the back, looking for... Oh, there's a tree in the way of Tree. How ironic. He doesn't get onto the back line, but the Transcendence is forced regardless and attacks. Terror Surge just kills through the Transcendence. So Tree has his own problems, but the rest of NRG don't have such difficulties and will tidy up the fight for him.
Oh my days. Tree versus Tree. Matchup of the day, I suspect. Neutral being pushed all the way to first point. No hope there. He's going to go down towards the spawn. And Citrus, they have to stomach a hard reset. Tree, once again, super aggro position. Set up above the attacker's spawn. Right behind, waiting to see if he can catch anyone isolated. Neutral's made the swap over to the Brig. It looks like Chronic has scouted out Tree. Chronic, he's a real high point for this Citrus Nation roster. Always gets it done. Doomed marking out Tree up on the high ground as well. Doomed, he's no joke on the Genji. He's marking Tree back. Orbital Ray comes out from either side though, but it's the Knight guy that will be finishing last. Citrus Nation, that's a clean wipe for them. Only PG left and he's dead, so we're one death closer to a video concept, but it's not great yet. You know, he needs to step it up if he wants to go down in the history books.
Tree going to be mirroring the Genji now. Looked very good in the earlier series today here. Will take on Doomed in that one. But the situation's very difficult for NRG. They're coming back. They nearly have Bob. But they have to try and find a way through Zeb's Terror Surge. And look at Zeb's position. He is ready to go. He's going to make that money move into the back. Catches a couple of them. Bash still available for Rack, so he will get away. But they're trying to force Cart during all of this. But did they get enough value? And this is maybe a problem for him because Attack's going to get the touch.
Yeah, that Terror Surge came out a little bit early. Not enough members of Citrus Nation on the cart to actually push it over to the end, or maybe the cart just hadn't pushed far enough. PG throws out the Bob, and it's looking like this one is going to get similarly little value. Nobody going down to it. Is anyone from Citrus split right now, or have they just completely kited this one out? The continued trend of low-value ults from PGE, so really not what we need to see as PGE heads. Rally now comes out in main from neutral. He's built that up very quickly, and Doomed is blading in the back, catches one, gets taken down by Ultraviolet's torpedoes. The attack, Terror Surge, is nearly enough to take out another, but it's actually, no, it's not enough at all. Energy Shock, they're just going to collapse. Citrus Nation rolling into third point now with almost 3 minutes. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Good push in the end. Just got the support ults a little bit quicker there, and it was enough to overpower NRG. Now, 2.5 minutes left to attack third point. Not too shabby, really, considering some of the problems they had at various times. NRG have both support ults coming back, and they've got PG on Widow now, so they'll be hoping to put in a pretty significant hold as PG is going to get himself on the high ground here.
The Widow 4 defense really, really good once you got your back to the wall and you have this long sight line that's difficult to contest. So, you know, not a bad look for Energy Shock, not a bad look for PGE. But let's see what they can do with it. Luke Minnow, he's the one with the opening orbital ray up in main. Straight away, Citrus, they're pushing up with that. Rally in main as well. And that smacks everyone. So Energy Shock, their counter support ultimates, much more value than what Citrus Nation had. The double sup ult, it clearly trumps Luke Minnow's lonesome orbital ray. Nice bash from Rack there.
You saw Citrus, they were trying to run away, but like you said, that Rack bash, no escape. Now NRG, they're holding close. They have Tree's Blade ready to go, but Blade into a Bob, into a Terror Surge, difficult here. So NRG need to take the fight slow, and we're going to take it really slow as we go into a pause.
Love a pause. Really, yeah. Who's that that's disconnected? It was Doomed, I think. Doomed has been taken out. Looked like Doom was lagging a little bit when he bladed on the end of second point. So maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll do it. You bet that attack DC'd, you bet wrong. Did he have blade? Any checkers? I'll check the main.
I don't think he had blade. No. But I remember what his ult charge was.
It's 39%. 39%, so nothing.
Yeah, getting confirmation it was because of Doom's lagging is causing the delay.
Yeah. Where'd you get that confirmation?
From Nat AFK Noob.
Is that someone in your chat? They've just
got
the ear to the ground? Wow.
Manager.
Oh,
Inside
nice.
track.
Inside track. Things it's known.
It's actually looking all right, you know, compared to the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought that, you know, they were just going to get pummeled. The fact that they went to 5 with Rad Avidity, I thought, you know, not good. Not good. But, I don't know. They're just taking it to NRG. I suppose NRG looked a little dicey. You want some mid-map slot? We'll get some mid-map slot. If we're just going to have this going.
Yeah. No indication that we're coming back anytime soon. But if it's just lag, hopefully it's not. Hopefully we're like talking a couple of minutes more than anything else here. Get Doomed back in. Obviously, we were between fights anyway, so no one should really lose any position out of this, honestly. It should be a pretty reasonable situation to come back to. About a game of marbles time frame? No way. Too much of a gamble, Juby. You think we got a marbles game in us? Not possible. In the length of a pause? You have to be joking. Nope. Only because I'm stalling now? Nope. Start your stopwatch. We wouldn't have had time. Start your stopwatch. Should I check my Twitter? I feel like I was getting... Oh, we've actually gone to a break. Where am I going? Any good notifications? Video about to come up? Well, this turned out to be true. Nice, Toronto. Oh yeah, I saw this person tweeting, trying to BM Quartz. Yeah, what's he saying now? No Mency. Yeah, he's admitted he's wrong. Cap retweet. Cheers, Cap. Oh. Sounds like we got action. We're back in. We're back in. And now... we'll get Doomed back in, reset on that blade charge. What was it? He said 39%, I think. So, not too bad overall. We'll be coming back, and they have the Terror Surge here to push with. Tree has that blade, but a difficult one to use into these ults. So, instead, probably going to play more for PG's angle and just disengage this Bob for now.
Rough Bob for Chronic. It's helping them push the card, actually, so maybe it's not the end of the world. PG perhaps overstaying his welcome a bit on this high ground as well. In a little bit of trouble, but he does manage to juke it out. Tree gets a kill on the Bob, so that's not going to be the end of days for Citrus Nation. PG gets a much more meaningful kill on neutral. He was 93% to the rally as well. Chronic trading out on PG, but unless they can also take down Tree, it's not really going to represent much of a push here for them.
Now, trades back and forth means the defenders will always be able to stabilize. Citrus Nation aware of this, going to take a back step, try and regroup. This has now bought time for everyone to build up their ultimates. So NRG have got a lot of these scary combos. They've got the Ray, they've got the Terror Surge, they've got the Blade. We're into last fight, but Citrus Nation, their support ults to respond with as well.
Oh, heavens. Luke Minnow coming out with the Orbital Ray. Terror Surge on card is actually going to take down Neutral. He really needed to pop the Rally there. Can't be going down to the Surge with Rally in the back pocket. You have a bonus bash that you could be using to get away there, mate. Not sure what that's all about. Citrus Nation now, they're trying to survive, but Energy Shocker in the back line. Rack Attack with that nice Rally. Takes down Chronic, takes down Doomed. Luke Minnow goes out. Neutral's back in the fight, but I mean, to what end? It's a 2 versus 5. Energy Shocker going to stop the cart right here on third point.
Good recovery in the end from NRG, win that big ult fight situation, and considering during all of that, they won the ult trade so hard that it didn't matter that Chronic actually found 2 picks during all of it either here, so good recovery for sure out of NRG, could have been a lot worse otherwise. And Citrus Nation, they've given themselves something to work with, but King's Row, it's still a little bit really scary actually if you're Citrus Nation now.
Citrus Nation, probably time to start quaking in their boots. They're down 0-2 right now, and they've failed to full push the map. So it seems like, you know, across the duration of this series, there've been these little signs of life. They've had a fighting chance here and there, but they're never really able to close it out. And here is another case of that, right? They can't push it all the way through to the end of third point. Have to suspect that this is probably not going to go their way in the long term. NRG Shock, they're probably going to find a way to whittle down Citrus Nation, and this is probably going to be the end of Citrus Nation's run in OWCS right here and now.
Looks like they're going to gamble with the Zen again here. Different look to try and buy themselves an advantage. Obviously on the King's Road defense here, starting your Zen on high ground should in theory be quite a safe position that's hard to get to. Imagine Tree might go Genji or Tracer, probably Genji for his first point when he sees this, and try and find a way to shut him down, because if they keep that Zen alive on the high ground, should just be able to control quite a lot of the map there. So all about keeping neutral safe if you're Citrus Nation.
Oh goodness. Sorry, I just read a message that deeply confused me, but that's okay. You know, we'll save that for the post game. Now we've got, you know, Tree just going for a little Widow shot out of spawn, nothing too exciting, and Energy Shock on a bog standard comp. They're going to go for the Ashe, not the Cassidy, but Ashe is very, very good here on first point of King's Row. Good high grounds that can be taken. Always the Bob value. I mean, it's been pretty questionable for PGE across the course of the series, but overall, it's a good ultimate. Attack, he's straight up on the high ground, dueling with Zeb. No aggro push just yet, but if Attack can close the gap on Neutral, it's going to be real bad news for the side of Citrus Nation, so they need to really hold this hard. Neutral actually gets the first pick onto PGE, so there is a chance for a video here, Xavier.
Trying to bully their way through here, but Attack, he's going to overheat here. Now he's trying to trap the Orisa in, actually. They're trying to bail him out, but they hold strong. Doomed and Zeb will clean that one up, and you can see Zeb not willing to give an inch, keeping that corridor blocked, stopping anyone getting to his backline there. Does a good job, and Citrus Nation, minute off the clock. Attack going to go Diva into this, so again, they really want to take this Zen out of the game.
The Diva swap into the Zen, I like it, but I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to get that one tap on Neutral, because now Citrus Nation, they're about to have an Orbital Ray. Orbital Ray can definitely be used to keep Neutral alive, and then once an ult cycle starts to come through, it's going to be really difficult. Neutral is all the way on second point, and Attack is just gone. Point touch coming through from Energy Shock, but really played to perfection by Citrus Nation. They can see it a tick, but it's well and truly worth it, because now Attack has fed his brains out and the ult bank is growing. They shouldn't be afraid to invest the Orbital Ray here if need be. It may be a 5 versus 4, but they can close it. Who needs it when Zeb, genuinely the GOAT of Orisa in North America, hits that spear, takes down PGE for the 15th time this map. Trank forced from Neutral later on in the piece, but hopefully on the side of Citrus they can catch a kill on Attack here, perhaps stagger them out a little bit. See, he's actually coming inside, catching the Mega. Can they kill him?
No, I think he's okay actually here. It's just going to be a restabilize, and now they don't have Zeb controlling the high ground. There is a chance for Attack to do more of this. You see, it's actually Doom just trying to harass this Diva, make Attack's life hard, and he is half HP already. Zeb is getting a little bit surrounded here. Zeb needs help, nearly has the Terror Surge. They need to pocket Zeb out of here. They've conceded so much space here, Citrus Nation. I think scared of that push. Now the Ray comes in. Luke and Zeb will respond, but Zeb dies in it, but it doesn't matter because Doomed is in the back, and he's hacking and slashing through everyone. Now the D-Mech onto Attack as well. well. They win the big ult trade here. Another tick has been conceded, but Citrus Nation, they hold strong, and this stagger on the Baby Diva is going to buy him so much time.
Little bit of bonus time, but this is time for NRG Shock to take first point. They still have almost all of their ultimates. They only invested the orbital ray there, Xavier, and Citrus, they've got only a bob to spare. So they're going to need to do something crazy if they want to turn this one around. Need to go really aggressive, dive into the spawn. You can see Zeb is set up a little bit for that, hiding in the hotel. Chronic with the off angle for the bob as well. He pops around the corner, lands that bob, doesn't uppercut anyone though. PG kites safely into the back. Attack is so low, but everyone kites it out from NRG Shock. They didn't even need to ult to get away from it. So that is almost certainly going to be Shock capping this first point now.
Using the high noon to force point here. They're going to go for a last second recontest, but the rally on point should in theory seal the deal. Blade over top as well, so a heavy investment from NRG, and they will get the job done. A clean 4. Maybe even an ace here for Tree if they're kind enough. Nope, not kind enough. PGE steals it, but quite heavy investment there for NRG considering what a good situation they'd put themselves in.
They were really on top of it from a positional standpoint, from an ult standpoint, but they've thrown everything into it. And now, Citrus Nation, once again, they have a chance to recontest here on the second point and maybe hold strong. Really, about as good as it could get for them. Neutral has that Transcendence. Last time we saw him use the Transcendence, it was pretty low value, but he's doing so much in these neutrals, and if he can just keep... Oh, wait, shit, Neutral's doing a lot in the neutrals. I'm done. 3 gets scouted out in main. Unintentional, I swear it. I would never. Anyhow, Tree, he's been forced out, went for something a little cheeky, but didn't pay the price for it. So that's all good for the side of NRG. Going for another aggressive push now onto Chronic's head. Spear from Zeb is good though, shuts him out completely. Neutralize the Trank Force. Time to step on the gas for Citrus. With that orbital ray coming out, it's actually looking like it may be bad news for Citrus Nation, because with no kills inside the Trank, the orbital ray rolling forward, Citrus are on the back foot. God, my stream has gone to absolute cum quality. Is that just me, or is that you too?
No, it happened to me earlier, but not this time. This time, I've managed to keep myself in HD.
Congratulations on avoiding the cum.
Now, they only have self-destruct now for this next fight, NRG. Maybe a high noon soon, but not great ults to really win. Meanwhile, Citrus Nation, they've got a lot of the big combos available. Terror Surge and Blade, Ray and Blade here. Citrus Nation, they have to deal with this flank though. Attack is coming behind, pressure onto Doom. They want to force a mistake, but they've just walked forward and killed PGE. They've dealt with him, add that one to the timestamps, and now Zeb will go back, he'll anchor point. And Citrus Nation, they're trying to be disciplined here. They don't want to press any of the ult buttons. They take down Rack, they're trying to pocket Chronic through that. They'll get the kills, they lose Chronic, but Citrus Nation, decisive push forward. They catch PGE, they avoid using any ults, and what a beautiful situation Citrus Nation have crafted for themselves as we go into the final 50 seconds.
Oh, goodness. Again, the catch on PGE. This guy is having a rough map. I think it would be, you know, incorrect to say a rough series because he had his points on Widowmaker, on Gibraltar, but good grief, this King's Row has been a total wash for poor little PG. And now Citrus Nation, real chance to plant the flag, to hold it here. This is the last fight for NRG Shock. It's now or never. And they've been on Diva for so long. Such a terrible pick into the Orisa. Good into the Zenyatta, but Neutral's been off Zenyatta for quite some time. High Noon catches nobody. Citrus just kite it back, and now they get to take the fight on Kart. Rack Attack throws in the rally. Orbital Ray out on Kart though. Bobbed Orbital Ray. Down goes PGE first again. Blade going super deep now. He's on top of Tree. Doomed, he wants that kill. Tree with the counter blade. Tree is blading up onto the Kart now, but there's the Terror Surge on Kart, and that's going to be all she wrote, mate. Citrus Nation, they take King's Row. PGE death counter? Anyone counting?
Lots of deaths for PGE and lots of success for Citrus Nation. They got themselves in such a good position with that ult bank at the end. They convert it beautifully. No real response from NRG in that difficult situation. And all of a sudden, maybe they found their answer, right? Orisa Mirror looks pretty good, looks favourable to them. Even force a difficult swap near out of attack. The problem is now, though, of course, NRG get to pick the next 2 maps.
New video title, PG dies 17 times and loses. So, real bait, you know. How did he do it? How did he do it?
It seems like all these deaths are negatively contributing.
Yeah, no, I mean that sounds like the level of analysis that I've seen on those videos. So that checks out actually. Braven, how the fuck is Citrus in losers? Citrus got, they they got shit on map 5. They lost a map 5 Orisa Mirror to Radavidity, full pushed on Esperanza. Full pushed.
You know, like the cycle of ownage, where it's like, if Team X beats Team X, then this other team beats Team Y. So if Avidity beat Citrus Nation on the Orisa Mirror, and Citrus Nation just beat NRG on the Orisa Mirror, this really skyrockets Avidity's position up in the Orisa Mirror quite dramatically.
What slop do you think we should go for?
What was I watching the other day? Someone linked me one of those, you know, when it's just like, Mercy Main loses their mind when they cannot pick their hero.
No, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. That's not for me. No, not OC content. I'm good. Santa Cruz locked in video. We'll finish the Naga video and then we'll watch that. It's Locktober, baby. Matt Merck, be honest. Matt, if you got an invitation to the compound, would you go? No, I'm not going to watch Kiss Me. I'm not going to watch PG's montage again. All right, I'll see you, Xavier.
I'll see you. You hoping to go to bed after this map? Well, they're going to drag it out a little bit more, it seems. Fighting back. They lost when playing tap, and now they have doomed it on Genji. Yeah, true. I mean, I just don't think when we see these Orisa mirrors, I feel the Tracer is such a hard hero, actually. Such a hard hero to get value out of. We saw, who was it? Shikigami. Taejong was doing it a lot, I think, on Suravasa in the group stage. But also Taejong, I mean, it was still tough. Taejong made it work because he also hit, like, every single pulse bomb. But it's not optimal. I think it's really tricky. So, yeah, it doesn't work out. How many London players played Genshin Impact? I don't know. None that I remember at the time. For someone who didn't watch, who looked better, Ents or SSG? Didn't see Ents play today. At least on this stream. So, no indication on Ents so far. Word on the street is they're pretty good. Obviously, as you can imagine, if Genji is meta and Kev gets to play Genji, this is a good thing for Ents. You combine that with Orisa. I don't know who they're running, actually. I don't know if anyone saw earlier. Did they run Vestler or Chase Orisa? Because I feel like Orisa is one of Chase's best heroes, but it's also very strong for Vestler as well. So I don't know how they settled that one. Obviously, I don't know if a Diva swap's a necessity, so it maybe leans itself more to Vest. They ran Chase earlier, but they split in scrims. So maybe I guess there's an element of like how much they think they might need to Diva potentially. Surely Chase could probably get a Stockholm too. There's maybe a few things that need to happen first. And unfortunately for Chase, I think not a lot of them are really in his control. Stockholm isn't in Ukraine? Yeah, that checks out. That really checks out, unfortunately. Really difficult to work around that one. May is meta? I'm not convinced Backbone. I don't know. Do you want to know... Wait, can you still hear me, Backbone? I don't know if you're subbed at the moment or not. May is actually so fucking strong. Well, I heard a rumor that Toronto were pretty... what's the word? I don't know what the correct term is. Maybe not worked up, but Toronto were pretty keen to try and solve the May problem. But because it felt like they were running into issues versus it, so... Don't know if that tracks with your experience, but at least it seems Toronto a little bit worried about the whole May situation. Yeah, well, if you were beating them, that probably lines up with what I heard as well. Then that they were a bit concerned about it. They had other swaps that were annoying, but nothing EU can do. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, typically when we've seen these metas before, like Genji versus Mei, the head-to-head in theory is pretty good. I guess the hard thing about the Genji version of the comp will always just be that certain ult combos are just really hard to deal with, right? Like the Terra Surge Blade, the Blade Ray. These ult combos become really hard to deal with. So you need to try and like really minimize the value of those combos where you can. He had an 0-6 scrim against Ents, but then had a cheeky crackdown, and now it's Pog. All right. SSG back on top. Jacobin. Jacob, I guess mostly known as a Lucio player. I guess he's going to come in and play Brig, though. So they're just swapping Brig players here. Anyone got an explanation? Anyone got a theory? I'll take running theories on this because I'm surprised. A Brig for Brig substitution, Max?
Brig for Brig. Oh, Jacob is in for neutral. A little bit unexpected. This is the X factor that they needed, you know, after winning a map with neutral in, playing Zen and Brig, they've decided, Jacob, get in here. Your time to shine. Has Jacob played this series?
Not so far, no. So, we'll see how he does. Obviously, they did win the previous map with neutral play in Brig, but now a swap over, but no change in comp. Worth noting, Doomed stays in as well, as we will get Genji continuing. PG on the catch here, but Attacker's taken so much damage walking in there. Deflect not in time to save him from Tree.
Oh my.
Clean little taps from Chronic. And now, Citrus Nation starting with a bang here on Runasapi.
Insane opener. Really good start. Magic pick tank, come low quality stream again. Oh, we're back to normal. Good shit. But attack gone in a flash of an eye, blink of an eye. And then straight away, Chronic just cleaning up all of the squishies. Headshot, headshot. Another can, dude, you're dead. You're fucking
what
dead.
What do you mean?
Bro.
It's fucking nighttime. I need the caffeine. I need to stay awake. I need to stay alert. I need to stay switched on.
How many cans of Coke have you had since you started streaming, bro? I've had like one coffee this whole time. You've had
you think I should just swap to coffee?
Yeah, black coffee's surely better than drinking fucking Coke. Absolutely. Alright, Orbital Ray comes out for Luke Minnow. No kills converted, but Ultraviolet is on the back foot. They really need a kill, though. It's only Chronic to go down. Somehow the blade comes out from Doomed. That is good, but with no backward dashing into walls like an NPC. Not what not what Citrus Nation needed at all. Really so close, but they weren't able to press the advantage with the Orbital Ray. Chronic being the one to go down. Unexpected, given Ultraviolet's Orbital Ray was a little bit slower to match, but here we are.
On the front foot now at NRG, trying to take some decent meters and fight for cap, but Citrus Nation going to meet him early, but they have to be careful here as Rally and Terra Surge coming up for everyone. Blade advantage. It's going to be high noon first from PG Evo. Catches Doomed. Now the Rally train comes in, but Doomed getting taken out means they can keep pushing them back, and PG is able just to flood forward. Will get all these cleanup kills, and a good fight win there for Citrus Nation. They win that Rally fight, and now they have the Terra Surge, they have the Blade coming up NRG from this cap fight. A very deadly combo.
Oh, God. I hate to see NRG shock on top now, you know? Or on top. PG swinging really wide. Maybe he can go and get himself magic picked at the start by Chronic. There's a chance. The Bob could be really huge as well. Blade, Terra Surge, such a dangerous combo though, and I don't think Citrus Nation have the same level of combo capacity with the Bob. I really don't think that we're comparing apples with apples here. We've got Attack going super wide, trying to force out Doom though. No presence on the cart. In comes the Bob. Really nice spin from Zeb. That is going to completely lock up Rack Attack. Rack Attack really getting his ankles snapped by Zeb there. Nice play from a nice Orisa player rather than a nice Brigitte this time around. And with only one ultimate invested, Citrus, they retake that one. Huge.
Incredible play from Zeb. We were talking about what a difficult combo they were facing, how are they possibly going to win that fight. A bit of individual brilliance there from Zeb to set him up, and now all of a sudden, they're threatening cap on the other side. They bought enough time for Luke Mino to get close to his Ray as well. So Citrus Nation, real chance in this fight now.
Fighting how PG carried after a 17 death game. You think we need to connect the dots? I like that. I like that. Thank you, Reinvasion OW. Anyway, Citrus Nation, they are in it with a fighting chance. They've got the Ray, they've got the Surge. Soon they will have the Blade if the fight is good inside the Ray. But NRG Shock, they've got so much that they can throw into it. Ray, Surge, Blade, very difficult combo to counter. Out come Rays from either side. Ray, Surge, Blade all come out from NRG Shock and PGE's High Noon. And Citrus Nation, they only invested the Ray, so that's a 1-for-4 exchange. Really bad economy from the side of Shock. But Zeb, I think we saw this earlier and we're seeing it here again. I feel as if we saw it on Esperanza first fight, and now we're seeing it again here on Runasapi. Zeb getting staggered a little bit, getting into one of those strange deep positions and then not touching the cart before dying. So NRG Shock, off the back of that late Zeb death, they're going to get the lead here.
Now, we'll get a few more meters. They don't have any ults here, NRG, so they're going to have to concede for space very quickly here. Citrus Nation probably keen to try and win this fight efficiently as well. Rack's getting close in that rally, but not enough to withstand for Terra Surge Blade if they can hit the combo. But for now, NRG, they're going to slow it down. They're going to try and play the space up the slope here. And PG actually on the flank here. Going to force a deflect out of Doom, so PG's just taking the map. Terra Surge Blade will be dropped. Defensive rally. Rack 1 HP gets the bash through. He holds strong. Doom has been forced back, and NRG 1-0, they deal with a combo. Rack on a single bar of HP, but he holds strong. And now NRG, serious meters on the board.
Unreal. Can't believe Citrus Nation have fumbled that one. They needed that fight win. They were gifted that fight win. They had the lead on economy, but somehow they fumble it. Citrus Nation now, they've got the rally to answer back. They've got Chronic's Bob, but they're losing meters by the second, and they need more than just a fight win. They need multiple. They need to get back onto the enemy side of the map. Out comes the rally. Speed to push back in with their own orbital ray, though. Luke doesn't have the ray yet, so they really need to relax. Attack getting taken very, very low, but now Zeb is brawling into a ray. 95% on that orbital ray for Luke. High Noon Surge comes out. Looks like Zeb has managed to land a spear on PGE, though takes him out. Zeb is everywhere in the kill feed as well. Somebody stop this man. He is the people's Orisa. This guy's unreal. Somehow he teleports behind NRG Shock. More spear kills. 4. Give him the ace. Give this motherfucker the ace. Come on now. Zeb
beautiful.
good for all 5. He's got another Surge, man.
He's just everywhere. Somehow, somewhere. Is there multiple Zebs in the server right now? Because he is all over NRG. Doesn't give him a single chance. Has for Terra Surge now. They even have a Ray to go with it as well. Real chance for Citrus Nation. And they're going to try and come through the close area hit, but Zeb has this Terra Surge. He's looking for it now. Will get speared. Look, has Rack in his path, though. He's just got Rack in his sights. And now Rack is in big trouble. Spear will hit again. Of course it will. UV is trapped in. Attack does get betrayed here. And now, all of a sudden, oh yeah, it's still rolling forward here. Attack gets a second trade, though. Attack gets a third trade. And all of a sudden, it's fallen apart here. Attack caused so many problems. It's just an Orisa world right now. It's just, there's 2 players playing, and there's a lot of people just getting taken down.
Shot for Citrus, even though it's fallen apart at the end there, they have managed to turn on those close spawns. They pushed the cart towards the end, towards the checkpoint. They could have gotten more meters, but at least they're all close spawned. At least they're back for another fight nice and quick. Really would have been nice to close that one out free of charge, though, so not optimal for Citrus Nation. Zeb still has that Terra Surge, and everybody knows it. NRG Shock, they saw how he was posturing in the previous fight. It's been long enough. Let's see if they can get a Terra Surge Blade combo off.
They failed on the last one. Need to try and nail this one. Oh, it's going to be really hard if Attack walks around the corner and do this. And now on the back foot, player down. Terra Surge comes in. Luke Mino is 1 HP. And Attack trying to go blow for blow here, but can't quite find the finishing shot. Finally gets Luke. The damage was really done after that opening spear, though. And Citrus Nation, they're going to have to accept this. Hold on to their ultimates for the next fight as they die on cart here. And Attack really fighting back. And I think both tanks just demonstrating the power of Orisa in the current meta.
Oh, Zeb catching a different wave for the respawn. Not going to get the close spawns. Looks like they're going to have to fight really deep inside their own territory yet again. An NRG Shock treasure trove of ultimates. 4 online. 4 online for either side, just about. But really, Citrus, they need an edge. If they want to make their way back into this series, they've only got 2 minutes to do it, you know, plus some potential overtime. So they really need to win a fight good from a good economic standpoint. PGE flanking around with this High Noon. Bash comes in. It looks like he was about to go down. Jacob's gotten so close to him. Doom now coming inside with the blade, but Rack Attack, he's the one to go down. Oh, fuck. Citrus have used everything. Zeb even used the Surge there. Nobody pushing the cart. That's 4 for Citrus Nation there. And Shock, what did they use? That was just a high noon and a rally. So now Shock, I mean, the ult swing heavily in their favor. Citrus can't afford fights like that.
Raki invested for Bash back straight away into Jacob there, and I think that just opened the door. Doomed and Zeb drop both bait away. They do force out an early raid from UV now. Tree, he's dropped the blade over top here, but Rax actually died in this raid trade, but Tree, he still has the blade going. 2 for 2 trade, though. Isn't that good when we've invested double the ultimates? And Zeb is still lurking around here. 55 seconds, so they have to be careful not to get stalled out massively, but Doom's still looking for a trade, but will be hard into this. Trying to force his way through, just needs to die on payload here. They can take the next fight. They trade 1 for 2 Citrus, but they're still walking into a Terror Surge now.
Oh, goodness. Now it's really up shit creek without a paddle for Citrus Nation. No ultimates to speak of. Chronic making the final swap over to the Cassidy, matching PGE for this final fight. Attack has the Surge. No Surge online for Zeb just yet. No ults online for Citrus Nation. Potentially a Blade, but a Dry Blade is a huge ask. Potentially a Surge if the fight goes long. Massive Surge from Attack though. Chronic in so much trouble. Thankfully Attack's spear goes wide, so Chronic is able to survive it. Jacob actually bashes into Tree, takes him out. So really good looks for the side of Citrus Nation. Perhaps NRG Shock got a little bit too excited there. Went for that early fight with the Terror Surge. Maybe didn't need to do that. Maybe could have afforded to take a little bit of a neutral fight first. Trade did land on Jacob, but Jacob should be back in time for the next fight. NRG Shock also have overtime spawns, but they will be getting close spawns. Jacob's online, Rack, UV, and Attack are all coming back, but Citrus, big ult swing in their favor now. 4 online.
Great chance from here as well. They need to string together successful fights. For NRG, they can be deliberate in this. They can take a couple of fights. They can be low investment ones, try and bleed the ults out of Citrus Nation. Big decision for NRG here. They are still in control of this with their advantage, but they need to be sure to convert it right now. For now, Doom's going to kick it off. Terror Surge over the top. High Noon in response. PGE trades 1. But still player advantage, and they are walking forward here. But they lose Doomed. Citrus Nation, though, still 2 support ults in this next fight.
This is so winnable for Citrus at this point. We're down to a last fight situation, and all NRG Shock have their support ultimates. This high noon from Chronic could be a deal breaker, though. He catches absolutely nothing with this, and the touch, it's not ready yet. Rally comes out from Rack. Rally comes out in response from Jacob. Luke Minnow is 96% on the ultimate, but Zeb is so low. Here we go. Mirrored ultimates on the cart. Tree is 88% on the blade. We've got to be so careful of that one. It looks like Tree manages to take down Chronic, pops the blade. He's built that up incredibly quickly, and Citrus Nation, this could be their hopes and dreams falling apart here. Chronic, he did so much throughout the map, so much, but he wasn't able to get it done with that final high noon. Doomed, he may take down Rack Attack as the final nice kill of the map, but that's going to be Citrus Nation eliminated from OWCS. Their run ends here. NRG progresses through the bracket.
You can see the idea from Chronic. The idea is if they high nooned early, they'd be able to force the cart, take the advantage, and then they could just play with that advantage, win a fight on their own side of the map. But just a miscalculation about how much time and what distance they could actually get. As a result, the recontest comes in, and eventually the quicker blade for Tree seals the deal there. So Citrus Nation, done. Year over. They talked about dreams of gatekeeping TSM, stopping them going to Stockholm, but for now, well, I say for now, for the rest, well, it's just over. No further for Citrus Nation. A spirited fight in the end, but NRG keep going, keep themselves on track. But at least a decent game at the end. Decent game at the end. Went down swinging.
Decent showing for Citrus. Final match of the day is going to be TSM versus
Shikigami.
That could be okay, I guess.
Cap versus Fletter. The battle of
Cap versus Fletter.
Yeah. Would you believe
Fletter
me?
Really coaching Shiki.
Yeah, 100%. Real coach. Yep.
Crazy.
If I told you at the start of the year, we would be casting a game where it would be a matchup between Cap and Fletter coaching, could you have seen it coming?
Well, I couldn't have seen it coming in a million years, but, you know, it's a clash of the titans. I think it's what we do deserve to finish today off on. But enough about that. It's time for a lovely pairing of slop and whatever advertisements Twitch would like to serve you poor, miserable, unsubscribed bastards. So let's move along with that and finish the day strong.
Beautiful. I need the toilet, so it'll be an ad break over here as well. So buy some of these products. They're probably going to be good, right? Surely good products. Shikigami TSM next. So, another elimination game. Lots of pressure for TSM. They've still got an outside chance of qualifying for Stockholm, but obviously need to win this one. Be right back. I'm back. What's happening? PG player of the match? Is it not probably just UV or something? I don't know. Like, PG had some nice kills on the Widow, like maybe especially Gibraltar. Is it just Tree? Yeah, I was thinking like Tree or UV. Yeah, probably Tree for the most part, but I could copy UV one. Because in reality, you got to remember, two of those 4 maps they won was actually just like a backline gap, right? On the dive mirror. So I think, like, you ask me after those 2 maps, it's 100% UV by, like, quite a large margin, really. And then UV on the, what do you call it? Juno. Felt really reasonable. Don't think I remember any sort of key mistakes or anything from him. Ults felt reasonable for the most part as well. Am I cooked for thinking piece of cake can beat Ents? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. You looking at tomorrow's games? Trying to figure out. Where's the peep? Any good notifications? Cheers, Sam. Let's start with, we'll look at EMEA since that one's set already. So we get 3 games tomorrow, right? Which 3 do we get? Do we get both upper bracket, and one of the lower bracket? So we get these 3. Not too bad, Juby. Happy with that one, huh? What were the big winners? Probably... Did you bet on... what do you call them? Avidity to get a map? Because I think even Avidity to get a map was, like, pretty reasonable. You bet on Avidity 2+5? Yeah, I think that was a good bet. I mean, not just because it came in, but I think, like, the odds on paper seemed really favourable. That's a bit loud. Chill out. So then tomorrow's games are lots to play for. And these guys, I don't know why they always crank for volume so much on the fucking adverts. Like, Like, we just get nice, calming background music for all of it, and then they just slam, absolutely slam the fucking volume for, like, listen to the advert. Alright, so Ent's piece of cake. I think Ent's actually, honestly, 3-0 or 3-1. I think piece of cake aren't bad in this mirror, but I think, really has to be a good meta for Ent's. So maybe like even 3-0 here. Maybe this is like 3-1. I think SSG should still be on top. This could really be 3-0 as well, honestly. And then this one, presuming this is piece of cake versus TM. This is a fucking dogfight, I feel like. I don't know. Twister's minds look a little bit better. I still think piece of cake win. Maybe like a 3-1 or something. Maybe 3-2. Maybe that's for play. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be an NRG map to confirm. To piece of cake, not just mirror Farah. I don't know. I think piece of cake have more options because the nice thing about Naga is he's obviously able to play the Farah to a very high level, but can also play the Genji, can also play the Mei. Like in terms of hero pools that you want out of a flex DPS in this type of meta, actually Naga has the perfect hero pool out of that. You want you want SSG to lose tomorrow so they get the SR peak check mirror? Fuck. Would they do it for the content? Would they do it to play against SR peak check? Come on, you're going to Stockholm anyway. Why not play SR peak check? Huh? And then North America, Toronto versus Avidity. Fuck. I mean, Avidity got a great result there against Citrus Nation, but Toronto Defiant don't drop a map to NRG. Do they really drop a map to Avidity? I don't know. This one is interesting, actually. I think there's way more upset potential here, potentially, I think, for Fluffy Aimers. I'm really just buying into extreme amounts of Fluffy Aimers hype. Do I think they'll upset? They'll take maps 100%. I'm certain they take maps. Do they upset? It's not crazy. You know? Like, I think it sounds more crazy on paper than it actually is. So I think it's really possible, actually. Maybe that's a hot take. What Fluffy got to do to qualify? That is Ryan's team, yeah. Did Fluffy not need to win, basically? Surely third's not enough. Yeah, I don't know. I think Fluffy Aimers in this meta, there's just something about him, you know? Something about him in this meta. Yeah, well, when I spoke to Chime and Astro, I think the nice thing they were saying about having Ryan in is when they have like the Chime Ryan lineup, is they can also have Ryan play Cass, but then if the other team goes Zen or something, they can get Ryan onto Genji or something to take the Cass out of the equation. So like Ryan being able to do the Genji and Cass, I guess like the stalker of a proper hero swaps, really massively useful for him. So I'm actually super excited to see Fluffy Aimers play. Ryan's a massive talent. Chime on the Mei is an absolute menace. Astro's and Rissa very good. I think Fluffy Aim is a really exciting team this meta. Really exciting team to watch. Really fun team to watch. They play with a lot of confidence, a lot of aggression. So really got a lot of time for that group of players right now. So, all right, let's crank the volume on this. And we can load into the first map, TSM Shikigami here. So, solo starting, Graveyard and Annie in, so no surprises there. Sunjun, Taejong in, so we might see a little bit of Tracer. Obviously, TSM, not too many surprises in terms of their lineup. Onto Lijiang, and it will just be an Alari from Squid as maybe the most surprising of the rollout here.
We saw this in the series versus Nightmare as well, and he was able to do so much damage in that first fight, applying heaps of pressure, wide, aggressive angles. So, honestly, not a bad look for young Squidward. He has the open angle, he's able to do lots of damage, and Shikigami, they are on the back foot, they're on the run. Squid actually takes Sonjin out of the air, knocks him right off.
Just got the angles, focus everyone down, bullied them out, a pick right back from Graveyard here onto Kingvo. So no one alive in the skies. They'll take care of healing piling, and now Solo pushing back in. Riker on the back foot, low on heals, has to spin all the way out. They've got the first flip TSM, but they've conceded so much space, so they're essentially going to be in a retake position here as both Junos are racing towards their first orbital ray. But Vision gets picked.
Oh, Landon, you can't be getting pre-fighted like that, mate. Not a good look. Shikigami, now they've got an opening King taken down as well. No good at all. Sonjin decides that he wants to take himself out. Absolutely a real reflection of the level of play.
Where did that roof come from?
Match. Where did it come from? It actually just came right at him. There was no recourse, no counterplay to that situation. So, interesting one there from Sonjin, deciding that he wants to just murk himself. But TSM, you know, I mean, Shikigami, they're back in control.
Now trying to make his way over a bridge is Riker. They're going to have to use this orbital ring to try and get through. And being gatekept here by Solo as the orbital ray comes in from Annie, and Laya will respond with that one. But Spear knocks him back, being gatekept here. But Riker pushes Solo in further. He's going to Terror Surge in the end of this orbital ray. Doesn't find the kill though, and Squid and Vision, they're just clearing everyone else up behind it. And this will be a successful fight here for TSM coming over the bridge.
Easy retake for TSM, and now they've got Squid's captive son in the back pocket. Retaking into that could be difficult for Shikigami. Anyone that gets stacked up, they're going to need the cleanse from Graveyard. Otherwise, TSM will easily be able to pop that one, take them down. Riker also has that... Oh, actually, there's a whole bunch of ultimates. We've got a lot more than just Squid's captive son in the back pocket here. Sonjin conks really wide, wants to get that aggressive angle early on. Captive son now comes out from Squid. Riker so deep, all the way in spawn. Squid's basically in the skybox, beaming. Laya takes down Sonjin, gets Graveyard as well. King needs a little bit of healing, but both supports seem to be reloading at the same time. Pulse Bomb lands on Riker, but Riker has the ultimate if he needs to bail himself out. Shikigami, they're already down a player, and it looks like they're not going to be able to close this.
Investing a lot of ultimates there as well. Shikigami's going to really cost them, because now they're going to have to do this without any ultimates. Walking into a Terror Surge, walking into a High Noon. They're going to try and exploit this point force here between Taejong and Graveyard. They keep taking this wide position, but for now, Squid is just keeping it checked, stopping the progress. They have to try and make an aggressive move, but they're just in control. Cancel onto the High Noon from Solo, actually. Now the Terror Surge in, but Riker's made a mess of that. They can hit the Orbital Ray. They trade the Orisa back at the very least, and the Orbital Ray is enough power. It forces them all the way back, and they will clean it up, but it means it costs TSM 3 ults to win that fight. Versus nothing.
A little bit more Yeah, a little bit more expensive than TSM would have liked. Now 81%, so Shikigami, they're a little bit rushed to touch. They're actually going Tracer and Genji. Double flanker. I guess they're really stressing about this touch. Anian has the Orbital Ray and Solo with the Terror Surge as well. This is going to be a really difficult fight for TSM to win outside of some magic picks. Point touch already managed by Sonjin. Taejong over on the side fighting super deep. Maybe caught a little bit too deep without the recall. Orbital Ray invested by Anian, but there's no kills for it. A point has been flipped in the process though.
TSM was super ready for that one, really far back, so ends up being an easy disengage for him. But Solo's still with this Terror Surge at the choke here, looking for an aggressive move. But again, Vision, he's aware of it, but he is taking so much damage. Taejong with the finish. They've lost Graveyard on the way in, but they just keep pushing forward here. They need to be careful not to give the flip here. Will be contested here by Sunjun, but needs a bit of help, and there is the help. They give a hold, and we're going into final fight right now. And Shikigami, Terror Surge, Kitsune Rush. Good finishes here, really on Squid to make a play to turn this around for TSM.
Oh, Taejong now, you know, with the Pulse Bomb, has a reasonable chance of catching one of TSM's members just on that rotation. So many ultimates online for Shikigami. Squid, I mean, it's all on him. It's a big responsibility, and I mean, he's playing into a Kiriko. The cleanse comes out. Looks like the cleanse hasn't landed on one. King trying so desperately to pop that captive sun, but Sonjin manages to survive at no sun pop. Solo now, he is on the run, but he's got the orbital ray. Oh, he's got the Terror Surge in the back pocket, so he should be just fine. This orbital ray is being kited out, and now TSM, they're basically out of steam, right? Oh no, Riker, there's a little bit more steam in the tank, now that we mention it. Orbital ray from Anian, High Noon from Vision as well, actually takes out Anian in this Blade Terror Surge combo. Blade comes out onto Sonjin. Vision very nearly gets him, but not quite, and that's going to be Shikigami surely taking this away.
They just have too many ults at the end of it, Shikigami, to overwhelm, and they do take the first round here, and nothing being given away for free. Oh, we saw a little bit of this Tracer Kiriko come out from Citrus Nation earlier in their match against Avidity, and it didn't really feel like a good look at all. I can see it a little bit more on that type of map where their Tracer Kiriko can continuously force point, keep pulling TSM in different directions here. Though, once we get to some of these other maps, like maybe Night Market, again, the point force can be good, but here on Control Center, I don't know if I believe in the Kiri Tracer as much to get the same value. I think this can be a much trickier point if they choose to run it, and it looks like they're not going to run it, so I guess they're in agreement.
Back to basics, I suppose. Back to the standard. We've seen plenty of it before, and I'm sure we're going to see plenty of it again throughout the duration of the tournament. TSM just back on the classic, you know, Brig, Juno, Cassidy, Genji comp, Shikigami on very much the same. I think that, you know, maybe the Illari was a gambit that was unnecessary for the side of TSM. Maybe this is a matchup that favors them a little bit more. Just play something that could pocket King that little bit harder. The Brig Juno, it's so good for King. King is an exceptional Genji, and giving him those consistent Brig packs, it's going to enable him to do so much more. Vision on the cast as well, you know, that's a high point for him, but it is looking like Shikigami, they've actually gotten the better of TSM at the beginning of this first fight. They got that white room control, they've almost gotten the cap, but TSM, they explode out of the white room, super aggressive onto Shiki, and now they have to back off.
Sonjin competing for this white room space here as neither team has capped the first point. Vision going to be forced back to main choke, and now it's TSM getting nudged back here. Will be an aggressive move from Laya trying to hold his way onto point here, but it's actually going to be a race of support ults, but Riker's just made a money move into the back, takes down Graveyard, and now we're one of them down. Sonjin's going to be vulnerable too, and they just managed to walk over them in the end. Vision will get all the cleanup kills. Nice from him in the end, just before the support ults come online as well. So good opening there, but all the ults coming online. King's Blade actually really slow in all of this.
King taking his sweet time with this Dragon Blade seems to have done absolutely nothing in that first fight. Rough start to the series for young Renee, but, you know, DSM, they do manage to cap the point, thanks to Riker's money moves in your own word. That shit was cash. I can see why you said that. High Noon's mirrored on it. Sonjin pops the High Noon. No mirror, actually. Vision now answering back with his own. Terror Surge from Riker catches a whole lot of nothing, catches a fortified Orisa, so there's no catch at all there. Orbital Rays now mirrored, but the point has been flipped. Shikigami, even if they don't win this fight, it's looking like they have a chance to win this fight. King takes out Sonjin, even trades across the board. King throws out his own blade. He's caught deflecting, takes down Graveyard as well. So King is looking advantage, really snapping Taejong's ankles here. Taejong so low, but King gets another one, and then, oh my lord. King, he's so good at Genji. What was I saying about King on the Genji? You know, the first fight, it was a blip. He builds up that blade in no time at all, and he absolutely high diffs Taejong.
Works out beautifully for TSM. Now they're in control of a point, creeping up to that halfway point. Solo has the Terror Surge coming back. Laya has the rally. So Laya has to be careful. Can't really use this rally aggressively, otherwise he will just get sucked in snap. But Solo takes a massive chunk if they just walk forward and blitz over the Orisa. I feel like when we watched the previous series, Orisa's unkillable bosses, but here, just getting pushed over at the start of the fight here, Solo.
Squishy Orisa, for sure. Solo, you know, they're the pickiest Orisa that there is in the tournament from the looks of things. Laya has the rally now for the next fight. Got to be so careful of that, because if Sonjin goes for a High Noon, wouldn't be surprised to see Laya flying in from the top ropes, coming in for a bash. Hard to get a long angle for a High Noon here on this map. Really easy to go for the re-engages from the white room, but it's looking like they're... Oh, there it is! There it is! Laya comes in with the bash, flies in from the top ropes, takes out Sonjin with that High Noon. I mean, you know, for once I've not casted Curse situation. And Ian pops the orbital ray, but this is the final fight, Xavier. So as soon as Squid has that orbital ray online, that's going to be all she wrote for Shikigami.
just overwhelmed at the end here. Solo will go down. I think maybe Anya can get one more touch if she really wants, but Orbital Ray as Sunjin will get the first touch, but they need a miracle here, Shikigami. It's all desperation. Vision will pop for High Noon. Nowhere to go for Graveyard, and TSM gonna tie it up.
Good grief. TSM looking much more confident here in the mirror. Maybe they should avoid going for all of their goofy hero selections, because it looks like when they're just playing the Brig, Juno, Genji, they are completely comfortable. They are capable of just diffing Shikigami pound for pound in the roles. I've seen in this map, Squid was playing Zen last time. Rika was on D.Va, Squid was on Zen. They were going for the complete alternate comp. Wonder if they're going to stick it out again. It looks like they are. Oh, heavens.
Feels like Shikigami might be knocking something up as well. We saw him do Tracer Kiri on Garden as well. Viable here potentially too, to play a lot through point, try and drag him out of position. Also a lot of Pharah viable in this map. We've seen it all throughout today on the Lijiang Tower. Lots of Pharahs in play, trying to fight those coast angles. One of the most effective heroes on it. So it is going to be Zen, Pharah, Cass, and D.Va from TSM, and Ramatra, Mei, Pharah. So very different looks from both teams here.
Oh, goodness. Strange comps on either side. I can't help but feel that TSM has the edge here. I feel as if the Pharah, the Zen, all match up really well into Shikigami. They don't have that push potential to get on top of the Zen, but look at how deep Squid is. Pushing all the way into the bloody spawn from the looks of things. Back at the point, just raw aggression from TSM, going the distance right away. Super dangerous positioning for Squid, but it pays off with King getting that conk, that massive rocket damage in the back, and just overwhelming Shikigami. I wonder if they're going to make any swaps, head over to the D.Va or something like that.
Tracer out immediately, which at least will put a bit more pressure on the backline here, but it just felt like Shikigami were too passive. They let Rika take all that space for free, which just made Squid and King completely free. See him get all those cleanup kills. Shikigami, they need to try and bully this D.Va out more. Stop Rika taking all this aggressive space, and they're trying to swing wide for now, but King just pumping down damage. Form has to be used by Solo now on the back foot, and they just get pinged off here, and playing these big open areas against a Zen, against a Pharah, so difficult for Shikigami to cross this space.
Oh, King takes out Solo as well, and Shikigami, I mean, there's just no hope for them to make these rotations. They need to make some swaps. You can see Taejong swapping over to the Genji, so Tracer Genji coming out. Surely Solo goes D.Va. Surely.
Yeah, here we go.
We need a D.Va into this composition. You're going up against a Zen Pharah. You can't do it, and there it is. The swap over to the essential hero. So now, let's see if Shikigami can actually make this rotation. But even if they can, they're staring down the barrel of 5 TSM ultimates and full swapping comp this late into the round. They're not going to build their ults. They're not going to get this bomb. They're not going to get this blade. Anian pre-fighted on the rotation. Even the comp swap's not enough to keep her alive in this instance. Stolo manages to get that kill on Squid. So, sign of life. Oh, another one onto Vision. Looks like Solo is just going to chop everyone up by his lonesome. Sonjin there for Lyre as well. So somehow TSM, they've just completely dropped the ball, investing 0 ultimates into it. Anian once again on the run though. Looks like Rika on her case. And will he get the kill?
Hunting her to the ends of the earth. Full Matrix coming in. Gonna bomb for it as well. Grow up, Rika. He gets the kill. He gets the remake. Don't grow up. Stay young and hopeful and full of dreams, because now the barrage comes in. Rika's gonna get another one. And TSM, they're just gonna clutch it. Rika invests. They see the vision. And they're just gonna take it right here, right now.
Never lose your spark. Never lose your spark, Rika. Because clearly, that's all we need.
Too pessimistic.
Wonderful.
Fuck.
Jaws, he's a real entertainer. Look at this body language, mate. All right, slop time, and you know, we'll call it a round.
Yeah. All right. And now, obviously, chance for Shikigami to pick the map. Fight back there, but last round very disappointing. Really, big picture. So I was just reading something. Spark mentioned Saj. It's alright, we'll see more of him tomorrow. Chris Fury at his best, true, Salby. Spot on Chris Fury situation. Have to be TSM being the favourites here. There are a few more unique looks, I think, that we'll see from Shikigami throughout. We do see a lot from this Kiri Tracer. Taejong, very good on the Tracer. Graveyard, very good on the Kiri. Lines up nicely hero pool-wise for him at least. But is whether this unique look is actually optimal in a lot of these situations. And this sort of core comp of the Orisa, Genji, Cass type setup, or whatever hitscan you want, feels really strong into most things. Obviously, there is an opportunity to maybe use the map picks here to exploit it. I think we've seen the Kiri Tracer quite a lot on Flashpoint from Shikigami, so a chance for that to be invested as well. Which of the Shiki players isn't an import? It's only their DPS. They've got 2 Korean DPS. They've got more DPS as well, but the 2 DPS we just saw play were both Korean. Rest of the players are North American. I think if I remember it right, Anian is American. Solo is Canadian. Is Graveyard Canadian as well? Hold on, I need to blow my nose, sorry. Is American, Korean, Chinese? Yeah, I think that's right. But as far as like import spots go, she counts as, I guess, local or North American. Yeah, Annie in North American, yeah. All right, choices now, choices. We'll maybe get a bit of an indication of what direction they want to go based on what they pick here. If we see Flashpoint, we should expect the Kiri Tracer. Anything else, to be fair, we might just be getting a bit more of a straightforward mirror. Obviously, in the hands of Fleta right now. What will Fleta pick? What does he want out of them? We'll have to wait and see. Throne of Anubis here. So, very different look as we're going to move over into Clash here. Don't know if I have a strong memory of seeing Shikigami on Clash, honestly. So, we'll wait and see. Maybe it's a chance for Kiri here. Maybe they just play a more standard version of the meta. There are a few people who seem to have a running theory that because, and this is, it's generally true with a lot of the new game modes, but because it's a new game mode, there is a greater chance here for an upset of sorts. So maybe that's what they're leaning into, in the sense that they just want to add to the chaos, maybe see if they can get a cheeky upset. But I don't know. I think it's really hard. Lampent coming in as well. Interesting to see Sunjin go out here. So Lampent previously, when we've seen him play for Shikigami, the Genji player. So feel like Lampent coming in for Genji, but Taejong also in. So Noctis also coming in as well here. So Noctis historically the Lucio player. I really don't know. If I had to guess right now, I'd be looking at they're going to play like Orisa, Genji, Lucio, Juno, Tracer. Something super aggressive. Something, I mean, I guess quite one-dimensional, but something that will really test the ability of TSM to handle this aggression, especially if TSM try and get away with a Zen. Maybe a particularly bad time for them. But I'm not sure about this. We'll see what they line up on for now. But if they do run this Lucio Juno, I have to, I'm gonna be skeptical. Not a big believer in the comp necessarily. And it looks like it's just going to be a swap for Noctis to come and play the Brig, actually. And Lampent's just going to play Genji and Taejong onto Cass. So we're swapping players, but we're not swapping comp, which is an interesting decision for Shikigami. We obviously saw this work, we saw this a little bit when Jacob came in last map, but odd swap so far. Just saying, Max, it's a change of players, but not a change of comp here from Shikigami.
Oh, it's the citrus on Runasabi special.
Can we get a different Brig player in, please?
Shuffle some players around, but the core is still the same, you know? They've got a Clash roster. Typical. Now TSM. No funny business. No zinatas. They're just going for the tried and true method. Solo spins forward, has that fortify forced, has gone too deep, and TSM identify it. They're out for blood now. Vision, he's just fanning the hammer on everyone. That's going to be the end of days. It's going to be the first point conceded for Shikigami. If they keep going like this, it could be a very quick map indeed, Xavier.
Very poor start there. A couple of times we saw it in the previous map as well. Solo just getting caught, getting chunked too early. Mismanagement of cooldowns, mismanagement of cover, leaving himself too exposed on the back foot and causing big problems for his team as a result. Now onto this high ground early is TSM looking to convert some more. They're going to really push back Shikigami here. I think Shikigami going to have to try and do a bit of a rotation, come for high ground. But it's going to be really hard to push out here because Raiki can just keep him body checked in this choke.
Raiko already has the choke on lock. King already has that point position. 2 people were initially capping that. Now it is just King. Big set of orbs comes out from Anian, but not able to catch Lampent. Lampent needs to be so careful. There was a chance for Vision to secure that kill, but the greed is unreal from him. Doesn't take any shots. Instead, he's trying to shoot out Lampent and Solo. Maybe low supports for them. Raika manages to take down Noctis. Orbital Ray comes out from Squid on the point, and that's going to be another one capped over to TSM. Shikigami not even being wiped before taking that one. That's a 4v4 that they've given up.
They tried to push out versus that high noon, and they did all kite for high noon, but they all kite in different directions, which mean in the resulting fight afterwards, they're in no position to get a reasonable touch. They're just getting split and pulled apart. Now they're back on their last point here. They did get a trade, which will slow down TSM a little bit here, but very dangerous situation for Shikigami. Could really do with this combo landing, but lots of ults on the side for both teams.
Orbital. Oh no, that's a Terror Surge from Solo. That's going to take out Squid early, but the trade on Anian could spell disaster for the side of Shikigami. They will probably be able to trickle in at some point, but Laya can definitely invest this rally. Blade comes out from Lamp, and Laya can drop the rally here, keep it going. Are being capped. What's that cackle in the background? Was it you?
Yeah, just watching Lampent try and get up the hole, but he can't climb out of there like a spider trapped in a sink. Couldn't get out. They're going to lose a point as a result as well. They do come back in and take care of Laya, so they stabilize now on last, but 3 points conceded overall here for Shikigami, so a lot of work to do.
Lots and lots of work to do. TSM, they still have managed to come out of this with an ult advantage on account of the fact that Lion never used that rally. And, I mean, look, they could very easily just be pushing this back towards Shikigami's spawn in record time. Because TSM pushing super deep. Rally comes out from either side. High Noon from Vision is far enough away that it looks like Shikigami are not going to be able to get the bash on it. That has completely neutralized Noctis's rally. Now, Orbital Ray a little bit ahead for Annie, and Solo actually gets the first pick onto King. So finally, a good start for Shikigami. Rally comes out from Laya, though. He's speared up against the wall, blocking, just trying to save his life. Vision actually catches Noctis in the chaos. Orbital Rays from either side. It's a 4 versus 4 right now, but King will be back soon enough. Taejong hitting dinks. Vision juking it out, missing a couple of crucial shots here, but it seems that nobody can hit much of anything, and it's instead Vision that takes down Taejong after all that time. That was like a 1v3. Come on now.
A cast fight for the ages between that one, as eventually they both die, which I think is a fitting result given what we just saw. But it's still scrapping it out. Riker's on the high ground here, but versus both supports and a Genji, going to be very difficult for him. But King's coming to back him up now. So now they've split. They've kited slightly different ways as well, Shikigami, which is going to cause some problems. And Shikigami just going to wait for their Orisa before taking this fight.
Ah, jeez, they can't afford to lose another point, Xavier. If they lose another point, I am a very strong believer that they have no hope for the remainder of this one. More of the Platinum Cassidy duel up on the high ground as Vision and Taejong just shoot blanks at each other, wide peeking with no cover on either side. Now, Shikigami are the ones filling up that circle cap at TSM. Time for them to answer back. Block from Laya. He has blocked the spear from Solo. Solo taken so low by that High Noon. Oh, Solo, for fuck's sake. Lampin pops the blade, though, with the Terror Surge. That's going to be a double. Make that a triple for him. And finally, Shikigami showing some signs of life, getting a second point up on the board.
So aggressive from Vision there with that High Noon. Drops right into that Terror Surge Blade combo, and as a result, Shikigami able to make short work of it here. So they get themselves a second point. They'll go to recontest mid now, playing to tie up the series 3-3. They've nearly got Noctis's rally here, and Anian close behind on the Juno ult as well. So support ult's coming up for both teams, to be fair, but King's Blade might be the factor to push TSM over the top here.
King's Blade, a rather trustworthy ultimate, I must say. He's a very bladey Genji. Lampin and King fighting on the edge, but it looks like King is going to get caught out. Bash from Noctis takes him down, and suddenly it's not just looking like Shikigami have some vague signs of life, it's looking like they may very well be able to even up this map entirely. Double support ultimate invested from from TSM. The orbital ray comes back out from Anian, but not before Solo goes down. It's a very unfavorable trade. Vision taking shots inside that orbital ray, needs to actually connect and kill something though. Nothing as of yet. He needs just one more. King comes in with the blade now. He's blading Lampent, needs the finish, gets the finish, but Squid has gone down in the chaos. Far from done. Either side still has a chance to take it. Taejong pops out High Noon up in main. Not going to secure any kills with that one. So Shikigami, they're going to start to fill the point capture percentage. Riker, he went down later than Solo, but he is back in the fight. So I'd imagine that both Arissas are back in the fight now. Vision has another High Noon. Riker close on that Terror Surge as well. First, here comes that High Noon. That's going to force all the Shikigami back off the point, start filling it up for the side of TSM. Vision swings wide, gets some damage in on Solo, but no kills. Riker now 95% on that Surge. So when Shikigami want to push back in, they are going to be entering a world of pain.
So much damage on Riker, though. Has to back up to get top back up. Terror Surge Blade coming close for Shikigami. And Riker just drops that one really quickly. Looking for the Taejong kill. They can get it. Shikigami close to ult, but low on HP, low on resources. And they won't get them in time. So they do eventually overwhelming after a long drawn-out middle point here. And now TSM 1 point away from victory here. And they're going to get a late kill on Lampent as well to put themselves in a great position on this B point.
Taejong getting, you know, not quite enough value. Vision just hitting dink after dink after dink at the end of that point. And now TSM, they have what it takes to close this one out. They've got the double support ultimate. It's going to be a little bit awkward for Shikigami. Once that point pressure rises, they're going to need to be glued to that objective because they can't give up a point anymore. So that is so tough for them. Actually, that's probably not entirely true. You know, this is Clash, and on Clash it takes quite a while to cap the point. So maybe the pressure won't be too overwhelming, but a good start for TSM because King is already tapping that point. And now Solo, how's he going to find his angle for the ult? He can't push up top in this current state.
They're going to rally to force the point. Squid's going to respond, but Blade on top early will get bashed out. Lampent shut down there. And we saw Lampent trying to invest on the high ground, but the problem is the support ults for Terror Surge. None of the other ults up now with Lampent here. Zero value. Solo's actually traded 2 here, so it's maybe not quite over yet. Trying to create a dogfight. One more fortify. Getting the full pocket from Anian. Solo needs to live here. Lampent is back on Tracer and can get the touch. And honestly, Solo's actually salvaged this for Shikigami here, and they can take space on point.
Unbelievable to see Solo clutching that one out. I thought there was no hope at all. I was really ready to pack my bag and go for a wander because I thought TSM was going to take away this second map. Vision, Groundhog Day here. High Noon dropping into the Orisa, still holding it, but that's not going to secure TSM the cap just yet. Riker has that Terror Surge, but Squid goes down. King trades onto Taejong, but Squid, who's going to heal up King? Riker also just 1 health. Oh, it's actually looking like Shikigami are once again going to take this one away. Through the jaws of death, they clutch it.
Holding on right at the end, and every time it feels like TSM have an advantage in these fights, Solo is finding a way to get in, trade kills, trade multiple kills, dragging Shikigami back into it, and they're gonna win this next point. They still need to win 2 more points in a row, so they need to cap mid and 1 more, so a lot of work still to do for Shikigami, and they are now on Tracer Genji, so they don't have a hit scan anymore, but they do have a pulse bomb at least coming back in this fight, and they kind of need value out of this pulse bomb because it's all they've got, at least for the time being.
Pulse bomb and a dream. Is Lampent going to be able to make it work? Lyre getting speared early on, taken rather low, but Lampent, I mean, you know, well and truly dreaming with that one. No recall now. Riker takes down Noctis with the spear. Finally, an opportunity for TSM to close this one out. Lyre once again catching another spear, but so close to the rally. Orbital Ray comes out. I think that, you know, we're getting into the realms of it's not possible for Shikigami to win this one anymore. We've seen some pretty insane clutches this map, but I think we may finally be able to put a fork in them and call this 2-0 lead for TSM.
It is indeed. Just a little bit impatient at the end there, Shikigami. Nearly had the Terror Surge, nearly had the Orbital Ray. You see Solo making that move to point, but doesn't need to make the move to point. They had more cap to give. Could have waited for Anian to fully have that Orbital Ray running. Maybe give them a more reasonable chance in that 4v5 situation. Not to be, though. TSM 2-0 up in the series. And it's starting to feel like TSM are in control, not in too much danger of getting eliminated on the first day.
Flop. You know what time it is.
It is
Please,
slop
TSM,
time.
don't lose it. I don't think they're going to lose this.
It would be
not looking very
it
good.
would be unforgivable if they lose it from this position, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go top up my water as well. Seems like we might be on for a pretty prompt finish. I say prompt finish. I just realized it's actually 2 a.m., which means it's not particularly prompt at all, relatively on time. But still. Seems like we are approaching the end here. So let me go grab a drink. We'll do a quick advert break while we're doing that as well. And we'll lock in for this third map, see what Shikigami pick. Oh. All right. Just in time for map pick. So let's see what we are working with. TSM really love clutch and defeat from the jaws of victory. I guess there's always a way, right? Always a way. Runa Sappy. No real surprises here. Alright, I was locked out, but I'm locking back in. There's no way this random American is better at Genji than a Korean, no? I mean, I don't know. I've not seen Taejong. We saw Taejong play a little bit of Genji at the end there. Nothing to write home about, but he only had like 2 fights to give it a crack. Yeah, so I don't think they kind of just... They've kind of... Shikigami have hit the sort of situation where they've signed a really good Korean player whose best hero is Tracer, but then Tracer is really not super viable in the meta right now in the vast amount of maps. So it doesn't really feel like they're getting the maximum value out of their players at all. Likewise, Sunjin, I think he's a good player, but I think if I compare Sunjin, like TSM Sunjin, I think really average player. Done okay, never impressed me that much. But I compare Sunjin when he was on what they called Haejuk Dan. Sunjin on Haejuk Dan, super impressive player. Really in what should be a much higher standard of competition on average, you know, the level of a lot of those Korean teams. Sunjin was doing so much work. But obviously the nature of you play on high ping, you play at a worse time of the day normally to play, it can be more of a strain. You will play worse. And I think Sunjin on ping, okay player. Sunjin off ping, very good player. So even if they've got the imports, and I think they're decent players still, I think bad meta for Taejong and Sunjin on ping never quite hit the same as low ping Sunjin, unfortunately. And I mean, to be fair, this is it. Obviously, remember, elimination game. Shikigami now find themselves very much on the brink of elimination. And it's going to be the two Koreans in to do blind-based colors to region. All right. We'll keep that as our to-do.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. And toying with the idea of an Ilari again here. Nope, just kidding. Gonna be Taejong and Sunjin in though. So Ash, Genji. Looks like Kiriko might be the choice from Graveyard as well here. TSM running what has become the most popular version of this combo. Sticking that Genji Cass.
Genji Cass is traditional at this point, and TSM, they're going to try and win with tradition at the end of the day. Shikigami with Graveyard over on the Kiriko, not sure whether it's going to have the star power that they need to get them over the line. TSM, it seemed that they're, you know, pretty confidently ahead in these matchups. You can see that they've got all the space in this first fight. No Brig for Shikigami, so much harder for them to brawl. Playing an angle fight on this first point, almost impossible. There's just not enough angles to make it work. Vision has gone incredibly deep, gets dashed on by Taejong, but there's going to be no kill conversion. TSM, they're confidently pushing the car through already, and these are just, I mean, it's easy. It's looking easy for them.
Tried to play as wide as they possibly could, Shikigami, but TSM, they just run them down. They force them all onto the same angle. Taejong's now going to go onto Tracer, which in theory can live and play in these wide angles a lot better with Fakiri, but I just don't know if it's enough into this version of a comp. Shikigami going to try and die on this hill, but dying might just be what they do. For now, they have at least got Sunjin onto the high ground, and they should be able to stabilize the cart. Need to keep eyes on this flank. Vision catches the Dynamite just as he comes through, and Riker's made an aggressive move here, but awfully weak here as TSM try and get a bit of a foothold into this cap fight.
Very aggro positioning for the side of Riker. Shikigami, they've got the good angles though. Graveyard over on the side. First tempo orbital ray from Squid is so far ahead of Shikigami, a full 50%, and that's surely going to secure them the checkpoint at a bare minimum. With Graveyard going down as well, this is just going to get worse for them. More kills probably to follow in the kill feed. There we have it. Squid takes down Sunjin as well. They're pushing all the way to the spawn now. The card continues to roll past the checkpoint, and TSM, they're stealing this series.
Great conversion on that orbital ray advantage, and now they've still got a lot of powerful ults coming up. Even though technically behind in ults, the biggest, or one of the biggest downsides of the Tracer in this is when we start to get to these big ult fights, the Pulse Bomb nowhere near the same value as his High Noon, or as his Dragon Blade. The High Noon is cancelled though, so Anion gets a chance to respond with this orbital ray, and they will clean up the Orisa as a result. They lose their Tracer, but trade a Tracer for an Orisa every day, and Solo can keep walking forward. Lots of damage onto Lyra right now. They should be able to clean this up. Now, one final deflect. No way out surely for King. They will get this clean up here, and Shikigami, they get a stabilization fight, but cost them that orbital ray.
Lyra has the rally for the next fight. Orbital Ray, you know, I mean, that's only one ultimate invested for Shikigami, so they really can't be complaining about that one. The thing that, you know, they might want to be kicking themselves over is the fact that they've lost so many meters on the cart that at this point, I mean, they're really clawing it back from the brink. With only 3 minutes spent for TSM, they've gotten a really substantial lead up on Shikigami. TSM, they're going to come back into this one with the, you know, well, I've harped on about it all day long, this Blade Surge combo. It's so difficult to counter. And Shikigami, they don't even have a Brig, so they can't even bash the Genji out of it. It's going to be really difficult. We're going to need a very nicely timed Suzu to make something happen here. Out comes the Terror Surge from Solo, actually. It's not going to be Riker going for the Surge combo. It's actually just going to be King going for that Blade with the Rally instead. And Shikigami have traded positively. They're up 1 right now, but the card has been stolen away from them. And TSM, I'd have to imagine that they're not done yet. They're probably going to try and wait this one out a little bit, then go back in with Riker's Terror Surge.
Trying to find that opening right now. Suzu has been forced out, so Kitsune Rush will be responded right from Graveyard, and now Riker will just go down and ends up being more expensive than they probably want it here. Bit of a weird choice in the fight, I think, prior to this. They go with Rally Blade. But when you're trying to push with Rally and the enemy Orisa has Terra Surge, you're kind of just asking for trouble. You can maybe survive it, but obviously your ability to push forward with the blade are a lot more limited. So maybe not a good decision ult-wise. Now though, Shikigami, chance to fight for Cap, and Taejong, he's snuck all the way into the back. He's got the cast ping. He's looking for this pulse bomb.
He wants the pulse. They might be getting the checkpoint at the same time. Looks like it's going to be...
Oh!
Down goes... Oh no! Both supports for TSM vanishing off the face of the earth. If one wasn't enough with the pulse bomb, it appears that Laya has personally delivered it into Squid, or vice versa. So TSM now, huge lead at the start, but a couple of fights in a row where they've fallen over, and Shikigami, look, they've got no ultimates to their name anymore, but they've got 60 meters and counting.
Talks about how Pulse Bomb not as valuable in ult, but if you do that, it is. But Terra Surge here pulls it in. Terra Surge high noon combo brutal here. So as much as they have got a lot of a meterage back here, they won't be able to claim the lead here. Shikigami forced back. 2 ults out though, so maybe not the end of the world. And now Shikigami coming back. It will be an equal orbital race situation, but solo Terra Surge advantage here, and all of a sudden, everything to play for both teams.
Everything to play for either side. Squid, with this orbital ray, I mean, I'm banking on him getting some value already. Annie, and she comes out of the choke, she throws down that orbital ray, gets a couple of torpedoes off, and it's actually Squid being bested by Annie, and Annie takes him right out of the sky. King snaps back, takes out Annie, and so even trades. But look, Solo has that Terra Surge. That could be the finisher here. TSM, it looks like Shikigami might not even need Solo's ultimate, because TSM, they're just gonna flop.
Nicely done from Shikigami. This means that Terra Surge and his Pulse Bomb get to take him into the next fight, a chance to use them. And we're seeing the same situation again. TSM, they have the Rally Blade, normally a very strong combo, but they have to try and do it into this solo Terra Surge here. And if they do that, it just puts Lyra in a position where he can get caught by this. So a tricky fight for TSM to find value out of here.
Come on, King. Let's see if you can hold on to that ult a little bit longer. Combo it with Riker's Terra Surge rather than going for it dry. Haven't seen a lot of value from the dry blades here. Only 30% away from Riker's ultimate, but Riker taking a lot of poke right now. Soon enough, TSM are actually going to need to contest the cart. Laya pops the rally just to try and survive through this Bob turn, but Shikigami, they've got ults to spare. They're actually going to kite this first layer out after the Bob comes down. Bash comes out onto Solo, but there's the Terra Surge. No Bash online, another Pulse Bomb connects, and that's going to be TSM losing the lead. Sundero in shambles. The TSM superfan now, I mean, just head in your hands to see TSM piss away this lead.
Do you remember when I said Pulse Bomb is not the same value as Dragon Blade in this type of mirror? If you kill 2 people with every Pulse Bomb, it's pretty reasonable. It's pretty reasonable. So Taejong making it work for now, but Sunjin gonna get caught, so they take the lead, but that might be all they're getting for now, Shikigami, as they will get forced back. Aggressive move from Graveyard and Solo, they convert that kill, and Graveyard's actually gonna commit for this, but the blade from King, they've lost 2 players, but King should be able to get trades out of here, slashing at a Tracer though, always very difficult. Terra Surge invested as well from Riker, and they're still trading. It's so ugly for TSM here. It's an expensive way to just about barely scrap out a fight right by your spawn.
Needing to throw the kitchen sink of ult bank into that just to stop getting traded at your spawn door. Not a good look for TSM. At least they've got 84 meters on the clock, but they've really let this slip. They've had this 84 meters for like 6 additional minutes, and they've done nothing with it in the interim. All they've done is give Shikigami meter after meter, fail fight after fight with ult combos, and now, I mean, they've got barely any ults to combo together. Squid's orbital ray here, you know, he could come up in main, but Anian, last time we saw that mirror, Anian was taking Squid out of the sky. Graveyard getting some nice poke in the neutral. Squid comes out, Anian up high in the sky, so low, needs some healing, but King is going to take her out. What is the matter with these Junos? Neither seem to be capable of... Taejong pulses.
Unbelievable.
Another double?
Who averages 2 Pulse Bomb kills in a map per Pulse Bomb? What's that, 6 we've seen? 6 kills out of 3 pulse. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but it's putting Shikigami in a great position. We'll get an action replay of that one. Just thrown in. Works out. Connects 2 again, and now Shikigami, 1.5 minutes left on the front foot. Terra Surge and Bob for this next fight, but looks like actually Shikigami, they're going to play a little bit slower here. Force TSM to make the first move. Help make them fight their way out of their own side of the map.
Good grief. TSM lock in. You can't keep giving these up. It's Locktober right now. High Noon is going to take down the Bob at a bare minimum. Get some... no damage onto the Orisa, actually. Rally comes out. Squid is inside. Nope, Squid is dead to Sonjin yet again. Squid having a really rough time here on the Juno. Solo popped that Terror Surge in the corner. That's kept them healthy. Lyle's got no value from this rally, and this is another fight going the way of Shikigami. TSM, they got one fight left. They've choked a massive lead here.
Really, really like that fight from Shikigami. They disengage around the corner, but they don't just disengage and find cover. They turn that disengage into a flank. They push back out the house. That's how Sunjin gets that powerful angle where he converts for kills. And now Shikigami. Final fight. Great situation. They have Kitsune Rush. They have an advantage on the Orbital Ray. They have Taejong behind with a Pulse Bomb. So this is 2 kills for sure coming up.
Riker has the Terror Surge. 2 kills, certain kills, somehow not going the way of Shikigami, who, just when we thought that the Pulse Bomb was a surefire way to get 2 kills at the start of the fight. Riker takes down Graveyard right as they pop that Kitsune Rush. The Rush does go down on the ground, but TSM now have the lead. Vision snaps onto Taejong as well, so as long as there are no trades here, which seem almost impossible at this point, TSM get one more chance at this, Savior. There's 2 fights left on this map. Maybe 3 at absolute most.
They have a lot of ultimates to do it with as well here. I think if I'm Shikigami, I want to commit the Orbital Rate in this next fight. TSM have the ult to overwhelm, but I'm hoping TSM over-invest ultimates here. So I lose the fight, but I win the economy. I think that's the best case scenario right now for Shikigami.
Squid's throwing out the Orbital Ray, and it looks like Solo might be getting a little bit into the danger zone. Down they go. So that's 1 ultimate invested for what should be a fight win here. The Ashe caught out in main. Anian actually trades out on Lyre. Anian's so good for these trades right now. We really need TSM to turn on the close spawn so that Lyre can cop a close spawn and get back into the fight. Lyre has the rally, or is 90% on the rally. But TSM, they don't have the choice to wait for him anymore. They just have to fight when the fight comes to them. Vision's leaning forward a little bit, getting a bit of a peek on, but Lyre, I mean, he's not close just yet. He's still a few seconds out.
Chance of using his Terror Surge Orbital Ray combo if they can get to it now, but Terror Surge first from Riker, Blade over the top. They need the kills, but Squid dies immediately again, and now it's looking good here for Shikigami. Still trying to slash through and find the trades, but Solo gets that Terror Surge. That's the final blow. Here's Lyre with the rally, but he's late. Doesn't help the team at all in the end, and Shikigami take a map here of TSM.
Oh my days. You know, just when I thought the day was about to end, it gets extended. The suffering is prolonged as TSM can't close it. They fumble these final fights. Lyre getting traded at the end in the face of a massive ultimate advantage. And then what are we left with? We're just left with a dead Squid fight after fight. Can't get a Ray off without going down in the same breath. So really need to see a closer here.
Need a way to close it out. TSM obviously do get to pick both maps, but in reality, there is an element here that when teams are playing the same or such similar comps all the time, the map pick becomes a little bit less valuable than it maybe once was. Maybe TSM could just force us to a Gibraltar or something. What maps are even left in the pool? How does memory work? Oh god.
Flashpoint? And did we already see Flashpoint?
We saw Clash. We saw Clash and Push. So yeah, they could just go to to Gibraltar right now or something, right?
Yeah.
That could be like maybe the easy out for maybe someone like TSM.
Do they? There's a large yawn. Do they fancy the Gibraltar? Is that like an Ana Brig angle for them? Like we're getting Rocket back in the lineup or something?
Well, I just presume I think in my head I was thinking more a weakness for Shikigami, right? Like obviously maybe good for Taejong and stuff, but feel like suddenly I think they have another tank Shikigami, but I don't fancy them on the dive mirror at all here, so I feel like it would put them in a very awkward situation. But maybe you don't want to do it if TSM if you're not comfortable on it, but
looks like Rocket's being subbed in, so it's time. Rocket, he's tweeted about how he's been waiting all day for this one with some inspirational sports-themed video, so I think Rocket is actually getting subbed in for this map, so I think you might be right about the Gibraltar pick.
Okay. Interesting.
Alright, I'm gonna
see you on the other side.
I'm gonna add, and I'm gonna get up from this goddamn computer.
Alright.
Alright.
I need to blow my fucking nose again. Excuse me. Alright, so Rocket Rocket going in, gonna make those money moves. Taejong generational performance. I mean, unbelievable pulse bomb value, right? Like it's it can't be possible to get 3 double kill pulse bombs in a row, but I really did see it. They also have Mari, Sig, Diva. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really solve a problem. Does Solo have a Winston? Is this for Rocket Tweet? Is this for motivational motivational play? Let's see. Been waiting all day for this one. He thinks he's Anthony. Does he know who Anthony is? Because I feel like this Anthony reference isn't quite the reference Rocket wants it to be. I feel like this is an American talking about football. Explain it to you. Anthony is, I guess, a very expensive player. £100 million player signed by Man United. He's been at Man United. This is his 2nd season now, and he's been outrageously underwhelming for the price. Not a lot of goals, not a lot of assists, not a lot of impact at all. So him coming on is really just a bit wank. So if Rocket is calling himself the Anthony of TSM, that's very much more an insult to himself rather than like a hype up moment. So we'll see. We'll see. You mean soccer? I saw what they called. You know Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey? Well, the NFL players. I saw Jason Kelsey tweeting about football and soccer. Getting into a right old battle with it. It feels like Mapino has picked his side in all of this. No mercy. No mercy. Why did Rocket block you, Jin? There is that Gibraltar pick. See? Doubted. Bit of doubt from Unter, but I was right. Oh God, I can't hold on. I need the fucking spray. The nasal spray will solve it. You can show me why. Oh, Mari in as well. I feel like this is the first time I've seen Mari play for Shikigami. Ugh. You sure there isn't a powder in there? I mean, I feel like if there was a powder in there, Loof, my nose would be a lot clearer than it is now. I feel like, if anything, that would be a better situation. I watched it, did I? Who did Shikigami play? How does time work? Who did Shikigami play in groups? I can't remember. All the Overwatch blurs into one. All of it blurs. All one memory. From Face It League playoffs. Let's see it. YFP. Oh, okay. The highest valued esport orc in the world just lost to Timeless. Oh, did you not take it very well? Bless him. Any other good tweets? Probably not. There he is. Just general news. Nothing Overwatch related. Luca clutched on Winston. First point, Primal versus Widow. Yeah, it rings a bell. It rings a bell. It wouldn't have been that long ago I watched it, really. The TSM core lost all aura after stage 1. I mean, to be fair, this isn't even like... This TSM team. Like, look at this roster. It's so different from the TSM... that was, I guess, like, what you want to call it. You want to call it, like, the core of TSM, right? So different. Basically just a new team. Well, like, it's basically just Luminosity, really, isn't it? It's like more Luminosity at this point than anything else. And it looks like we will be getting just a straight-up Anna Brig comp out of TSM here on the defense. Immediate pause, though, so a little bit more time to wait for this one. Bum. I was locked out. Miss good old Chopper. I feel like I've seen so little of Chopper this year. I feel like I came in with such high expectations for Chopper. Especially after TSM's success in Stage 1. And just didn't really see him play that much. Is Rocket and Annie in dating? Yeah, that rings a bell, actually. I think that's true. I'm pretty sure that, like, rings a bell with something I've seen before. So I think that's true. Alright. So, will be Juno Brig Diva, potentially. I'm guessing Widow Tracer very much here from Shikigami as well into this one. So it's going to be Juno Brig Diva up against Winston Anna Brig. Now, we've seen teams run this Diva Juno Brig version here when they don't have a Winston in their own back pocket. It's actually been relatively successful here. It caused NRG all sorts of problems, and maybe it can cause the same problems here for TSM, because if they struggle on this map here, it starts to get really scary really quickly if you're TSM.
Well, let's keep that fear at bay, and let's see if TSM can close this one out. You know, I don't need no fear. I don't need to see a competent Winston team, a very competent Winston Anna Brig Widow Tracer team losing to people forcing Diva on Gibraltar. I'm a firm believer that Winston is significantly better on this map. So if TSM find a way to lose this one, they're gonna need to sub in Lethal for map 6 or something. You know, like that's the kind of level of collapse that they're gonna be on.
Would have to break several rules for it, but it might honestly be their best path if they get into that situation. For now, though, slow and steady, moving the car underneath. Sunjin just happy to pump the damage, and Whip Shot puts Riker in a little bit more danger, but will be okay. And now onto the high ground. Just trying to clear this Winston out. Payload has now stopped moving, so Shikigami, they have to try and rotate their core. But a big nade onto Graveyard is going to allow Riker to capitalize off this. And now they are forced all the way back. Cleaning this one up, sleep onto Mari as well, and that means just gonna be able to stall out this baby Diva for a long time as well.
Oh my days. This is looking pretty tough for Shikigami, you know? It could be a comp difference, it could be a quality difference here on the Gibraltar, but this is looking like a really solid pick for TSM, because Shikigami, they're not really finding that opening at all. Riker just getting, you know, those spam heals. Sonjin nearly has the walls, might be at wall. Oh my god. Sonjin apparently doesn't have object permanence going for that hook. Absolutely unbelievable to see him going for that one. So Riker just going to receive the nano boost off rip. Goes quite deep for it. Well, make up your fucking mind, dude. What are you doing? Oh my god.
Just getting his primal force in the spawn, it looks like. We'll have to pop it now. Going to struggle to get value out of this one. Sonjin's actually managed to kill Squid during all of this. Oh, if only we had some kind of nano primaling Winston to lock down this Widow, but apparently not. Riker makes a mess of both those ultimates, and they're going to have to run away, tail between their legs here. Riker might even die late if he's not careful. Shikigami with a great chance all of a sudden. Oh, if Sunjin keeps doing this, they're going to get it.
Julian Bubbles just taking the piss on the Winston now. No idea what that was. Crappy nano Winston dive into an absolutely disgustingly bad primal. Orbital Ray comes out on the cart now, and that's exactly where TSM don't want to be. Nice anti onto Mari though, and then a sleep to follow up. Still not able to take that suit. Nobody touching car right now. Laya pops the rally, but is being pushed back into spawn, and they don't even touch. 5 versus 5, and TSM C9 the first point. Get the fuck out of here, man.
They pause for self-destructs at the very least here, so will be one more ult down. And the big difference here with running the Juno versus Viana is actually when you have that orbital ray timing, if you can get a chance to use that orbital ray on point, a great ability just to force that objective here. Really hard for TSM to respond to that in those situations. They just need to make sure they're in that position when they get it. Meanwhile, Mari's going to get DMAC'd again. They will trade it for Vision, and Squid and Lyra are just pretty close on the floor here, so they have to be careful here. Riker's going to mark the Widow for now, but TSM, very aggressive hold here.
Yeah, this is not textbook Ana Brig positioning. I think, you know, you've got to put this down to Squid's inexperience on the Ana or something, because this is definitely not where you'd normally find yourself holding on the Ana Brig. Normally, I feel like you'd be seeing them up on the top of ship or something like that. Rocket just taking the piss once again, throwing his pulse bombs into the enemy team's spawn door. Not entirely sure what the end game is with that one. Clearly wants his team to lose doing stuff like that. You see that Sundero? That's your GOAT right there. That's your GOAT. Smash personally rooting for a map 5. Shut the fuck up, then. Shut the fuck up. I want to go to bed. Anyhow, Sonjin with the Widow Walls. Good little opening for them. Nano Boost comes out from Squid onto Riker, and this time around Riker is actually capable of chasing down more than one player. Rocket wants his girlfriend to win.
Yeah, he's dating Anian, I think, right? Or they were dating. I presume they're still dating. So this is
okay,
there's a level of this series could end in terrible fate for not just one of the teams here, but maybe their relationship, depending on how it goes. So we'll have to wait and see. Lots on the line for both teams here. Will be a bit of space trying to get the cart moving. Finally, here is Shikigami, but a long way to go still. And Vision's going to be grappling onto the high ground here, looking for his opportunity. Sees nothing there, but Sunjin is getting marked by Riker here. Very difficult for the attacking Widow when his Winston's just on top of you the entire time.
Riker now in the backline, once again chopping up Shikigami. Shades of cover with this Primal though. You're in a 5 versus 3 and you jump in for more just to pop the Primal Rage for the style points. Really pointless Primal Rage coming out from Riker there. Would have been better off to save that for a fight where it was actually needed rather than one that was already completely won. And you know, you're saying that it's not public info, Sundero, but I think if Jubyhawk knows it, everybody knows it. You know, it's like a shoe shine. No offense to Jubyhawk, but I think it's like the shoe shine boy giving you your stock tips. You know, it's not a secret anymore. Like, be fucking for real.
Coming back now, they need to get something going here, Shikigami. It's really been a lot of false start, but they do get their backline into this top right angle, which gives them better control of the map, and Mari will be containing this backline. You see Graveyard nearly up to that rally, wants to move forward. Pulse bombs wide from Rocket right now as this orbital ray push comes in. Bash out from Lyre, but they still have that rally. Don't even need it yet. Graveyard will pop it now. They lose Anian, though. It's an absolute dogfight in the ship right now. Riker's trying to get focused down, but finds Graveyard, and that double support ult push. We talked about what an important timing that can be for Shikigami's comp, but it goes missing here, and there's only 40 seconds left.
Riker will be taken down very late in the piece, but is there anyone alive to chase down Mari? There's Rocket, takes down Mari. That's going to be the suit loss. Disastrous stagger. And, you know, the remake, maybe it'll come quickly if Vision stands still and feeds a bunch of headshots over to Mari. Taejong actually gets the pulse bomb on Squid, who is once again just goofing around on the low ground. Really needs to understand the advantage of playing high ground on Gibraltar so you won't die to tracers like this. But instead, Squid, pretty weak position. Riker manages to take down Mari on that mega health pack before they can resuit though, and now he's going for more with the primal rage. It appears that he's trying to get far away from where the enemy is rather than locking anyone in a corner for the beginning of his primal. But here on the back end of it, let's see if he can find some value. Vision back on the Venture actually takes down Taejong. That is a rogue one. Nano boost onto Vision, and I mean that's going to be all she wrote for Shikigami. Held at the end of second point.
Very strong on point for Venture, especially when nanoed. We'll be able to clean up all of these players here. And they do get the hold at the end of second here in it. But like, as much as Shikigami had some success, really it was just that overextend from Riker on first point, then an orbital ray to cap, and from there on, it was just problem after problem. Shikigami didn't really find any success with a lot of their pushes. I think their comp might be a bit easier on the defense, just playing the Juno Brig Diva, just playing to contain a lot of areas, control space, provide time and opportunities for Sunjin. Maybe that's a little bit more reasonable for them than trying to take these difficult attacks from low ground to high ground like we see at the end of second.
think the danger here for the side of Shikigami now is on that Diva. So difficult to trade out onto the backline. I think TSM, they can just keep ping-ponging the cart, keep on farming, but then Mari, I mean, they're just not going to have that same powerful nano boost turn that TSM are going to be afforded. That nano boost Winston into a primal rage where Riker, even, you know, with his limitations that we might call them, he has still managed to find quite a lot of value with that combination. It's just an absolute classic on the map, and I don't think the Shikigami are going to be afforded the same luxury. They might even be playing something a little bit strange here. We see Taejong on the Mei, so we could be seeing a little bit of the OWCS Korea comp, the Pelican comp, where we sit inside on that mega health pack and try and buy time that way. If Taejong's playing high ground Mei, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm confused.
I don't know. Is he just, I guess the other option, you stand on high ground, you just play to market. Obviously, could just be starting here for a bit of poke, then can always drop and control the cart later. They can always reposition to that. We'll wait and see what they decide to do when they get pushed to it. For now, though, it'll be a Sonic out of spawn from Vision, just trying to clear a little bit of space. TP to move the backline as well from Rocket. They'll swap to the opposite side here. Squid looking for his nade opportunity around that Matrix. And it will be sticking the Hanzo actually here for Vision, which is an interesting choice here instead of matching the Widow.
I feel like he needs to get back in the spawn and swap over to the Widow.
Okay,
I guess
there we go.
It's been stuck for an extended Sonic Arrow session or something now.
In the meantime, Sunjin has taken his Tracer's head off. Yeah.
Ah, well. Can't blame Landon too much for that. You know, Rocker should have moved better or something. Stood behind the cart. Who knows? Sunjin marking the cart a little bit, but it keeps on rolling. Riker touching it, getting a little bit of poke, charging up that nano boost. Already Squid, look at this. 60% to the nano boost and counting. Between pocketing Lyre and Riker, Squid, I mean, he's going to have this nano boost in about 20 seconds. So soon enough, TSM is going to have a real chance for an aggressive dive. Rocket continuing to push the cart underneath now, and that's bad news for the side of Shikigami, because without the Tracer, they don't have anyone to block the cart. Taejong is playing on the low ground, but the cart keeps on rolling.
Squid manages to get the nade out to protect himself here as Riker still trying to keep this Widow contained on top of Sunjin for now. Nano comes in, landed on top of this Widow. No pocket coming through, and Vision's going to find a headshot at the same time here. So they have to be careful to die on cart. Staggered deaths, they could cost them the entire first point. Graveyard a little bit separated now. Payload moving this entire time. Mari will die on point right now, but the cart's awfully close. Tank to die last. This is, I mean, it's not even recontestable, is it? They just have to concede it.
Yeah, absolutely no hope. Yeah, they're gonna be TPing all the way back to the second point, and that is that's bad news for Shikigami now. Really bad news. They can't afford to take one fight on first point and then have the card start snowballing through. Now TSM, I mean, look, we've seen some strange backline positions from them, but hopefully they're able to consolidate this into something where they can potentially snowball, you know? Get Riker holding up on the high ground, get a good nade angle for Squid. Squid actually taken rather low. That must be Sonjin on the Widowmaker. Riker looks to have dropped the ball as well, struggling to mark out Sonjin just a little bit, but here he goes now with the Primal, taking him all the way. Down goes Sonjin, walls cancelled out. Riker wants more as well, traps the Brig in the corner, but Lyre goes down. He popped the rally in that chaos too. So I'm not entirely sure what's happened to poor little Lyre.
Bomb now to remake from Mari as well, as they have to try and make their hold here. Defensive wall comes up. Blizzard will be used as well. Riker just about gets out of it, but still gets frozen. Gets taken down before that unfreeze can come through. They manage to stabilize their Shikigami, and they've still got both support ops in the back pocket here. TSM, expensive way to lose the fight, but they've at least got the cart halfway. So a lot of time to go, not a long distance here for TSM.
We're halfway there. We've, you know, essentially got to build up a whole new bank of ultimates to make it work, unless Vision can, you know, pop in with a Widow. Rocket, triple blink into the cart. He's all over Anian. And there we go, Vision and Swid both coming in clutch with some kills. Even if Rocket lets us down in the clutch with that pulse bomb, the Maryville boys are here to play. They take down a member of Shikigami each, and now it's a panicked rush back onto the objective. Shikigami, they've got support ultimates to sustain them on the cart, but there is so much pressure. Vision has this rogue angle up on the high ground. He's being hard protected by the supports of TSM. Headshot lands on Graveyard, and they're so low now, but already back to full HP. Anian pocketing them through this, and now TSM, again, no ultimates. So Shikigami, they've survived that first burst.
Did have to use both support ultimates to retake it though, so it's gonna swing back in TSM's favor ultimately. Squid's Nano is maybe the next big timing. They're trying to go top right here. They need a lot of value. Rocket again pulling them back to cart, just pressuring the C9 opportunity. You can see Sunjin pulse bomb in behind right now. One on Squid or something would go massive right now. They need the connect, because when this Nano comes in, they could be in big trouble, and it looks like Riker's ready to go. Actually, Lyre gonna get nanoed on the point here.
Yeah, strange choice from Squid, to be honest. I feel like they should have just set up for a better nano dive, but instead they're dropping over to the cart, trying to nade out the Diva. Vision gets the trade onto Sonjin, and Riker has another Primal Rage. That's going to take out Anian, and that could be all she wrote for Shikigami, not just for this map, not just for this series, but for their life in OWCS. Diva Bomb comes out onto the cart, catches absolutely nobody. Pulse Bomb from Rocket, Bash from Lyra, doesn't stop the resuit, but it will take down Mari in the end, and that is the end of Shikigami. TSM, they advance through the bracket, and Shikigami, they're sent packing for good. I'm free.
3-1 in the end. End of the day as well. Shikigami will fall. Fleta gets eliminated from another region before making playoffs.
Good man.
Maybe
Good
he's
man.
got one more team in him. Maybe someone else will give him one more shot. But yeah, deserved winners, I think. Yeah, just better team, really. I think.
See you tomorrow, Xavier.
Cinema. All right. Oh, I'm probably going to make a pretty swift exit as well, if I'm being honest with you. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Because we'll be on before tomorrow, so we can talk about all the games and predictions and all that stuff there. I don't think we've missed all that much, so I'll say good night to you right now. We'll end the VOD.